Hey friends, welcome to the channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto was reborn as Yusei Fudo? So before we start, check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. In a tunnel in the satellite, a boy was holding a stopwatch waiting for something to come down the tunnel. All of a sudden there was a sound of an engine. A red dual runner came blazing down the tunnel at 200 miles per hour and stopped in front of the boy. The rider, wearing a black shirt with a pattern in red with a navy blue jacket with brown leather gloves on his hands with black jeans with matching brown boots on his feet, took off his helmet and revealed a face of an 18-year-old teenager with tan skin and spiky black hair with yellow streaks going along the sides. He then looked up at the girl with a questing look on his face. "So Rally, how fast was I that time?" asked the teenager. "From the time Yusei, you totally max out your dual runner," replied Rally with a smile. "That very good, Rally. We should go tell the others," said Yusei. That Yusei got off his dual runner and he and Rally went over to a tent where the others were sitting on a couch. When they got into the tent, the three boys on the couch relaxing until they noticed Yusei and Rally coming in. "Yusei, Rally, what are you two doing in here?" asked a boy named Tank. "We came here to tell you something important," replied Rally. "What is it?" asked another boy named Nervin. "Well, Yusei just max out his dual runner," replied Rally with a smile. "That's great, Yusei. So does this mean you will be able to leave the satellite?" asked the boy Blitz. "Yes, Blitz, and once I reach New Domino City, I am going after Jack and get back Stardust Dragon so we can all finally leave this place," replied Yusei. "But when and how are you going to leave the satellite?" asked Nervin. "I am going to leave at midnight through the tunnel that connects the satellite to New Domino City," replied Yusei. "But Yusei, the tunnel is always filled with trash coming from New Domino City 24 hours a day," said Tank. "You're right, Tank, but you see, once a month at midnight they stop filling the tunnel with trash and do a check on the system. A maintenance hatch opens for only 3 minutes and tonight happens to be the night it happens," replied Yusei. "Are you sure you'll be able to defeat Jack and get back Stardust Dragon, Yusei?" asked Blitz. "Of course Yusei will be able to defeat Jack, so don't worry about," replied Rally. "Rally's right, Blitz. I will defeat Jack and get Stardust Dragon back if it is the last thing I do," said Yusei. "So what do we do until it is midnight, Yusei?" asked Nervin. "We should all get some rest until it is time. If you need me, I am going to be in my room until it is time going over my deck," replied Yusei. With that, Yusei left them in the tent. Once Yusei got into his room and went inside, he went under his bed and pulled out a metal box. He then sat on his bed and opened the box up. Yusei pulled out a picture of him at his 13th birthday party with his adoptive parents, Alexis and Yugi Mewtwo, and their friends. He then pulled out his first deck he built using cards given to him by his parents and their friends, with some cards he added to make the most powerful deck ever built. As he went through his old deck, he came across the 3 Egyptian god cards given to him by his father Yugi and the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons and their fusion monster Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon given to him by Seto Kaiba, along with his other powerful cards from his deck as well. Yusei remember when he was 14, when his parents were killed in a car accident and he was forced to live in the satellite with his new friends, even thought Seto Kaiba tried to stop it from happening. Yusei then pulled out a blue piece of cloth with a metal plate, a leaf design on it, and a picture of 4 people. In the picture was a man with silver hair wearing a mask covering the bottom of his face, with the same piece of cloth with the metal plate wearing it like a headband covering his left eye. The 3 other people were 3 kids, all wearing the same headband. One was boy wearing white shorts and a blue t-shirt with black hair and eyes with a snide look on his face. The second was a beautiful girl with pink hair and green eyes wearing a red dress and black shorts. When Yusei saw the girl, it made him blush a deep red. Yusei then got a sad look on his face when he looked at the last kid, who was a boy with spiky blonde hair, blue eyes with whisker marks on his face, wearing a orange jumpsuit, smiling with a thumbs up sign with a necklace around his neck. Hard to believe that was me back then, with Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi Sensei, and me, the village hidden the Leaf's #1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja Naruto Uzumaki. Until that day Sasuke left to go to Orochimaru and the entire village betrayed me for failing to bring him back and exiled me, and then betrayed by the people that I thought were my friends. thought Yusei, angry, taking out the same necklace that the blonde-hair boy was wearing in the picture from under his shirt and holding it in his fist as he remembered that day. Flash back 6 years ago outside the village hidden in the leaves. Naruto had just failed to keep his promise to the girl he loved, Sakura, to bring back Sasuke no matter what, and thinking how he was going to break it to her and tell Lady Tsunade the mission had failed. When he finally got to the gates of the village, Naruto saw a crowd of people gathered with Tsunade and Sakura with them. "Grandma Tsunade, what is going on here?" asked Naruto, confused. "We're here, demon, to kick you out of the village for failing to bring back the Uchiha kid to us," replied one of the villagers. "You can't do that," said Naruto. "But I can, Naruto," said Tsunade, speaking up. "What do you mean you can?" asked Naruto. "You failed to complete your mission, and because of the council complying about the danger you pose as the host of the Nine-Tailed Fox, I have no choice but to exile you from the village in the Land of Fire and also strip you of your rank as a Shinbo." "I am very sorry, Naruto," said Tsunade. "I tried my hardest to bring Sasuke back." "Tell them, Sakura," said Naruto, looking straight at Sakura. "Why are you looking at me for, Naruto? You failed to keep your promise to me. Now just leave me alone and never come back here again, demon," replied Sakura, looking away. When Sakura said those words, Naruto started to cry. He turned away from everyone and ran off as fast as he could away from the village, hearing the villager calling him demon in the distance. When Naruto got a few miles away, he dropped to the ground and cried, wondering why everyone hated him for having the Nine-Tailed Fox sealed in him. All of a sudden he felt his mind started to drift and everything went black. When Naruto woke up, he found himself in front of Kyuubi's cage with her in her human form, which was that of a young woman with blood red hair and eyes with fox ears and 9 fox tails, looking at him with sadness in her eyes. "Kyuubi, what am I doing here?" asked Naruto, looking at the demon who he thought as a mother. "While you're here because I have decided to give you a chance to start a life somewhere else where you will be hated by people who see as a demon," replied Kyuubi. "What do you mean, start a life somewhere else?" asked Naruto, more confused. "While since you can't be a ninja anymore and the fact the Akatsuki will be coming after you to get my powers, I am going to give you a new body the same age as you are now and send you far away from the elemental countries to another place where you can start over with a new name and maybe with a family," replied Kyuubi. "That sounds like a plan. So when can you start?" asked Naruto. "I can start right now, but using this process will come with a price," said Kyuubi. "What kind of price?" asked Naruto, scared. "Using this process will use up all my powers and it will cost me my life," replied Kyuubi, sad. "But why do you have to die, Kyuubi? You are like a mother to me and I can't lose you," said Naruto. "I have to do this, Naruto, as I want to keep you safe and gave you a normal life, and besides it will keep the Akatsuki from completing their plans to use my powers. Do you understand?" replied Kyuubi. "I understand, Kyuubi. I am ready to let you go and start a new life," said Naruto. "That's a good you understand. Now let's begin the process," said Kyuubi. With that, red chakra started to come out of the cage and wrap around Naruto and change him. His hair changed form, slightly spiked blonde hair to very spiky black hair with yellow highlights. The whisker marks on his face disappeared and his face took on a mature look, and finally his blue eyes turned from blue to a deep amethyst color. Naruto looked at Kyuubi and saw she was fading away and was smiling at him. He then blacked out as his physical body was covered by gold light and disappeared from the forest floor. Meanwhile, in New Domino City, the king of games Yugi Muto was talking to his wife Alexis, who he met a few years after she graduated from Duel Academy and after dating for 2 years had gotten married. They were talking about adopting a kid since Alexis could not have any. As they were walking, they saw a bright flash of gold light coming from an ally and decided to go check it out. When they got there, they saw a 12-year-old wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans with white sneakers on the ground out cold. "Where this kid come from?" asked Alexis, looking at her husband. "I don't know, Alexis, but we should ask his name when he wakes up," replied Yugi. At that moment Naruto started to come to. When he opened his eyes, he saw a woman with blonde hair and green eyes with a man with tricolor hair up in spikes with amethyst eyes standing over him. "Who are you two and where am I?" asked Naruto, looking at the man and women. "My name is Alexis Muto and this is my husband Yugi Muto." "You're in New Domino City," replied Alexis. What is your name, young man, and where are your parents? Asked Yugi. My name is Yusei Fudo and I don't have any parents, replied Naruto, quickly coming up with a new name. That very sad, Yusei, said Yugi. Yusei, since you have no parents, how would you like for me and my husband to adopt you as our son? Said Alexis. Why would you two take me in since you just met me? Asked Naruto, stunned. Because you are alone and me and Alexis have talked a while about adopting a child, replied Yugi. So how would you like to be our son, Yusei? Asked Alexis. I think that would be nice, replied Naruto, smiling. With that they took Naruto home with them. A few days later he was officially their son, Yusei Fudo Mewtwo. Over the next few months Yugi and Alexis taught their son Yusei all duel monsters and showed him how to play it. Yusei quickly learned the game and was pretty good at it and built a deck. By the time his 13th birthday came around, all of Yugi and Alexis' friends had come to celebrate Yusei's birthday and each gave him all their best cards since they all were retired from dueling. Yugi gave his son his deck as a gift, saying he believed Yusei was going to be the next king of games. That night Yusei went to bed happy he had a family at last. End of flashback. Yusei then pulled a card out of his old deck and it showed a picture of a woman with blood-red hair and eyes with fox Aya. RS and 9 fox tails wearing a old Japanese dress with a katana strapped to her side. The card name was Kyubi, Queen of the Fox, Atk 3500 Def 2500 Lev. 7. Yusei remember when he asked Pegasus to make the card as a tribute to his friend Kyubi. Yusei then put the picture and his headband back in the box as he had left his old life behind a long time ago. He then looked at his old deck and took out his new deck he built. He quickly decided he need every powerful card he had in order to defeat Jack and get Stardust Dragon back. He took both of his decks and shuffled them together to make a bigger deck, which he then put in the holder on his left arm. He then got up and looked down at his deck. You better watch out, Jack, because soon I am going to come after you and got back my Stardust Dragon, thought Yusei with anger in his eyes. In New Domino City the time was 12:30 a.m. and a 18-year-old teenage girl was walking the streets looking like she was trying to find someone. She was wearing a pink t-shirt with a red jacket with blue jeans and black sneakers. She had long pink hair that came down just past her knees with green eyes and was wearing a Hidden Leaf Village headband in her hair. The girl's name was Sakura Haruno and she was here on a mission in New Domino City to find Naruto and bring him back to the village by the orders of the 5th Hokage. Lady Tsunade so he could become Hokage since the village had realized they lost one of their best ninja. Over the 6 years he had being exiled from the village, Sakura realized that she was in love with Naruto and not Sasuke, since Naruto was always there for her and was the one who had saved her own the Sand Ninja Gaara, and wanted to find Naruto and tell him how sorry she was for treating him like crap and that she was grateful for everything he did for her. I've been in this city for 6 weeks now and there been no sign of Naruto or his chakra signal. So where he could be hiding, since Lady Tsunade told me she felt like Naruto was around here somewhere in this city, thought Sakura. As Sakura continued walking she came out of the alley and came out near a bridge and saw a teenage boy on a red dual runner about the same age as her with black spiky hair with yellow highlights on the sides with amethyst eyes and tan skin, wearing a black t-shirt with a red pattern on it with a navy blue jacket, black jeans and brown gloves and boots. Sakura then felt a chakra signal identical from Naruto's coming from the boy and then suddenly saw the necklace that Tsunade gave Naruto hanging around his neck. Sakura put this all together and realized she had found Naruto, but somehow he had a new body, as she could tell this wasn't a transformation jutsu. I finally found you, Naruto, thought Sakura, smiling and prepared to surprise him. Meanwhile Yusei had stopped to rest from his duel in the tunnel with Officer Trudge and thinking about how he was going to pay back Jack for betraying him and their friends and finally got back Stardust Dragon. All of a sudden Yusei felt a pair of arms wrap around him and heard a female voice say, I finally found you, Naruto. When Yusei heard his old name said and the voice sounded familiar, it only took him a second to realize the voice belonged to his old teammate Sakura Haruno. Yusei then had a look of anger in his eyes and decided to get Sakura off of him. Get the hell off of me, shouted Yusei and shoved Sakura off his back and sent her to the ground on her butt hard. What the hell did you do that for, Naruto? Asked Sakura, getting off the ground rubbing her butt. The name's not Naruto, it's Yusei Fudo, and who are you? Asked Yusei, looking at Sakura, lying. It's me, your old teammate Sakura Haruno Naruto. I know you're lying about not knowing me because I can see it in your eyes that you are lying and you know me. Besides, you're still wearing the necklace Lady Tsunade gave you, replied Sakura. Yusei realized right there he had been caught lying and decided to ask Sakura a question. You're right, Sakura, it is me, but I go by the name Yusei now. So what are you doing here in New Domino City anyways? Asked Yusei. I came here to bring you back to the village by the orders of Lady Tsunade so you can become Hokage, replied Sakura. Why should I go back to the same village that hated me for having a demon sealed in me? Asked Yusei. Because everyone misses you and we were wrong to force you out of the village in the first place. Besides, I came to tell you that I am sorry for treating you like crap all the time and also that I am in love with you, replied Sakura with tears in her eyes. Well, you and everyone in the village can go to hell before I come back and become Hokage after what you and everyone did, and I will never forgive you for what you did to me that day when you called me a demon. Besides, I have to take care of some unfinished business with an old friend, replied Yusei with venom in his voice. What kind of unfinished business and with who? Asked Sakura, trying not to cry. If you must know, his name is Jack Atlas and he stole the first dual runner I built along with my Stardust D. Ragon card, and now I am going to make him pay for betraying me and my friends in a turbo duel and get my Stardust Dragon back, replied Yusei. You're going after someone to get back a stupid card, said Sakura, angry. Sakura then threw a punch at Yusei, trying to hit him in the head. Sakura looked in surprise as Yusei caught her fist in his hand, and he then kicked both her legs from underneath her and sent her to the ground hard on her back. Sakura looked up at Yusei and saw he had a look of anger that said she had just crossed a line she shouldn't have crossed. That stupid card means everything to me and my friends, as it is what is going to get all of us out of the satellite once and for all, replied Yusei in a hateful tone. I am sorry, Naruto. I didn't realize that card means that much to you, said Sakura, getting up. It does. Now leave the city, Sakura, and go back to the village and never return, as I don't want to ever see you near me again, said Yusei, looking at her with hate and anger. With that, Yusei got on his dual runner and put on his helmet and rode away, leaving Sakura alone. When he left, Sakura started to break down in tears as she realized that she had lost the Naruto she remembered. After she stopped crying, she decided she would not give up on him until he realized how sorry she was for ruining his life 6 years ago. Sakura then ran off in the direction Yusei dual runner was heading. After running at full speed for 10 minutes, Sakura came to a clearing near a bridge and saw Yusei and his dual runner looking up at a teenager his age, dressed all in white with blonde hair and deep blue eyes. They both appeared to be talking, and Sakura got closer and could hear their conversation. So Yusei, you finally made it. I hope Officer Trudge wasn't a problem. He was just doing what I pay him to do, said the blonde-haired teenager. I didn't come here to talk, Jack. Where is my Stardust Dragon? Said Yusei. So you came here to get your card back, and I guess you want your dual runner back as well, replied Jack. No, I don't need it anymore, Jack, said Yusei. So it is just the card. So how is your new dual runner working? Since it seems you got over losing the other one, said Jack. I got no complaints. So how is the one you stole from me doing? Still running good, I hope, replied Yusei. That's just like you, Yusei. You could never let anything go, could you? Said Jack. I had enough, Jack. Now where is my Stardust Dragon? Demanded Yusei. You mean this Stardust Dragon? Said Jack, holding the card in his hand. How could you take it, Jack? You know that card meant everything to us and our friends. It was supposed to get all of us out of the satellite, said Yusei. Well, it certainly helped me when I got to New Domino City. So to show my appreciation, you can have your precious card back. I certainly don't need any more, said Jack, throwing the Stardust Dragon at Yusei, who caught it in his hand. Yusei looked at the card for a second and threw it back at Jack, who caught it in his hand. I thought you wanted your card back, Yusei, asked Jack, confused. Oh, I want it back. But I want to make you pay for what you did even more. After I defeat you in a duel, then I will take back my Stardust Dragon, replied Yusei. Sakura had enough of listening to them talking and came out from her hiding place to confront Yusei. What are you doing here, Sakura? I told you to go back to the village. Asked Yusei looking at Sakura. I came here to see what you were up to. I thought you came here to get back your card and didn't have to face this guy. Asked Sakura. Well, what I do is none of your business, Sakura. Replied Yusei. Meanwhile, Jack was watching Yusei and Sakura talk and decide to speak up. Hey Yusei, who is this girl you talking to? Asked Jack. I happen to be a old friend of his. The name's Sakura Haruno. Replied Sakura. So you're a friend of Yusei? Asked Jack smiling. She's no friend of mine and it's time for her to leave. Replied Yusei. I am not leaving until you come back with me. Said Sakura. How about this, you can come with Yusei as he duels me, and if that doesn't happen then I will call sector security on the bow. Of you and you can both be sent to the facility. Said Jack. You got a deal, Jack. Said Yusei. With that, Jack got on his dual runner and Sakura got on Yusei's dual runner with him and they headed towards the Kabia Dome. As they were heading there, Yusei looked at Sakura and decided to tell her something. Sakura, after this duel is over, I want you leave the city and go back to the village like I told you before, said Yusei. Yeah, like I am going back to the village without you. Replied Sakura. That was not a request but an order, said Yusei. With that they rode in silence. After 20 minutes they reached the Kabia Dome. Welcome to Kabia Dome, Yusei. Pretty, isn't? Said Jack. This place is amazing. Said Sakura looking around in awe. It is a nice place. Replied Yusei. Well, now Yusei, think for a minute about what it would be like to have this place filled with people chanting your name every night dueling here. But that's not going to happen because once you lose I'm to make sure you get sent back to the satellite and you will have tell your friends you gave up Stardust Dragon so you could duel me and lost because you got greedy with revenge. Said Jack. That not going to happen, Jack, because you are the one going to lose here. Replied Yusei. Like you could do that since you lost our last duel and you know what, Yusei, I going to beat you by using your own Stardust Dragon against you. Said Jack, putting the card in his deck. What are we waiting for, Jack? Let's start this duel already. Said Yusei. With that they both got on their dual runners and prepared to duel. Yusei then looked over to Sakura. Sakura, you better hop on my dual runner with me as it isn't very safe to be on the track during the duel. Said Yusei. So you're worried about me now, Naruto? Asked Sakura. No, I am not. It's just you will only get in the way and you better start calling me Yusei since that's my name now. So are you going to hop on or not? Said Yusei. Of course I will hop on. Replied Sakura, hopping on Yusei's dual runner sitting behind him. With that both dual runners started up and the dual disc parts came online and the screens displayed Yusei and Jack's life points. Let's duel! Shouted Jack and Yusei at the same time and the dual runners took off around the track. Since I feel like being nice, Yusei, you can make the first move, said Jack. Fine then, I will, Jack. I summon Quillbolt Hedgehog in defense mode. Said Yusei, put a card on his dual disc and a hedgehog with bolts. On it appeared in defense mode with 800 def points. Your turn, Jack. Said Yusei. Well then, I summon Mad Archfiend in attack mode. Said Jack. There was a flash of light and a skeleton figure with red hair with a mouth where the chest was appeared with an attack of 1800. Now I attack your Quillbolt Hedgehog with my Mad Archfiend. Said Jack. Mad Archfiend then attacked Quillbolt Hedgehog and destroyed it and Yusei lose a 1000 life points. Jack 4000 LP, Yusei 3000 LP. This duel is starting off just like our last one, Yusei, with you losing precious life points. Said Jack smiling. I am far from finished, Jack. Now I summon Junk Synchron in attack mode. Said Yusei. There was a flash of light and a little man made of metal appeared and looked like it had an engine built into it. Now I use Junk Synchron special effect to bring back Quillbolt Hedgehog. Said Yusei, and Quillbolt Hedgehog appeared next to Junk Synchron. Now I tune my Junk Synchron to my Quillbolt Hedgehog in order to synchro summon Junk Warrior. Said Yusei. There was another flash of light and a purple metal warrior with wings appeared on the field with an attack of 2300. Now I attack Mad Archfiend with Junk Warrior. Said Yusei. Junk Warrior then destroyed Mad Archfiend with its attack. Jack LP 3500, Yusei 3000. Not bad, Yusei, but now it's my turn and I summon Twin Shield Defender in defense mode. Said Jack as a monster appeared and put its two arms together to form a shield and its def was 1600. Now I set one card face down and end my turn. Said Jack. That's strange, it's not like Jack to play defense. What could he be up to? Thought Yusei. Naruto, what are you thinking about? Asked Sakura curious. Nothing, Sakura, and don't call me Naruto, it's Yusei now. Besides, I need to focus on this duel, replied Yusei. Sakura then closed her mouth and kept on looking at Yusei. Man, Naruto sure has changed a lot in 6 years. He does not act like the goofy kid who pulled pranks on people. Now he acts more mature and seems to be smart, like he is able to keep one step ahead of this guy Jack in this duel. Thought Sakura. Now it's my move, Jack, and I summon Speed Warrior in attack mode, said Yusei. A man appeared all dressed in gray with his face covered in a goggles and a mask in attack mode, and its attack was 900. Now thanks to Junk Warrior's special effect, Speed's Warrior's attack points are added to his own, said Yusei. Junk Warrior's attack points went from 2,300 to 3,200. Now thanks to Speed Warrior's special effect, his attack points are double. Now Speed Warrior attack his Twin Shield Defender, said Yusei. Speed Warrior's attack went up to 1,800 and he destroyed Twin Shield Defender. Thanks to you attacking my Twin Shield Defender, his special effect activates, which cut your Junk Warrior's attack points in half. So much for those attack points, said Jack as Junk Warrior's attack points went down to 1,600. So what, Jack, you still left yourself open for a direct attack, said Yusei. Just as long as that card stays face down, thought Yusei. With that Junk Warrior attack Jack directly and drop his life points to 1,900. Jack LP 1,900, Yusei LP 3,000. Thanks a lot, Yusei. Now I can activate my trap card Space Gate and add to gate counters to it since you attack me twice, said Jack, activating his trap card. Fine, I set one card face down and end my turn, replied Yusei. Now it's my turn and I activate the spell card Speed Fusion and send Big Piece Golem and Medium Piece Golem to the graveyard in order to fusion summon Multiple Piece Golem, said Jack. A big figure that appeared to be made out of stone appeared and its attack was 2,600. Now I attack your Sped Warrior with my Multiple Golem, said Jack. Multiple Golem then attacked Speed Warrior and destroyed it. Since you destroyed me, Speed Warrior Jack, I activate my trap card Defense Draw, which makes the damage your golem cook up 0 and I get to draw another card, said Yusei. It seems you still have some fight left in you, Yusei. Too bad it will not be enough because I activate my golem's special effect, which allows me to break him up and summon the fusion monster to my field. Think it like recycling, but you know all about right, Yusei, said Jack as two stone figures, one gray with an attack of 2,100 and a brown one with 1,600 appeared. Now I activate Medium Piece Golem's special effect, which allows me to bring out Small Piece Golem, said Jack as a little brown stone figure appeared with attack of 1,100. That's some rock collection you have there, Jack, said Yusei. Well, you know what they say, Yusei, the more the merrier. Now I summon the tuner monster Dark Resonator, said Jack. A monster dressed in a clock and smiling appeared holding 2 gold objects in its hand and had an attack of 1,300. Now I tune Dark Resonator with Big Piece Golem to synchro summon Red Dragon Archfiend, said Jack. There was a flash of gold light and a red and black dragon with 3 horns growing out of its head appeared and its attack was 3,000. That's your most precious monster, said Yusei, surprise. Right you are, Yusei. I only bring it out for special occasions and this is as special as it gets. I was thinking of using him to defeat you, until I got a better idea. Now by sending my Space Gate Trap Guard to the graveyard I special summon the tuner monster Sinister Sprocket. He might be small but he has friends, said Jack as a black spiral monster with a chain around it appeared and had an attack of 900. Now I tune Sinister Sprocket with Medium Piece and Small Piece Golem in order to synchro summon your destruction, said Jack. There was another flash of gold light and a beautiful white dragon appeared with an attack of 2,500. Recognize it, Yusei. Because should it's your Stardust Dragon, said Jack smiling. Naruto, is that your card? Asked Sakura curious. I am afraid it is, Sakura, replied Yusei in angry tone. No wonder you want it back, it's beautiful, said Sakura in awe at the sight of Stardust Dragon. Meanwhile in another part of New Domino City, a man in a white suit with white hair and blue eyes was watching the duel between Jack and Yusei on a screen. Well, it looks like that satellite Yusei is going to lose this duel to Jack, said a short man named Lazar. I would not count out this boy Yusei, Lazar, said a woman with short blue hair and green eyes named Mina. Oh come on Ms. Mina, all this boy Yusei has done is what Jack has let him do. Mr. Godwin, let me call sector security and let them arrest this satellite and his little female friend and we can be down with this duel. All you need to do is give me the word, said Lazar. That would not be necessary right now. Besides, the duel is just getting interesting, said Rex Godwin. Oh right Jack, it's my move. I summon Shield Warrior in defense mode and I switch Junk Warrior in defense mode as well, said Yusei. A warrior with a spear and shield appeared on the field and its def was 1600 and Junk Warrior went into defense mode and its def was 1300. So Yusei, you're planning on hiding behind your monsters while it's not going to work. I attack your Shield Warrior with my Red Dragon Archfiend and thanks to its effect all your monsters in defense mode are all destroyed, said Jack. Red Dragon Archfiend then attacked Shield Warrior and destroyed it and Junk Warrior at once. Now I attack you directly with Stardust Dragon. I hope you don't feel too bad about your own monster attacking you Yusei, said Jack. Stardust Dragon then attacked Yusei and inflicted 2500 life points of damage. Jack 1900 LP Yusei 500 LP. Now it's my turn Jack. I summon Sonic Chick in defense mode and set 2 cards face down and end my turn, said Yusei as a pink bird with red shoes and a scarf appeared in defense mode with 300 defense points. So your plan on hiding behind a chicken? Too bad, my Red Dragon Archfiend's effect will destroy it, said Jack smiling. Don't count on it Jack. This chicken is in for the long haul, replied Yusei. We will see about that Yusei. Now Red Dragon Archfiend attack his Sonic Chick, shouted Jack. Red Dragon Archfiend then attacked Sonic Chick but after the attack it was still there. What's going on here? That Sonic Chick should be destroyed, asked Jack confused. Maybe it's because of my Remote Revenge Trap card which deflects your attack and destroys all your monsters in attack mode. Since both your dragons are both in attack mode they both get destroyed, replied Yusei. I don't think so Yusei. Stardust Dragon is going to take one for the team, because I activate its special effect which allows me to send it to the graveyard in order to keep my Red Dragon Archfiend on the field, said Jack. Stardust Dragon then disappeared in sparks of light. Don't worry Yusei, I will now bring back Stardust Dragon so you can see it one more time before you and your female friend are both sent to the facility, said Jack. Stardust Dragon then reappeared on the field ready to do battle. I don't think so Jack, because I activate my other trap card Harmonia Mirror. Since you summon Stardust Dragon with the other method other than Synchro Summoning, Harmonia Mirror allows me to have Stardust Dragon fighting on my side, said Yusei. Stardust Dragon then reappeared on Yusei's side of the field. Well, it's like I said earlier. I don't need it to beat you. I only use it to make this duel more interesting. Now I set 2 cards face down and end my turn, said Jack. Now it's my turn and I activate the spell card Pot of Greed which lets me draw 2 cards and next I activate the spell cards Silver Contrails which increases Stardust Dragon's attack by 1000 attack points. Now Stardust Dragon attack his Red Dragon Archfiend, shouted Yusei. As Stardust Dragon went on the attack both Jack and Yusei felt a pain in their right arms. After Stardust Dragon's attack instead of Red Dragon Archfiend being destroyed Sonic Chick ended up destroyed. How come Sonic Chick got destroyed? Asked Yusei confused. Because I activated my trap card Synchro Deflector which negated your dragon's attack and destroyed your monster with the lowest attack points which happened to be your Sonic Chick, replied Jack. Fine, I set 2 cards face down and end my turn, said Yusei. Since it's no longer your turn, your dragon loses its power bonus. Now I attack your Stardust Dragon with my Red Dragon Archfiend, said Jack when he suddenly felt the same burning pain in his right arm. I don't think so Jack, because I activate my trap card Negate Attack which stops your attack and ends the battle phase, said Yusei. Fine, then I set 1 card face down and end my turn, said Jack. My turn, said Yusei. As he draw Yusei felt the same burning pain in his arm now stronger. What going on? My arm feels like it's on fire, thought Yusei. Are you alright Naruto? Asked Sakura noticing that Yusei's right arm was in pain. Yeah, I am fine Sakura. And I told you to call me Yusei, replied Yusei. Now I got the cards I need to win this duel, thought Yusei looking at his hand. Hey Yusei, ready to give up yet? Because you look like you're going to lose, said Jack. Never, Jack. Now I activate the spell card polymerization to fuse my 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons from my hand to fusion summon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, said Yusei. There was a bright flash of light and a 3-headed white dragon with blue eyes appeared on the field with 4,500 attack points. Blue's Ultimate Dragon. That's Seto Kabia's monster. How did you get your hands on his cards? Asked Jack, surprised. Because he gave them to me when I was younger. Now I activate the spell card diffusion to break my dragon apart into the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons from my graveyard, said Yusei. There was a flash of light and now there was 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons on the field. If you thought that was all, you have not seen anything. What, Jack? Now I release my 3 dragons in order to summon my most powerful monster. Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee. Please hear my cry. Transform thyself from orb of light and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech me, grace our humble game. But first I shall call out thy name, winged dragon of Ra, said Yusei, finishing the ancient chant his father Yugi taught him. All of a sudden there was lightning and thunder from the sky and a flash of gold light. When it faded, there now the Egyptian god card, the winged dragon of Ra with 9,000 attack points. That's the Egyptian god card, the winged dragon of Ra. I thought it was gone when Yugi Mewtwo died in that car accident 4 years ago. So how did you get your hands on his card? Asked Jack, shocked and sacred. Because he was my adoptive father and he gave me his deck when I was 13. As you know, Jack, Ra's attack points are equal to the combined attack of the monsters used to summon him. Now I attack your red dragon archfiend with the winged dragon of Ra, shouted Yusei. All of a sudden the burning pain came back to both Yusei and Jack's arms. What's burning on my arm? Thought Jack. Yusei looked down at his arm and saw a glowing red mark on it. Where did this mark on my arm come from? Thought Yusei. When they both looked up, they saw white light around them and there was a crimson red dragon between. Hey Yusei, is this your doing? Asked Jack. No, it isn't, Jack. We should stop this duel right now, said Yusei. I don't think. Because I am going to win. I active my quick play spell card, the End of Storm, which destroys all monsters on the field and inflicts 300 points of damage to you, said Jack. Fine, have it your way. I activate my trap card, replied Yusei. All of a sudden the crimson dragon roared and sent out a wind that made both duel runners go offline and blew everyone away. The dragon then flew up to the sky where it roared one more time and disappeared in a flash of white light which knocked out the power of New Domino City. Meanwhile, Rex Godwin had seen what had happened on the screen before the power went out. After 20 minutes the power came back on. Mr. Lazar, I want you to call sector security and have that satellite Yusei and his female friend arrested. Do I make myself clear? Said Rex Godwin. Yes, Mr. Godwin. I will call sector security right away, replied Lazar, quickly going to the phone to contact sector security. So it finally begins, thought Rex Godwin. Meanwhile, back at the Kabia Dome, Sakura managed to get to her feet and remember what happened with that strange dragon she saw. She then saw Yusei standing next to her and noticed the strange red mark on his right arm. Naruto, are you okay? Asked Sakura, concerned. Yeah, I am fine, Sakura, replied Yusei. Where did you get this red mark on your arm from? Asked Sakura. I don't know, Sakura. But I think Jack knows, replied Yusei. When they both look over at Jack, they notice he had a similar mark on his right arm. Oh right, Jack, tell me where this mark came from. Because I know you know about this because the look on your face, said Yusei. I don't know what you are talking about, Yusei, replied Jack. Stop lying, Jack. Tell me where this mark came from right now, demanded Yusei. All of a sudden there was a bright light shine on Yusei and Sakura and the mark on his arm disappeared. Halt right there, Yusei Fudo. This is sector security. You and your female friend are under arrest for trespassing in New Domino City without a permit, said officer. Naruto, who are these men? Asked Sakura. They're sector security and bad news, replied Yusei. So what do we do? Asked Sakura. There's nothing we can do but go with them, replied Yusei. With that they both put their hands up and gave up. In an almost bare courtroom, Yusei and Sakura were sitting in metal chairs with a spotlight on them. A judge was looking at them in the darkness. Well, what do we have here, Mr. Yusei Fudo, and according to your female friend's ID, Ms. Sakura Haruno, they're nothing but a bunch of kids. Well, let's look at the charges, shall we? Said the judge. With that, the judge went over the charges against Yusei and Sakura, quickly dismissing them until he got to the most serious one. What do we have here? Illegally entering the limits of New Domino City without a permit. Well, we can't have that now, can we? I think we should put a die track marker on the both of you, said the judge. With that, two things came down that look like lasers and put identical yellow markers on their left cheeks. What is this thing on my face for? Asked Sakura. Sacred. It's tracker, so we can keep an eye on the both of you, replied the judge. As so it's supposed to tickle? Asked Yusei mockingly. Very funny, Mr. Yusei Fudo. Now it's time for the punishment for both of you. I think a few months in the facility should straighten both of you out. Once both of your sentences are over, you can both go back to the satellite as long as both of you longer duel and step foot in New Domino City again, replied the judge. With that, two sector security officers came and took them away. The officers led them to a parking lot and made them get into a wagon that led to the facility. Once Yusei and Sakura sat down, the doors closed and the wagon started on its way. Naruto, what is this facility the judge talk about? Asked Sakura, confused. It's a prison where people from the satellite go when they break the law, replied Yusei. Then how come we're going there since we didn't break no laws? Asked Sakura. Because I got into New Domino City without a permit through the tunnel that connects the satellite to New Domino City, and since sector security saw you with me when we were caught, they probably figured you came with me from the satellite, and that's why you got arrested with me. You should have went back to the village like I told you, and you would not be here right now with me going to the facility, replied Yusei. Well, like I told you before, Naruto, I am not going back to the village without you, said Sakura. I keep on telling you, Sakura, to call me Yusei since that's my name now, replied Yusei. A old man sitting next to Yusei decided to speak up. Hey young man, do I know you from somewhere? Because I never forget a face, said the old man. Yusei decided to ignore the old man and look out the window. Now I know where I saw you before. You were at the Kabia Dome last night when that red dragon appeared and knocked the power out. I was in the neighborhood when that happened, said the old man. You saw all that? Asked Yusei, surprised, looking at the old man. Yes, and everyone else in the city saw it too. By the way, my name is Yanagi, explorer and adventurer. What's your name, young man, and the girl sitting next to you? Asked Yanagi. The name's Yusei Fudo, replied Yusei. My name is Sakura Haruno. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Yanagi, replied Sakura. With that, Yanagi asked Yusei where he got the dragon from and started to name a few places where Yusei could have gotten it from. Meanwhile, in Jack's apartment, Jack was tossing and turning, having a dream about the duel between him and Yusei last night. All of a sudden, Jack woke up in a cold sweat and looked at the mark on his arm. Why does my arm burn so much, and why can I not remember what happened last night? Thought Jack. Jack decided to get out of bed and headed out of his room. Mina was busy trying to put flowers in a vase when she heard Jack come out of his room. Good morning, Mr. Atlas, said Mina, bowing. Mina, what happened to me last night? Asked Jack. You don't remember, Mr. Atlas? You duel a satellite named Yusei. It was amazing. You attacked him first and he countered it, and you countered him until a power outage saved you from losing, replied Mina. What do you mean losing? I had him on the ropes, said Jack, surprised. Sorry, Mr. Atlas, I didn't mean it like that, said Mina, bowing. Jack decided to go see Rex Godwin and find out what happened last night. Jack then stormed off, not talking to Mina as she was asking him where he was going and telling him that Mr. Godwin told him he should rest. Meanwhile, Rex Godwin office, he was watching Jack and Yusei's duel with Lazar and a man named Zigzix. So you see, Mr. Godwin, the raise in energy was caused when Stardust Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend did battle, said Zigzix. That's probably why the Crimson Dragon was able to be summoned, Mr. Godwin, added Lazar. But we don't know what would happen if the Crimson Dragon powers were unleashed at once, said Zigzix, concerned. While what I want to know is how those two summoned the Crimson Dragon in the first place, said Godwin. Meanwhile, the wagon had finally reached the facility and everyone was ordered to get out. When Yusei and Sakura got out, a guard scanned their markers with a device and a voice told the guard their ID numbers and their charges. Looks like you two should have stayed in the satellite, said the guard smiling. With that they were led in a line through the facility as the guard told them the rules and said if they followed them they would have no problems. After walking for 20 minutes they came to a stop in a hallway. Alright you all, it's time to head to your rooms. I hope you like the color pale prison gray, said the guard. With that the guard pressed a button on a device and the doors open. Yusei and Sakura went to a room with 3 beds and all of a sudden, Yanagi run through the doorway and jump on a bed hugging the pillow. What's wrong with him? Asked Sakura. Well you see Yanagi been here a few times and personally I think the food finally gotten to him, replied the guard. Thanks for the information, said Yusei. With that the guard left them and went outside. Hey guard, over here, said a tall man with gray spike hair and eyes named Tanner. Yeah, what is it? Asked the guard. I figure I should throw the newcomers a welcome party. You know, teach them the ropes and keep them out of trouble, said Tanner. Well, good luck, new guy looks like trouble, said the guard, unlocking Tanner's cell. Meanwhile in Yusei and Sakura's cell, Yanagi was looking at the window with a smile. You know, you two are a lot nicer than my last roommate, said Yanagi. So what are you doing in here anyways? Asked Sakura. Well you see I collect rare cards, replied Yanagi. So does everyone else, said Yusei. Well mine happen to be illegal magic relics, said Yanagi. That sounds cool. I would like to see them, said Yusei. With that Yanagi took out cards from his cloths and showed them to Yusei and Sakura. So what do you think of my precious treasures? Asked Yanagi. They're very pretty, replied Sakura. Yes they are, but how did you get them in here? Asked Yusei. Well I've been here so many times that I learned to sneak my deck past the guards. So where are your cards? Asked Yanagi. I don't have them. Sector security confiscated my deck, replied Yusei sadly. That's too bad. I would have loved to have seen your cards, said Yanagi disappointed. Oh, I would not count on sector security having your deck anymore, said Sakura smiling. What do you mean? Asked Yusei confused. Well I happen to have your deck right here, replied Sakura, showing Yusei his deck and handing it to him. Yusei quickly looked through his deck and saw that every card was accounted for. How did you get my deck back from sector security? Asked Yusei, surprised. Well I am a ninja after all. So I pickpocket your deck off the officer when his back was turned when they brought us to the wagon, replied Sakura smiling. I guess I should thank you for getting my back for me, Sakura, said Yusei. Well you shouldn't thank me yet as I have another surprise for you, said Sakura. What do you mean? Asked Yusei. Well you remember when I grabbed hold of Jack before sector security took us away, said Sakura. Yeah I remember that happening, replied Yusei. Well I kind of pickpocket your Stardust Dragon card off of him when he didn't notice, replied Sakura, handing Yusei his Stardust Dragon card along with another card. Thanks Sakura. But why did you take his Red Dragon Archfiend card too? Asked Yusei, looking at the other card. I didn't. That one I found in a card store and brought it for good luck in trying to find you, replied Sakura. But I thought there was only one copy of Red Dragon Archfiend in the world, asked Yusei, surprised. You would be wrong, young man. For you see Pegasus made 2 copies of it. One Jack Atlas has and the other one you now have, which Pegasus gave away as a prize in a tournament and somehow was put up for sale in a store where your friend Sakura got a hold of it, replied Yanagi. Well thanks again Sakura, but this still doesn't change the fact I hate you for what happened 6 years ago, replied Yusei. Well we see about that, replied Sakura. Well it a good thing you have your deck back because you are going to need it, said Yanagi. What do you mean? We are not allowed to duel here, said Yusei. You find out soon enough, young man, replied Yanagi, meanwhile back in Rex Godwin's office listening to Zigzix talking. You see Mr. Godwin, the energy was highest when Jack and Yusei's dragons were attacking each other, said Zigzix. At that moment Jack come busting through the door and he look angry. I am sorry Mr. Godwin. I tried to stop him but he was too fast for me, shouted Mina. Godwin, what's going on here? And what are you two doing watching my duel? Asked Jack angry. Come down Jack, You broke a dozen laws last night and you're lucky your little duel was not shown on the news. Now tell me what you know about the Crimson Dragon. Replied Godwin. Yeah, like what? Asked Jack, calming down. I want to know what happened in the duel between you and Yusei last night and how you summoned the Crimson Dragon. Said Godwin. All I remember was I was winning against Yusei until this mark on my arm started to burn. Replied Jack, showing the mark on his right arm. You were one of the lucky few Jack called a signer. That mark on your arm is a mark of the Crimson Dragon and it means you are destined for great things, said Godwin, bowing as the other did too. Well, I know I am destined for greatness, but Yusei isn't. So why does he have a mark like mine? Asked Jack. You mean that Satellite Yusei has one too? Asked Godwin, surprised. So what if he does? He's nothing but a loser. Replied Jack. Jack, you have to be sure Yusei had a mark, because if he does it means his disdain for something great like you, said Godwin. All Yusei is good for is medium wage, and besides he didn't have one back in the satellite. Which means his must be a fake, said Jack. Jack then saw the screen of his duel with Yusei and noticed something. You there, rewind that back a little, shouted Jack. Yes sir, Mr. Atlas, said Zigzix, rewinding the duel. Stop right there and enlarge that image right now, said Jack. Zigzix then stopped the recording and enlarged the image. I don't believe it. That card is Meteor Stream, said Jack, surprised. You are correct, Jack. Good thing the power went out or you would have lose the duel right there to Yusei, said Lazar. What do you mean? I had 900 life points left, shouted Jack. After a minute of thinking, Jack realized what would happen if the duel had gone on. I would have lose to Yusei, said Jack after he finished thinking. Don't worry, Jack, the only ones who know this video exist is everyone in this room, which means you're still undefeated, said Godwin. It doesn't matter. I lost to Yusei. I want to face him again so I can defeat him, said Jack. I am afraid that is impossible right now, said Godwin. What do you mean by that? Asked Jack. Well, you see, I had Yusei and his little female friend sent to the facility and they will not be getting out for a few months, replied Godwin. Then I am going over there to face him right now, shouted Jack. You mean to the facility? I must advise against that, said Godwin. What do you mean? Asked Jack. I mean Yusei is a little tied up right now. Besides, I have something to show to you, replied Godwin. What is it? Asked Jack. It is something very important and I will explain when we got there, replied Godwin. Meanwhile, back at the facility, Yusei, Sakura, and Yanagi were forced to leave their cell by a tall man named Tanner and a bunch of thugs. And now we're in a big gym. Welcome to my duel arena. The rules are simple. Everyone duels the first day in. If you duel good you get respect, and if you don't then you will get no respect. Now any questions, rookie? Said Tanner, looking at Yusei. Wait a minute, I know you. You're Bolt Tanner, the pro duelist. Can I have your autograph? Asked Yanagi. Yeah, but I only write in black and blue, shouted Tanner, angry. Man, the old man had that one coming. Tanner hates people bringing up his past, said one of the men. So how about you duel me first, little girl? Asked Tanner, looking at Sakura. I don't know how to duel, and besides I don't have a deck, replied Sakura. That's fine, we can give you a reject one we put together and you can learn as the duel goes on, said Tanner. Out of nowhere, Yusei grabbed Tanner by his shoulder and tripped him, sending him to the ground hard on his back. Well, looks like you earn yourself a match first, new guy, said Tanner. Fine with me, and besides I am going to teach all about respect, Tanner, said Yusei in an angry tone. What do you mean by that? Asked Tanner. Well, it's not nice to bully people weaker than you, especially a girl who doesn't know how to duel, replied Yusei. Well then, have it your way. Just let's get you the deck we were going to give to your female friend, said Tanner. I already have mine, said Yusei, showing his deck to Tanner. With that, both Tanner and Yusei put on duel disc and prepare to duel. You have no skills, kid, to take me on, and that deck of yours isn't good either, said Tanner. Then how about you duel me and find out, replied Yusei. Well, looks like you have the whole attitude thing covered, said Tanner. Naruto, you don't have to duel this guy, said Sakura. If I don't, Sakura, then I will never live it down. Besides, I am doing this not for you but because of the fact I hate people bullying others who are weaker than them, and I told you before the name's Yusei, replied Yusei. Who are you exactly, kid? Asked Yanagi. I am just a guy trying to find a place in life, replied Yusei. There's something special about this young fellow. If I saw what I think I saw last night, that means this boy is really who I think he is, thought Yusei. So you're ready to lose, kid? Asked Tanner. Not on your life, replied Yusei. Let's duel, said Tanner, and Yusei at once and activated their duel disc displaying their life points. Alright, seniority goes first. I activate the spell card cost down, which lowers all the monsters in my hand by 2 levels. Next I summon the monster Ushi Oni in attack mode, said Tanner. A blue human-like figure with a head of a bull and was coming out of a lamp appeared with 2,150 attack points. So your deck any good? Asked Tanner. Well, Tanner, let me show you what my deck can really do, replied Yusei. Meanwhile, up in a room with cameras, the Warden Chief Armstrong was watching the duel between Tanner and Yusei. He picked up the phone and dial a number. Meanwhile, in another part of New Domino City, Rex Godwin was walking with Jack Atlas heading towards his manor and was talking on his cell phone to somebody. Good work, Chief Armstrong. I want you to keep your eye on the duel and let me know at once if you spot anything unusual happening in the duel with Yusei, and write it at once. Goodbye, said Godwin, hanging up the phone. Looks like your satellite friend Yusei is making some new friends in the facility, said Godwin. That's fine, but tell me why you are bringing me here to your manor, Mr. Godwin, asked Jack. Because of some recent events coming up. I feel it time I tell you everything, replied Godwin. With that they went inside an elevator and they went down and enter a strange hallway. You see, Jack, you being a great duelist is not what makes you great. It's what makes you great that makes you a great duelist, said Godwin. Okay, I pretend for a second that I understand what you telling me, said Jack. With that they continued walking and came to a strange room with some sort of ancient structure. What is that thing? Asked Jack, confused. It is the stairway of the Crimson Dragon. I had it sent here from South America a couple of years ago, replied Godwin. Is that what I think it is? Asked Jack. Yes, Jack, that is the symbol of the Crimson Dragon. You bear the mark of the Crimson Dragon's right wing, as Yusei also bears a mark of the Crimson Dragon too. You see, I belong to a order that is descended from a group of people called the People of the Stars. I happen to be the 360th Star Guardian, replied Godwin. So what does this have to do with me and Yusei? Asked Jack. For that we will have to take a trip to the past, replied Godwin. With a wave of his hand the room changed to a jungle with the structure with people in mask on it. You see, Jack, thousands of years ago, the people of the stars worship a star called the Dragon Star, and they called their leader the Dragon Star King. When the gate to the Shadow Realm was open and the Demon King and his servants attacked them, the Dragon Star King prayed to the Dragon Star and it heard his cry, and the Crimson Dragon came down and covered the land with a blanket of light and sealed the Demon King and his servants in the ground, said Godwin. You mean like the dirt? Said Jack. Exactly, replied Godwin. With that the scene changed to a mountain range with lines in the shape of animals. These are the Nazca lines, said Jack, surprised. Yes, they are, Jack. You see, over the years Mont's evil has weakened the Crimson Dragon's seal, and soon the Demon King and his servants will be free. When that day comes, my order will be ready to call on the Crimson Dragon and save mankind. But first we need to find the other signers. Ones that bear the dragon's mark like you and that satellite Yusei, said Godwin. So I am supposed to save the world, said Jack, looking at the mark on his right arm. Meanwhile, back at the facility, Yusei decided to make his move. Alright, I summon Elemental Hero Clayman in defense mode and set one card face down, said Yusei. A figure appeared that was brown with a red dome where the head would be in defense mode with 2,000 defense points. That's all you got. Now I release Ushi Oni to summon Giant Ushi Oni in attack mode, said Tanner. A blue bull-like figure with a spider body for its bottom half appeared with an attack of 2,600. Now I attack your Clayman with Giant Ushi Oni, said Tanner. With Giant Ushi Oni destroyed Elemental Hero Clayman. Now that Giant Ushi Oni destroyed a monster, he can attack you again. Now Giant Ushi Oni attack him directly, said Tanner. With that, Giant Ushi Oni attack Yusei and cause direct damage. I active the trap card Crystal Beast Dragon Summon. By sending all 7 Crystal Beast cards from my deck to the graveyard, the damage your monster inflicted is half. But that's not all, Tanner, I got to special summon from my deck or hand Rainbow Dragon in defense mode. Said Yusei. A white dragon similar to Slifer the Sky Dragon with a horn on its head appeared in defense mode with 0 defense points. Tanner 4000 LP, Yusei 2700 LP. I never thought in my life that I would see the legendary Rainbow Dragon. Shouted Yanagi happily. What's so legendary about this dragon? Asked Sakura. You see, the Rainbow Dragon is supposed to be equal to power to the 3 Egyptian god cards, and Yusei just summon it in one turn that easily. Replied Yanagi. So it's equal in power to the 3 Egyptian god cards, like the winged dragon of Ra that Naruto played in his duel with Jack. Telling from that last duel Naruto probably has a plan if he summoned that monster to the field. Thought Sakura. So you managed to summon Rainbow Dragon to the field, kid. But there's a catch to activating that continuous trap of yours, right? Said Tanner. You're right. Thanks to my trap card, Rainbow Dragon has to stay in defense mode for 1 turn and I can't conduct my battle phase either. Replied Yusei. Well, that was a dumb move to make, kid. Said one of the man. Not exactly. You see, if he didn't activate that trap card of his, Giant Ushi Oni would have dealt 2600 points of damage instead of just 1300. Said Tanner. Did Tanner just say something nice about that, kid? Asked another man. It's my move, Tanner, and I activate the spell card Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards. Next I set 1 card face down and end my turn. Said Yusei. It's my turn and I attack your Rainbow Dragon with Giant Ushi Oni. Said Tanner. I don't think so, Tanner, because I activate the trap card Negate Attack, which stops your monster's attack and ends the battle phase. Said Yusei. Fine, I put 1 card face down and end my turn. Said Tanner. Man, this duel has fired up. It's just like old times when I dueled in the pros until I lose to Jack Atlas and everything went downhill from there. But I like this kid, he reminds me of me, thought Tanner. Okay, it my move, Tanner. Said Yusei, drawing a card. Alright, now I have everything I need to win this duel right here, thought Yusei, smiling. Oh guys, the kid just smiled. Said a man. So kid, what are you smiling for? Asked Tanner. Because I am going to win this duel right here. First I switch Rainbow Dragon to attack mode and activate my Crystal Beast Dragon Summon Other effect. By sending it to the graveyard and sending any number of monsters from my deck to the graveyard, I can summon the same number of Crystal Beast to the field in attack mode from my graveyard. So I send Destiny Hero Plasma, Elemental Hero Prisma and Red Eyes Black Dragon to the graveyard and summon Crystal Beast Topaz Tiger, Cobalt Eagle and Amber Mammoth from my graveyard. Said Yusei. With that, a white tiger, a eagle, and mammoth appeared on the field in attack mode with attack of 1600, 1700, and 1400 and rainbow draw. Gon switched to attack mode with 4000 attack points. Thanks to my trap cards effect, the Crystal Beast I summon go to my spell and trap card zone as continuous trap cards when they are released are destroyed and are treated as such in the graveyard. Now I release my 3 Crystal Beast in order to summon the Egyptian god cards Slifer the Sky Dragon. Said Yusei. There was thunder and lightning and Slifer the Sky Dragon appeared with an attack of 5000. Next I remove my Crystal Beast from my spell and trap card zone in order to summon the Sacred Beast Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames. Said Yusei. All of a sudden a monster that was similar to Slifer appeared with an attack of 4000 and Slifer's attack went down to 4000. Now I activate Uriah's special effect and destroy your face down card. Said Yusei. With that, Tanner's card Mirror Force was destroyed. Next I activate the spell card Synchro Tuner Summoning, which allows me to summon a level 5 or below monster and a tuner monster from my deck, and I summon Cyber Draw. Gon and Counselor Lily to the field. Said Yusei. There was flash of light and Cyber Dragon and a woman with long pink hair wearing glasses in a white dress appeared with attacks of 2100 and 400. Next I tune my Counselor Lily with Cyber Dragon to synchro summon Stardust Dragon. Said Yusei. With another flash of light, Stardust Dragon appeared with an attack of 2500. Now I attack you with all my monsters at once. Respect that, Tanner. Shouted Yusei. With that, Tanner was attacked by all of Yusei's monster and lose all his life points. Tanner 0 LP, Yusei 2700 LP. My boy, that was the best dueling I ever seen before in my life. Said Yanagi. I had no doubts you win, Naruto. Said Sakura. Thanks, you too. But can you please stop calling me Naruto Sakura? My name's Yusei now. Replied Yusei. Tanner, are you alright? Asked one of the man looking at Tanner. Yeah, I am fine. Replied Tanner. Don't worry Tanner, that kid is still slime to us and we will take his deck from him. Said another man. Hold on. Said Tanner talking to his man. Hold on to what? Asked another of the man confused. With that Tanner started to walk over to Yusei, Sakura, and Yanagi. Hey kid, you did pretty good defeating me in that duel. So what is your name? Asked Tanner looking at Yusei. The name's Yusei. Replied Yusei looking at Tanner. The name's Bolt. Tanner, and the old man was right, I used to be a pro duelist. But my time in the spotlight is over, but I would like to help you get you all the way to the pro duelist leagues. So are you interested? Asked Tanner. Very. Replied Yusei shaking Tanner's hand. I am very sorry for picking on you little lady. Said Tanner looking at Sakura. It's okay. I am just glad you realize your mistake about bullying people weaker than yourself. Replied Sakura. All of a sudden 2 guards came into the gym and looked right at Yusei. Hey number 88, the chief would like a word with you. Said one of the guards looking at Yusei. Meanwhile, in a part of New Domino City in a tall tower, 45-year-old Seto Kaiba was watching the duel between Yusei and Jack that he got from hacking into Rex Godwin's computer system. So you finally decide to use your father's most powerful card in your turbo duel, Yusei. Thought Seto smiling. At moment there was a knock at the door to Seto's office, and a younger-looking man with purple hair and eyes wearing a business suit came in the office and looked right at Seto Kaiba. So Makuba, have you had any luck finding out where Yusei is from hacking into Rex Godwin's computers? Asked Seto. Yes, I have. Yusei been sent to the facility for breaking into New Domino City without permit. Replied Makuba. Then I am going there to get him out. Said Seto. You don't have the power to get him out, only Rex Godwin does. Replied Makuba. I have to try, Makuba. I promise Yugi and Alexis that I would always be there to look out for Yusei, and I attain to keep my promise to them. Said Seto looking at 2 cards in his hand. With that Seto Kaiba grabbed his coat and headed out the door to the facility to see Yusei. 2 guards were leading Yusei down a hallway towards the interrogation chamber. So Yusei, how do you like your stay at the facility so far? Asked one of the guards. It's been swell so far. Replied Yusei mockingly. You will not be laughing when Chief Armstrong is done with you, kid. Said the other guard. They then came to a stop in front of a door, and one of the guards pressed a button on the intercom. We got the kid, Chief. Are you ready for him? Asked the guard. Bring him right in. Replied a voice over the intercom. With that the door opened and they went in. Meanwhile back in the gym, Tanner was getting worried about Yusei. Hey Gramps, why isn't Yusei back yet from seeing the chief yet? He's been gone far too long and it's got me worried sick. Said Tanner. Tanner's right, Yanagi. He's been gone far too long and it's worries me too. Said Sakura. I wouldn't worry about it. It's just routine. Replied Yanagi. It's not just routine. Said Tanner. What do you mean by that? Asked Yanagi. I mean there is only 2 ways you get to see the chief. You either make a good barbecue sauce or he's angry. Yusei may know how to duel like a pro, but I bet he does not know squat about barbecue. Replied Tanner. I hope Naruto is going to be alright with the chief. It's a good thing he gave me his deck for safekeeping. Because no one is going to bother to look in my small scroll that I sealed his deck in. Thought Sakura. Meanwhile back in the interrogation room, Yusei was looking Chief Armstrong in the face. So Yusei, is it? I hope you like your stay in the facility. It's better than the smell back in the satellite, and as is my breath. Said Armstrong, breathing in Yusei's face. Yusei then made a face and looked away from Chief Armstrong. Chief Armstrong then went behind Yusei and grabbed his arm. Rumor has it you're hiding something, and it's my job to find out if you are. Said Armstrong. With that Armstrong throw Yusei into the arms of 2 men in lab coats. You 2 take him and run your test and find out what this punk is hiding, ordered Armstrong. With that Yusei was stripped down to his underwear and strapped to a table that hooked to a machine. Just lay still and don't try to move a muscle, said one of the men. With that Yusei was loaded into the machine and it started to scan his body looking for the mark on his arm. After 5 minutes Yusei came out of the machine and saw Chief Armstrong with an angry look on his face. You better we find what we are looking for before lunch. You see if I don't eat my blood sugar goes up and I get irritated and cranky," said Armstrong. Meanwhile in a tall building in New Domino City, Rex Godwin was walking with Lazar down a hallway. "The chief is with the boy right now. But as yet they haven't had any luck finding the mark," said Lazar. "I am not surprised. Chief Armstrong couldn't find anything unless it was covered in a sweet honey glaze coating," replied Godwin as they enter an elevator and ended up coming out in Godwin's office. "Well, they're running all the regular tests but with no results. In the meantime here is his file," said Lazar bringing up Yusei's file on the screen. "Let's see here. Yusei Fudo. Lives in the satellite, excels in dueling and engineering. Few run-ins with sector security. There's nothing here that says who he is and where he comes from," said Godwin. "We're working on that as we speak, Mr. Godwin. But you know this boy might not be as special as we hope he is," replied Lazar. "It's about time that I take a trip to the facility to witness firsthand to see if you're whether or not you're right about him," said Godwin. "And should I inform the chief of your arrival?" asked Lazar. "Yes, and have him send the boy back to his cell. I have a better way to get the information I seek, and also tell him when I arrive to have him take the boy's female friend away to be interrogated and find out what she knows, as she was there when the Crimson Dragon appeared. That way if my plan fails, I may still get the information I seek from her," replied Godwin with a smile. Meanwhile back at the facility, Sakura and Yanagi were in the cell worrying about Yusei when the guards came open the door and threw Yusei inside on the floor hard. "Yusei, are you alright? You don't look good," asked Yanagi. "Yeah, I am fine," replied Yusei. "What do you mean you're fine, Naruto? You look bad to me, and what did they do to you?" asked Sakura concerned. "I said I am fine, Sakura, and don't call me Naruto anymore. The name's Yusei. And besides they only ran some test on me," replied Yusei. "Test?" said Yanagi confused. "Yeah, they must have been looking for the mark that appeared on my arm when that dragon appeared back at the Kaiba Dome." Replied Yusei. "They must have been looking for the mark of the dragon," said Yanagi. All of a sudden Yanagi covered his mouth as a guard came by. After the guard left, Yanagi looked at Yusei. "You must be a signer, Yusei," said Yanagi in a low voice. "A signer?" asked Yusei confused. "Yeah, I heard about them a long time ago. I thought the whole thing was a legend, but now the tale of the people of the stars may actually be true," replied Yanagi. "Okay, what are signers and who are these people of the stars?" asked Sakura confused. "Well, let me tell my story and you will find out. You see, a long time ago there was a tribe. They were strong and they worship a crimson dragon, and some could exactly summon the beast, and they were led signers. They were 5 such warriors, and each bear a mark of a different dragon they could call forth to aid them in battle. Don't you see, Yusei, you're one of them," said Yanagi. "Me, a signer? So you think I actually called for out this crimson dragon?" asked Yusei. "That's actually what I think, and as legend would have it, the mystical powers of the 5 dragons were eventually sealed into 5 dual monsters cards." "Which means, Yusei, you must have one," said Yanagi. "Me have one of the ancient dragons?" "I am not so sure," replied Yusei. "What? I never been more sure in my entire life." "You will let me see it, won't you?" said Yanagi. "If you mean his Stardust Dragon card, then I have it right here," said Sakura holding up the card. "That's definitely one of the 5 dragons. But why does the chief think Yusei is a signer unless someone told him he was?" said Yanagi. "I don't have a clue who would tell him except maybe Jack," replied Yusei. Meanwhile in Chief Armstrong's office, Chief Armstrong was trying to eat his dinner when the door to his office was busted wide open and a very angry Seto Kaiba walked in, looking right at him with angry eyes. "Mr. Seto Kaiba, what are you doing here in the facility? I was not expecting you to show up here ever in my life," said Armstrong, surprised. "I didn't come here to talk, Armstrong. I came here to see Yusei Fudo and get him and his female friend out of here at once," replied Seto in an angry tone. "I am afraid you don't have the authority to do that, Mr. Kaiba. Only the Director General can do that," said Armstrong. "I guess you're right, but then I wish to visit him in his cell as I have something to give him from his father," said Seto. "Why would I do that, and what relationship do you have with this satellite Yusei Fudo anyways?" asked Armstrong. He happens to be the adoptive son of the late Yugi and Alexis Mewtwo and my adoptive nephew as well. If I don't get to see him at once, I will have you fired as warden of the facility, and I do have the power to do that as I know you abuse your authority over this place. So will you let see Yusei Fudo, or will I have to make a phone call and have you replace at once and have you thrown in jail for the rest of your life for not allowing me to visit with my nephew Yusei Fudo, replied Seto in a threatened voice. Fine, you can visit Yusei Fudo, but you can only see him for an hour. Guard, come take Mr. Kaiba here to that satellite Yusei Fudo cell at once, said Armstrong to the guard in the room. Yes, right away, Chief Armstrong, replied the guard. With that, the guard leads Seto Kaiba out the door into Yusei's cell. Meanwhile, inside Jack Atlas's manor, Jack was looking out the window to the sight of New Domino City at night. There's no way a loser like me can be a signer. How does Godwin accept me to save the world when I could not save myself from losing to the likes of Yusei? Thought Jack, putting his red dragon Archfiend on the table. At that moment Mina came into the room. Ah, Mr. Atlas, said Mina. What do you want, Mina? Asked Jack. I am sorry, Mr. Atlas. I didn't mean to interrupt. But I got the breakdown for your duel tomorrow, replied Mina. I will not be needing it, Mina, because I will not be dueling anyone until Yusei gets out of the facility. My rank means nothing anymore because he beat me. And until I get a rematch with him I am throwing in my cards, shouted Jack, throwing his red dragon Archfiend on the table. But Mr. Atlas, you have a contract duty to your sponsors, said Mina. Do you think I care? I duel for me and not some fat cat holding a checkbook. Don't you realize dueling is more than just paydays and trophies? Funny isn't that the only who understands is Yusei, and he doesn't even have his precious Stardust Dragon with him, said Jack, looking out the window and then at his deck, going through it to find Stardust Dragon until he couldn't find it. Where is it? I know Stardust Dragon is in here somewhere, said Jack, looking for it. Wait a minute, I remember now, that girl that was with Yusei. She grabbed a hold of me before sector security took them away. She must have taken Stardust Dragon off of me without me noticing, while it doesn't matter now. Yusei can have his card back as I don't need it to beat him, thought Jack. Back at the facility, Yusei was getting ready to go to bed, as was Yanagi and Sakura, when there was a knock at the door of the cell. Yusei Fudo, you have a visitor here to see you, said the guard. I wonder who would come see me in here, thought Yusei. With that, the door opened and Seto Kaiba came in. So Yusei, long time no see, said Seto. Uncle Seto, what are you doing here? Asked Yusei, confused. I came here to see you, of course, Yusei. And who are your two friends? Asked Seto, looking at Sakura and Yanagi. The name's Sakura Haruno, replied Sakura. The name's Yanagi, and you're Seto Kaiba. I never thought I would ever get a chance to meet you in person, said Yanagi. Well, it's nice to meet some of Yusei's friends at last, replied Seto. Ah, Uncle Seto, what are you doing here and how did you find me? Asked Yusei. Well, you can thank Makuba for that. He hacked in Rex Godwin's computer system and found out you were sent here for entering New Domino City without a permit, and not to mention the duel you had with Jack Atlas that you would have won if it wasn't for that Crimson Dragon that appeared out of thin air and caused the power to go out all over the city, replied Seto. You mean you saw the legendary Crimson Dragon as well? Asked Yanagi. Of course I did see it with my own eyes, replied Seto. You know that dragon's supposed to be some sort of ancient beast from a long time ago and not an illusion, right? Asked Sakura. Well, from my times with Yusei's dad a long time ago with magic and ancient prophecies, I learned over the years to believe in things that most people would consider myths, replied Seto. So Uncle Seto, can you tell me why you came to see me? Because I know you usually always have a reason behind everything you do and that you are not here to just talk about old times, asked Yusei. You're right, Yusei. I came here to give you something that was given to me by your dad to give to you when you became 18 years old, and in case something ever happened to him and your mom, replied Seto, handing Yusei a package. What in it? Asked Yusei. You better open it and find out, Yusei, replied Seto. With that, Yusei opened the package and found some cards and a blue pyramid with the Eye of Ra on it with a gold metal chain going through the loop on top. There was also a letter in it as well. Yusei took the letter and read it. Dear Yusei, If you're reading this letter, then that means that me and your mother are both dead and can't give you this gift in person. Before you are some special cards. 3 of them happen to be cards from your mother's deck that she decided to hold on to until you were old enough. They are Cold Enchanter, Ice Master, and Ice Queen. The others are cards I had for a while but decide not to give you until you got to be 18 years old. They happen to be the legendary dragon cards Timaeus, Critias, and Hermos in monster card form. Each with 4,000 attack points alongside their legendary knight form as monster cards as well with their Fusion Monster Knight of Destiny. Also as there are 3 more dragons, Mirror Force Dragon, Tyrant Burst Dragon and Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, and finally a card I had, Pegasus made Dark Magician Girl Knight. The object before happens to be a Millennium item called the Pyramid of Light that belonged to an enemy of my old friend and partner the Pharaoh Atem called Anubis. We thought it was destroyed when Anubis was defeated, but it ended up coming back intact after the other items were lost after my duel with Atem. I decide to keep it with me for safekeeping. The day that me and your mother found you and brought you home, something told me you were destined to have this item to wear. So I decide to put it with these cards, knowing it was part of your destiny. Before I end this letter, I want to say me and your mother, we are both proud of you and who you will become in the future, and that we will always love you and will always be there for you even in spirit. Love, your father and mother, Yugi and Alexis Mewtwo. After Yusei finished reading it, he had a tear in his eye. Yusei, are you going to be alright? Asked Yanagi. Yeah, I am going to be just fine, replied Yusei. Yusei, before I go, I have something to give you, said Seto. What is it, Uncle Seto? Asked Yusei. I had Pegasus made some cards for you 2 years ago, and I think now is as good of time as any to give them to you, replied Seto, handing Yusei 2 cards. Yusei looked at the cards and saw that one looked like Stardust Dragon and was called Stardust Dragon Buster Mode, and the other card was a spell card called Buster Mode. Thanks a lot, Uncle Seto, said Yusei. Don't mention it, Yusei, replied Seto. There was a knock at the door and the guard told Seto Kabia his time was up. Well, I better get going, Yusei. I hope you get out of here soon, and I know you will make it to the Pro Duelist Leagues and become the Duel King like your father, said Seto. With that, Seto left the cell and went out the door. Who was that man you called Uncle Seto? Asked Sakura, curious. His name is Seto Kaiba. He used to be a rival of my father Yugi Mewtwo, but eventually they became close friends and became my adoptive uncle when my parents adopted me when I got to New Domino City 6 years ago. When my parents were killed in a car accident 4 years ago, he tried to adopt me and take me in, as he made a promise to my parents to always watch out for me. But the government put a stop to that plan and I was sent to the satellite where I had to work hard to survive, replied Yusei. I am sorry that you lose your adoptive parents and that you could not live with your dad's best friend, said Sakura. It's okay, Sakura, it's in the past. Can you do me a favor, Sakura, and put these cards in my deck and seal it back up in your scroll? Replied Yusei, handing Sakura his new cards. Sure thing, Naruto, said Sakura, taking the cards from Yusei. Can you please stop calling me Naruto, Sakura? The name's Yusei now, said Yusei. Yusei then looked down at the Pyramid of Light in his hands. Something tells me that I am going to need this in the future, thought Yusei, putting the Millennium item around his neck. With that, they went to bed for the night. The next morning, Chief Armstrong had made everyone in the facility gather in the mess hall. So does anyone know why we are here for? Asked Yusei. I don't know, but it must be something big if Chief Armstrong gather us all together, replied Tanner. Not everyone, Tanner. I don't see Sakura anywhere and that has me worried. Do any of you two know where she is? Asked Yusei in a concerned voice. Well, I saw her being taken away by the guards to the interrogation room this morning to answer some questions, replied Yanagi. That doesn't sound very good to me, Gramps. I don't know what kind of questions she is being asked, but the way they get answers is not very good, said Tanner. Well, I wouldn't worry about her too much, Tanner. Sakura is a grown woman now and it will take more than what the guards have to force anything out of her, said Yusei. I hope you are right, Yusei, replied Tanner. If I know Sakura, the training she went through to become a ninja will not let her give up any information to those guards no matter what they do to her. But why do I feel worried sick about her safety, and why do I feel the old feelings I had for Sakura coming back to me? I mean, I am no longer in love with her after what she did to me 6 years ago, or could it be I am still in love with her but I am not admitting it to myself? Thought Yusei. At that moment Chief Armstrong decided to speak up. Okay, you maggots, listen up. Allow me to introduce you to the Director General, Mr. Rex Godwin. He is here to tell you all about a program he will be starting over the next few weeks. We are hoping someone in here has a mark of a champion, said Armstrong. Yusei then looked up in surprise as he knew they probably meant the dragon's mark on his arm. Meanwhile at the Kabia Dome, the dome was packed to the all the way with the crowd chanting Jack Atlas's name. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, fans young and old, the Kabia Dome. We have an excellent match today between the former champion Hunter Pace and the current champ Jack Atlas, shouted the announcer. Meanwhile Jack was in his dressing room getting ready for his match with Hunter Pace and Mina was behind him. Mr. Atlas, if it means anything to you, I think you made the right decision to duel today. Now how about we put this whole Yusei business behind us and move on, said Mina. I will move on when I am good and ready, Mina, replied Jack in an angry tone. Oh course Mr. Atlas, I only meant, started Mina. Save it Mina, I have a duel to prepare for, said Jack. Because the last thing anyone wants to see me do is lose again, thought Jack. Meanwhile back in the Kabia Dome the crowd was getting anxious with excitement. Alright everyone, let's give it up for the one and only Hunter Pace, said the announcer. All of a sudden a dual runner appeared out of the tunnel to the Kabia Dome that looked like a chopper, like a biker would ride with who? Nter Pace on it. Come out Jack Atlas, it's your old friend Hunter Pace and I have a score to settle with you. I am going to take back me tile from you pretty boy, said Hunter Pace. Now welcome the undefeated and undisrupted dual monsters champion of the world Jack Atlas, shouted the announcer. With that Jack came out of the tunnel on his dual runner at top speed with the crowd chanting his name. What do you say we kick this turbo duel into overdrive, said Jack. Does Jack have what it takes to take down Hunter Pace's new deck? Word on the street is it hotter than hot, said the announcer. If everyone is here for a show then I will give them one, said Jack. Jack and Hunter Pace are at the starting line ready to go. So how about we get this turbo duel started, said the announcer. I think I get things fire up first, said Jack, turning his dual runner duel mode on. A picture of a timer appeared in front of Jack and Hunter Pace and started to count down. Ready, set and duel, said a computer voice and both dual runners took off around the track. Hey Pace, watch this. I summon Dark Resonator in defense mode, said Jack. A figure in a cloak appeared holding 2 weapons in its hands in defense mode with 300 defense points. Jack Atlas is off to a good start. I think he is telling Hunter Pace that the title is his alone, said the announcer. What is that supposed to scare me? Asked Hunter Pace. No, but these 2 face down should do the trick, replied Jack, laying down 2 face down cards. Hunter Pace has to be careful because one of those cards could lead him to an early defeat, said the announcer. Meanwhile back at the facility, Rex Godwin was looking over all the inmates in the facility and started to speak. Good evening everyone. If you will allow me a few moments of your time, I will explain the details of the pilot program that Chief Armstrong has been talking about earlier, said Godwin. With that Godwin started to walk down the stage. I am sure many of you have feel that you have been dealt a bad hand in life. But I hope to change that. In fact, for one person here, new optionalities are only a handshake away. You see, you could be of great use to the city, and that is why I am started this program to select one of you to take under my wing, and if that person prove useful to me in the city, then I will be more than happy to return the favor. Like say a full pardon for example and a clean record. Perhaps an invite to live here in New Domino City. Now it's just the matter of picking one of you to come and assist me, finished Godwin, looking right at Yusei. Meanwhile back at then Kabia Dome, Hunter Pace was about ready to make his move. Don't go losing your cool, Jack, okay? Because it's my turn and I plan on turning up the heat in here. Now I discard Soul Conductor from my hand to and allows to special summon 2 zombie-type monsters from my hand that are just dying to meet you. Now say hello to my 2 burning skull heads, said Hunter Pace. 2 skulls that appeared to be on fire appeared with 800 attack points each. Hunter Pace is going all out to make sure this duel does not turn out like their last one, said the announcer. They say 2 heads are better than 1 and I couldn't agree more. Especially that you lose a 1000 life points for every skull I have on the field. Looks like I am halfway there to my victory lap now, said Hunter Pace. The 2 skulls then fire 2 beams of light at Jack and he lost 2000 life points. Jack 2000 LP, Pace 4000 LP. Oh my, I can't bear to watch how this unfolds, said the announcer. Well, you better get your eyes covered because there are a lot more to come, and I start by releasing my 2 school LS to summon 4th skull flames, said Hunter Pace. A monster that was dressed in a gray cloak and had a skull with flames coming out of the top appeared with an attack of 2600. Looks like Hunter Pace has brought his A game to today, folks, and appears to do everything in his power to make Jack sweat it out. Now let's see what he is going to fire up next, said the announcer. This should send a message to everyone that Jack's reign is coming to go up in smoke, said Hunter Pace. Another burning skull head. Something tells me that Hunter Pace has a bone to pick with Jack Atlas, said the announcer. Now burning skull head attack, shouted Hunter Pace. The burning skull head then attacked Jack and made him lose another 1000 life points. Jack 1000 LP, Pace 4000 LP. Our champ is down to his last 1000 life points. We may all be witnessing Jack Atlas's winning streak finally coming to an end, said the announcer. Hear that, Jack? Everyone is already chalking this up as a lose for you, and so have I. Because I got a little surprise waiting for you next turn. Because I get to summon another burning skull head, which means you lose another 1000 life points and I gain a championship. Don't worry, feel free to call my agent if you want another rematch. He should set one up in another year or 2. When I lost to you, I lost everything. They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but I think it's better flaming hot, said Hunter Pace. It comes all down to this last turn. If Jack cannot mount a comeback, then this is it for the young champion's winning streak, said the announcer. Hunter is no Yusei. He's the same sort of trash that I always beat, and it's about time I take out the garbage, said Jack. Meanwhile, back at the facility, Chief Armstrong decided to speak up. All right, everyone, back to your cells. The director has made his decision, said Armstrong. With that, the guards started to take everyone back to the cells. Hold it right there, Yusei. You're the one the director has chosen, said Armstrong. Be careful, Yusei, said Tanner as he walked away. Rex, Godwin and Chief Armstrong then walked towards Yusei. So Mr. Fudo, what do you think about the little experiment that I propose? Asked Godwin. I don't want any part of it, replied Yusei. You take part of it and like you little, started Armstrong until Godwin put his hand up to silence him. Oh come now, Yusei. I know you want some answers, said Godwin. What kind of answers, Godwin? What do you mean? Asked Yusei. Oh, don't act so dumb, Yusei. I know all about that mark of the dragon that appeared on your arm, replied Godwin. Really? Then what about you? Tell me what you know about. What does it mean? Asked Yusei. That is what I'm hoping to uncover with your help. I can't do it alone, replied Godwin. Well, I don't believe you. You're hiding something. You just going to use me, said Yusei. Of course we both use each other. Look at our city. The satellite needs the trash that we give them. They recycle it for energy and heat, which in turn we use, Yusei, said Godwin. It's not trash that we need. It's freedom, said Yusei. Fine then, it's yours, replied Godwin. Oh, for what? Asked Yusei. Just come with me so I can study your mark of the dragon. Together we may be unable to unlock the secrets of the signers. But if you say no, then you will regret it, and then who knows what may happen to you, said Godwin. What do you mean? Asked Yusei. Well, here in the facility we have places for people like you, Yusei, and you live to regret ever turning down my offer, replied Godwin. I think I will take my chances, said Yusei. What about your female friend Sakura? Said Godwin. What do you mean by that? Asked Yusei. Oh, I think you better see what happens when you turn me down, replied Godwin. With that, 2 guards came into the room carrying Sakura and tossed her on the floor in front of Yusei, and she appeared to be weak. Sakura, are you all right? Asked Yusei, concern and shock. Yeah, I am just fine. They tried to make me talk about what happened that night at the Kabia Dome and what I know about the Crimson Dragon. But I didn't tell them anything, replied Sakura in a weak voice. What the hell did you do to her? asked Yusei in a threatened voice and clutching his fist close. Nothing but a little shock therapy to make her tell me about what she knows about the Crimson Dragon. I guess the guards forget to set the shocks on low voltage. Poor little thing refused to give up any information no matter how painful it was for her. But don't worry, she should be fine in a couple of hours, said Godwin. Why, you sick freak, I should tear you apart for what you did to her. She didn't deserve that kind of treatment, said Yusei in an angry tone. Well then, I guess we have to punish you and your female friend then. Chief Armstrong, take Yusei and his female friend here back to their cell for the night and tomorrow put both of them into the hive, said Godwin. Right away, Mr. Godwin. You heard him. Satellite, pick up your girlfriend and the guards here will take you both back to your cell. Until tomorrow when you both are put into the hive, said Armstrong with a smile. With that, Yusei picked up Sakura and held her bridal style and the guards lead them back to their cell. Meanwhile, back at the Kaiba Dome, Jack was getting ready to make his move. Enough warm up. It's time I kick this duel into overdrive, and first I start by releasing my Dark Resonator to summon Big P. East Golem in attack mode, said Jack. A gray stone figure then appeared with an attack of 2100. It looks like Jack's going with a face down, said the announcer. You want a face down? How about I blast you off your runner? Said Hunter Pace. Funny Hunter. But he who last laughs best, and with my revival gift trap card should have me laughing all the way to victory. Since I can now summon a tuner monster from my graveyard. Next I bring out Dark Resonator, said Jack as his tuner monster appeared. Wait, what's happening now? Asked the announcer. How about you tell me, pal? Asked Hunter Pace as two black creatures with 1500 defense points appeared on the field. That's the special effect of the revival gift trap card that gives Jack 2 monster tokens. Does this mean Jack is going to come back and win it all? Said the announcer. I think it's time for upgrade. Now Dark Resonator tune with Big Piece Golem to synchro summon Red Dragon Archfiend, said Jack. There was a flash of light and Red Dragon Archfiend appeared with an attack of 3000. Talk about saving the best for last. Jack summons his most powerful monster to the field, said the announcer. This isn't good, said Hunter Pace. Now Red Dragon Archfiend attack, shouted Jack. With that Red Dragon Archfiend attack Burning Skull Head and also destroyed the 2 monster tokens in defense mode. Now I activate my other trap Lineage of Destruction, and since I destroyed 3 monsters, Red Dragon Archfiend can attack you 3 more times, said Jack. It looks like Jack has played this match the way he always has, with the skills of a champion, said the announcer. Now Red Dragon Archfiend finish him off, said Jack. With that Red Dragon Archfiend attack Skull Flames and destroyed it, and finally attack Hunter Pace directly twice to make him lost all his life points. Jack 1000 LP, Pace 0 LP. They say 3rd time's the charm, Hunter. But I think your sponsors will not feel that way. You better off changing brake pads for a living, said Jack. You better watch out, Yusei. When you get out and have our rematch, I will win and prove I am the best, thought Jack looking up at the moon. Meanwhile, back at the facility, the guards had just put Yusei and Sakura back in their cell and Unagi was already asleep. Yusei then went over to Sakura's bed and laid her down. You better rest, Sakura, you're going to need it for tomorrow, said Yusei. I am fine right now thanks to me being a medical ninja and knowing medical jutsu, replied Sakura. Well, I still think you need some rest since you got zapped by God knows how many volts of electricity, said Yusei in a concerned voice. So you were worried about me along? Asked Sakura. Yes, I was, and when I saw you that week I was afraid that I was going to lose you. How come you did not tell them about the Crimson Dragon and about me being a signer? If you told them, they probably would have let you go, asked Yusei. Because I love you very much, and I didn't tell them because I wanted to prove to you that I was really sorry for what happened 6 years ago, replied Sakura. Well, you're forgiven, Sakura. Besides, when you were not there and Unagi told me the guards had taken you away to ask you questions, I realized that I still love you even though what you did to me 6 years ago made me angry. But you have proven that you are really sorry, and I am actually glad that you are here with me even though you should have gone back to the village, said Yusei. I am glad you see that I am sorry. I want to say that I have loved you ever since you were exiled from the village, and I felt like there was a piece of me missing. So I really mean when I say that I really deeply am in love with you Yusei Fudo, said Sakura. Now you finally calling me Yusei now. But what changed your mind about calling me by my old name of Naruto? Asked Yusei. Because I see now that you are no longer Naruto Uzumaki but Yusei Fudo. But it still doesn't change the fact that I love you with all my heart Yusei, replied Sakura. I love you with all my heart to Sakura, said Yusei. With that they ended up kissing each other on the lips and stayed like that for a full minute before they broke apart. You better get some sleep now Sakura. You're going to need every ounce of your strength for tomorrow when they move us to our new cell, said Yusei. I guess you're right Yusei. I will see you in the morning Yusei, said Sakura. Yeah I will see you in the morning to Sakura, replied Yusei. With that Sakura closed her eyes and fell to sleep. Yusei sat on his bed and looked at Sakura as she was sleeping. You better watch out Rex Godwin and Chief Armstrong. I am going to make you both pay for what you did to the girl I love. That is a promise I attained to keep this time, thought Yusei with hate and anger in his eyes. The next morning 2 guards had come to Yusei and Sakura's cell and now were leading them down a long dark hallway. After walking for 15 minutes they came out into a big room filled with cells. Welcome you two to the hive, said one of the guards. This is where Chief Armstrong sends the worst of the worst, said the other guard. Hey satellite, said Armstrong from somewhere. Yusei and Sakura look up and saw Chief Armstrong looking down at them from an overlooking platform. I hope you two like your new home. The Director General sends his regards, said Armstrong laughing. Sakura looked at Yusei and saw he had a look of hatred on his face directed at Chief Armstrong. Come on you two get the move on, said one of the guards. With that the guards lead Yusei and Sakura to a cell and open the door. I hope you two like your new home but don't expect a mint on your pillow, said the other guard closing the door behind them. Aw man and here I was just starting to get used to being on my own, replied a voice. Yusei and Sakura looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a slightly older boy with blue hair and blue eyes wearing a blue t-shirt with a white strip in the middle and a thin yellow strip below it with black jeans and black sneakers. Who are you? Asked Sakura. The name's Alex and you two must be Yusei and Sakura right? If it's not too much trouble, can one of you take the top bunk because I used to sleep up there and I kept rolling over and falling to the floor, said Alex. With that Yusei quickly went over and got up on the top bunk and laid down. No complaints I guess. So what's his problem? Asked Alex. He has a lot on his mind right now, replied Sakura. Telling from the way Yusei's looks, he is probably thinking about what happened at the Kabia Dome with the Crimson Dragon and what Unagi told him about him being a signer, thought Sakura. Meanwhile on the top bunk Yusei was thinking hard while Alex was talking to Sakura. Did I really summon the Crimson Dragon back at the Kabia Dome and could Unagi really be right about me being a signer and bearing the mark of the Crimson Dragon, thought Yusei. Hey Yusei, is it really true what they say about you? Asked Alex interrupting Yusei's thoughts. What do you mean what they is true about me? Asked Yusei. Like how you stood up to Tanner and you royally kick his butt in a duel. I stood up to him once and while him and his thugs lock me in a laundry room, replied Alex. Alex, all this talking is really starting to give me a headache, said Yusei. Okay then I guess I will stop talking, said Alex. Hey Yusei Sakura, said Unagi from somewhere. Yusei and Sakura looked and saw Unagi looking at them from outside their cell door. Unagi, you're here too? Asked Yusei. With that Yusei and Sakura step outside their cell and Unagi led them to a platform where they saw Tanner. Yusei, Sakura, it's good to see you both made it here in one piece too, said Tanner. So you're here to Tanner? Asked Yusei. Yeah I am, replied Tanner. I don't understand this. This has to be some kind of mistake. This is the long-term maximum security facility. I was on the top of the release list to get out of here, said Unagi. You and me both were Gramps, replied Tanner. So how did you end up here Tanner? Asked Sakura. All they said was something about restructuring the system and stuff like that, replied Tanner. Something tells me that Chief Armstrong has something to do with why we're here, said Sakura. Tanner, can you tell us anything about Chief Armstrong? Asked Yusei. Well, for one thing he is a bully and if he has a bone to pick with you then he will find a way to pick it. Why do you ask? Did you go and do something to make him mad? Are you trying to tell us we're here because of you, Yusei? Asked Tanner. Meanwhile, up in Chief Armstrong's office, Armstrong was monitoring their conversation, and all of a sudden he slammed his fist on his desk. "There's no way in hell that satellite trash is a signer," yelled Armstrong. "Did you try to find the mark on his body?" asked Godwin, who was in the office also watching the monitor. "Yes, we did. We ran all the tests and couldn't find the mark anywhere on his body," replied Armstrong. "Then I guess it's time for a different approach. You must duel Yusei and maybe that will make the mark on his arm appear," said Godwin. "Then let him duel me. I will turn him into nothing," said Armstrong. "You can't not force him to duel you. You must make Yusei want to duel you," said Godwin. "And how do you intend for me to do that?" asked Armstrong. "You must make up a situation where Yusei would want to duel. Besides, the look on his face he gave you earlier means he's looking to get revenge on you and me for what happened to his female friend Sakura. Which means when you make this situation happen he will want to duel you to get his revenge," replied Godwin. "Well then, I have the perfect way to make Yusei want to duel me." "But what are you going to do about Mr. Seto Kabiya? He barged into my office 2 days ago and forced me to let him see Yusei, saying this satellite was the adoptive son of the late Yugi and Alexis Mewtwo and he was his adoptive uncle," asked Armstrong. "I am afraid there's nothing I can do about him right now, as he has a lot of power here in New Domino City. But what you just told me does explain why he has the Egyptian god cards and Kabiya's blue eyes white dragons. But it does not really matter if what Kabiya says is true. You have your orders, make Yusei Fudo want to duel you and make his mark of the dragon appear. Do I make myself clear, Chief Armstrong?" asked Godwin. "Crystal clear," replied Armstrong. Meanwhile, it was time for lockdown and Yusei and Sakura were now back in their cell with Alex. "So did they tell the both of you that you were going to be here for a short while?" asked Alex. "Yeah, that's what they told me and Sakura along with Tanner and Yanagi," replied Yusei. "Well, I hate to break to the both of you, but you probably are going to be in here for a long time. You see, Chief Armstrong liked to send people here to make an example of outsiders who start to cause trouble for him. I was sent here because I started a food fight in the cafe. They told me they sent me here to cool down for a few days. Well, that was 4 years ago and I decided to take matters into my own hands," replied Alex. "What do you mean by that?" asked Sakura. Alex then went over to his bunk and lifted the mattress up, revealing a hole into a tunnel. "This is why I wanted the bottom bunk. It's amazing what you can do with a spoon, a knife and lots of time. Let me show you two how I plan on breaking out of here," replied Alex. With that, Alex took Yusei and Sakura through the hole and into the tunnel. After 20 minutes of crawling through the tunnel, they came out on top of the facility. "Okay, you two, be careful. You see that up there? It's the smell of freedom," said Alex. "I can see that, Alex, but how do you plan on us escaping from here and our trackers telling them where we are?" asked Sakura. "Some pals of mine are coming later tonight and breaking me out of here, and they are going to jam the signal so we can escape. Are you two interested in coming?" asked Alex. "You can count us in. But we can't leave Tanner and Yanagi behind," replied Yusei. "You got to be kidding me. Why do you want the two of them to come with us?" asked Alex. "Because they are our friends and they have helped us while we've been in the facility," replied Sakura. "Fine, they can come, but they better not slow us down or I will leave them behind, no questions asked," said Alex. With that, they headed back to their cell. Meanwhile, Tanner was in his cell when all of a sudden Chief Armstrong came into the cell. "So Chief Armstrong, what do I owe the pleasure of you visiting me in my cell?" asked Tanner. "Rumor has you are hiding some magazines in your cell, Tanner. You know that is against the rules," replied Armstrong. "I don't read up on celebs and I don't have any magazines. So why don't you just leave my cell and go bug someone else?" said Tanner. "I think I will make an example out of you to the other inmates. Guards, come take Mr. Tanner here outside and let's show the other inmates what happens when they break the rules," said Armstrong. With that, 2 guards came and dragged Tanner out of his cell. At that moment, Alex, Yusei and Sakura had just returned to their cell when they heard yelling come from outside. They quickly went over to the door and saw Tanner was on the floor of the platform near Armstrong's feet. "Okay, listen up all of you. Mr. Tanner was found in his cell hiding magazines with all of you know is against the rules. Now I want to know who gave him them at once or all of you are going to be in lockdown for good, said Armstrong. Come on, you can't do that to us just because of one person, shouted one of the inmates. I can because I am the warden and I am in charge. So if anyone wants to speak up, now is the time, said Armstrong. Armstrong, you know as well as I do you're just abusing your authority over us and that Tanner is innocent, shouted Yusei. So you're saying that I am unfair, Satellite? Well, let me prove you wrong in duel. If you win, then I will forget all about Tanner's punishment. But if I win, said Armstrong, then no one but me will be put in lockdown for good, said Yusei. Then you have yourself a deal, Satellite. Meet me here tonight at 8:30, said Armstrong. You got a deal, Armstrong, and I am going to make you pay big time too for hurting my girlfriend Sakura, replied Yusei in a hateful tone. All of a sudden 2 guards came dragging Yanagi to Armstrong. Hey Chief, we found this old man hiding some cards in his cloths, said a guard holding Yanagi's cards in his hands. Gave them back, those are my precious treasures, said Yanagi. You know the rules, old man, there is no cards allowed in the facility. Now you two take him and Tanner here back to their cell at once, said Armstrong. With that the guards took Yanagi and Tanner back to their cell. Yusei and Sakura then rush out of their cell with Alex behind them and ran into Yanagi and Tanner's cell as the guards threw them on the floor of the cell. Yanagi, Tanner, are you two all right? Asked Yusei. Yeah, I am fine, Yusei, but they took my cards away, replied Yanagi. Yeah, and Armstrong confiscated my deck as well, replied Tanner. So what are you going to do now, Yusei? You have no deck to duel with against Armstrong and we were all supposed to leave tonight. What were you thinking? Asked Alex. He was thinking about our friend's safety, and besides I have Yusei's deck on me, so Armstrong will be going down anyways, replied Sakura. Sakura's right, Alex. Armstrong doesn't know Sakura has my deck and that is why he is going to lose tonight. Now can you do me a favor, Alex, and watch over Yanagi and Tanner while me and Sakura go back to our cell and go over my deck and come up with a strategy? Asked Yusei. Fine, I will watch over your friends for you, but what kind of strategy do you have up your sleeve? Asked Alex. It is something that is going to bring Armstrong down once and for all, replied Yusei. With that Yusei and Sakura left Alex with Yanagi and Tanner and went back to their cell. Once they went inside they shut the door behind them and Sakura decided to ask Yusei a question. So what the plan, Yusei? And tell me the truth because you don't needed a plan to play your deck since you know it inside and out, asked Sakura. While you see, Sakura, I plan on using the Pyramid of Light my father gave me to play a shadow game and make Armstrong feel the pain of my monster's attacks and send him to the shadow realm to pay for what he and Godwin did to you, replied Yusei. All I have to say is that what Armstrong did to me and how he treats the other inmates and abuses the power he has as warden of this place. He deserves to be punished big time as he is as bad as Orochimaru, said Sakura. So Sakura, once we get out of here you will probably have to go back to the village and tell Lady Tsunade that your mission failed, as I have no intention of coming back to the village and have to tell her about the Crimson D Ragon and me being a signer, asked Yusei in a sad voice. I've been thinking about that, Yusei, and I have decided that I am going to stay here with you and not return to the village as I don't ever want to lose you again like I did 6 years ago, replied Sakura. You know you probably will be classified as a missing ninja and that Lady Tsunade will have to send Hunter Ninja to come receive you, said Yusei. Well, I just will have to send a messenger slug and tell her that I have no intention of coming back to the village and to have her street rip me of my rank of a Shinbo so I can stay here you with, replied Sakura. You would give up being a ninja forever just so you can be with me? Quote, asked Yusei. Of course I would, because you are the man I love and intend to marry and have children with and spend the rest of my life with. Quote, replied Sakura. With that Sakura gave Yusei a deep passionate kiss with he then returned, and before they knew it they were on the bottom bunk having sex with each other. After it was all over they told each other how much they love one another and then they put their cloths back on and prepared for Yusei's duel. Meanwhile, in another part of New Domino City, Jack Atlas was racing around the track on top of a building in front of his mansion. I've been around this track hundreds of times today and I haven't been able to make the mark on my arm glow and have not summoned the Crimson Dragon either. Does that mean that the only way to make the Crimson Dragon appear is for me to duel Yusei again? Well, he better get out of the facility soon before I go after him myself there, thought Jack. With that he continued to circle around the track. Meanwhile back at the facility it was time for the duel between Chief Armstrong and Yusei, and 2 guards were leading Yusei over to the chief. Well Yusei, glad you could make it. But it looks like you have no deck, which means that I win by default. Guards, you can take Mr. Yusei Fudo here back to his cell, said Armstrong. But I have a deck right here with me, Chief Armstrong, said Yusei holding up his deck. How did you get those cards? Asked Armstrong. I had these stored in a safe place since I got here. So are we going to duel or not? Asked Yusei. Fine, you may have broken the rules, but I will keep up my end of the bargain. Guards, bring me the duel disc so we can get started, said Armstrong. With that the guards got 2 duel discs and put them on Armstrong and Yusei. Yusei saw that they were both attached to the floor by chains. What is the meaning of these chains? Asked Yusei. They're to make the duel more interesting and shocking too, replied Armstrong. Did just not matter anyways what these chains are for, Armstrong. I am going to take you down for what you did to Sakura, and you are going to wish you were never born, said Yusei in an angry voice. Well then, prove it to me, satellite trash, said Armstrong. Let's duel, said Armstrong and Yusei at the same time, and both duel discs came online and displayed their life points. I go first and I summon elemental hero Lady Heat in defense mode, said Yusei. A woman then appeared dressed in red and white spandex and had blonde hair, wearing a gold headpiece with 1000 defense points. My turn. I summon Iron Chian Repairman in attack mode, said Armstrong. A gray man in overalls and holding a hammer appeared with 1600 attack points. Now I attack your Lady Heat with Iron Chain Repairman, said Armstrong. With that Iron Chain Repairman destroyed Lady Heat. Now thanks to his effect you take 300 points of damage each time my Repairman destroys a monster, said Armstrong. With that Yusei took 300 points of damage. Armstrong 4000 LP, Yusei 3700 LP. All of a sudden a yellow light came up the chain and gave Yusei a strong shock. What was that? Asked Yusei. Oh, I forget to tell you, when either of us takes damage we each receive an electric shock. I did say this duel was going to be shocking. Now I set 2 cards face down and end my turn, replied Armstrong. This doesn't look too good for Yusei, said Yanagi looking from his cell with Tanner. I wouldn't count Yusei out just yet. He does have his deck, so I think he can take down Armstrong big time, said Tanner. It's my turn and I activate the spell card Dark Fusion and Fuse Elemental Hero S Avian and Burstinatrix to fusion summon Evil Hero Inferno Wing in attack mode, shouted Yusei. All of a sudden a female figure appeared that had black wings and its hands and feet had talons, and it wore what looked like blue shades over its eyes with 2100 attack points. Now I attack your Repairman with Inferno Wing, said Yusei. I don't think so, because I activate the trap card Soul Anchor and equip it to my Repairman and he can't be destroyed by battle, said Armstrong. It doesn't matter, you still take damage, said Yusei as Armstrong took the damage. Armstrong 3500 LP, Yusei 3700 LP. Yusei saw there was no electric shock coming out from Armstrong's chain. How come you didn't get shock? Asked Yusei. I guess this dual disc must be broken, replied Armstrong mockingly. You're a liar, Armstrong. You had this dual rig from the start so you could not take the shock, shouted Alex. Can I help it if my dual disc is out of order? Replied Armstrong. Well, it doesn't matter, Armstrong. What you are going to get from me is going to make you wish that your dual disc work, said Yusei. What do you mean by that, satellite scum? Asked Armstrong. You will see on my next turn. Now I set now card face down and end my turn, said Yusei smiling. Now it's my turn and I summon Iron Chain Snake in attack mode, said Armstrong. A snake made out of metal appeared on the field with 800 attack points. Now I use my snake's effect which makes it equipped to one of your monsters and makes it lose 800 attack points, said Armstrong. With that Iron Chain Snake attach itself to Inferno Wing and its attack went from 2100 to 1300. Now I attack your Inferno Wing with my Repairman, said Armstrong. With that Repairman destroyed Inferno Wing and Yusei receive another shock to his body. Armstrong 3500 LP Yusei 2400 LP. Now thanks to my snake's effect. When it gets destroyed you have to send the top 3 cards from your deck to your graveyard. Now send those 3 cards to your graveyard now satellite, said Armstrong. With that Yusei sent 3 cards to his graveyard. Since you destroyed my monster I can activate my trap card Ultra Hero Signal. With this trap card I can summon any monster from my deck that has hero in its name ignoring the summoning conditions, but the damage that my monster deals is cut in half and is destroyed at the end of my turn. Now I summon Destiny Hero Plasma to the field in attack mode, said Yusei. With that a man in blood red with wings and one of its hands being a dragon's head and the other one having claws and its face covered in a mask appeared with 1900 attack points. Why did you summon a monster with 1900 attack points when you know my repairman can't be destroyed in battle thanks to my soul anchor? Asked Armstrong. Because of his effect, Plasma can absorb one of your monster and half its attack point or added to his own. So you can say goodbye to your repairman for good, replied Yusei. With that Plasma took repairman and absorbed him and his attack points went from 1900 to 2750. Now I attack you directly with my Destiny Hero Plasma, said Yusei. With that Destiny Hero Plasma attack Armstrong directly. Armstrong 2125 LP Yusei 2400 LP. All of a sudden Armstrong fell to his knees and clutched his chest like his was in a lot of pain. He then looked up and noticed the pyramid of light around Yusei's neck was glowing a gold color. Why do I feel like I felt that attack like it was real? What did you do to me, satellite? Asked Armstrong. Because that attack was real and you felt the pain of it. You see, Chief Armstrong, you're what the ancient Egyptians call a shadow game. Everything in this duel is real, even the monsters, and that is why you feel the damage they cause to you. But that isn't all. You see, your very life is on the line here. If you lose to me, then your soul will rest forever here in the Shadow Realm. I did say you were going to pay for hurting Sakura and abusing your power as warden of the facility, replied Yusei. I don't believe you, satellite trash. You're still going to lose to me, said Armstrong. Fine, then I summon the 6 Samurai Zanji in defense mode and set 1 card face down on the field and end my turn, said Yusei. A warrior then appeared in gold armor with 1300 defense points and Destiny Plasma then went to the graveyard thanks to the effect of the trap card used to bring it out. Sakura, is Yusei serious about this duel being for real and that Chief Armstrong's life is on the line? Asked Alex, hearing what Yusei just said. Yes, he is very serious. You see, Yusei's adoptive father Yugi Mewtwo used to have to play in shadow games when he was a teenager, and that a few evil people had their souls sent to the Shadow Realm from what he told me of him, replied Sakura. So you mean Yusei's father was the legendary king of games Yu-Gi-Oh! Mewtwo? Asked Alex. Yes, he was, and you can bet Chief Armstrong is going to feel sorry he messed with Yusei, replied Sakura. Well, if that's the case, then I don't feel sorry for what's going to happen to Chief Armstrong since he treats everyone here like trash, and I am going to stick around to give Yusei support since he is sticking up for you and his friends, said Alex. Meanwhile, Armstrong was ready to make his move. It's my turn and I summon the tuner monster Iron Chain Coil in attack mode, said Armstrong. A small figure with a head of a nutcracker then appeared with an attack of 1100. Next I activate the spell card Double Summon and summon another Iron Chain Snake in attack mode, said Armstrong. Another Iron Chain Snake then appeared with an attack of 800. Now I tune my Iron Chain Coil with my Iron Chain Snake to synchro summon Iron Chain Dragon, said Armstrong. A metal dragon that looked like it was made out of chains then appeared with an attack of 2500. Now I attack your monster with my Iron Chain Dragon, shouted Armstrong. I don't think so, because I activate my trap card Samurai Soul. By sacrificing my Zanji, your attack is negated and your face down card is destroyed as well, said Yusei. Armstrong's face down card was then destroyed. You just got lucky, satellite. My next turn you will lose all your life points and I will win this duel. Besides, I don't believe in this thing you call a shadow game, said Armstrong. It's my turn, Armstrong, and I draw, said Yusei. Good, I got the card I need to win this duel right here in my hand, thought Yusei, smiling. Now I activate the spell card Double Dragon Summon. By removing any level dragon-type monster from my graveyard from play, I am allowed to summon 2 dragon-type monster from my hand or deck with the same level. Now I remove my Blue Eyes White Dragon from my graveyard to summon Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon and Mirror Force Dragon from my deck in attack mode, said Yusei. There was a flash of light and 2 dragons appeared. One looked like a more powerful version of the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the other one was a black and gray metal looking dragon with 4 wings with a gold orb on its head with attacks of 3,400 and 2,800. Now I attack your Iron Chain Dragon with my Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon and attack you directly with Mirror Force Dragon, said Yusei. With that, Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon destroyed Iron Chain Dragon and then Mirror Force Dragon attack Armstrong directly, making him lose the rest of his life points. Armstrong 0 LP, Yusei 2,400 LP. How could I lose to someone like this stupid satellite, thought Armstrong. He then looked up and saw Yusei was looking at him straight in the eyes. Since you lost this shadow game, Chief Armstrong, your soul is going to be sent to rest forever in the Shadow Realm, said Yusei. With that, the pyramid of light glowed a brighter color of gold and Chief Armstrong screamed at the top of his lungs as he felt his soul being sent to the Shadow Realm. When the light was gone, Chief Armstrong's body fell to the floor lifeless. What happened to Chief Armstrong? Asked one of the guards. I don't know, but something tells me he is no longer alive, replied the other guard. All of a sudden Yusei felt Sakura come from behind him and gave him a hug. Yusei, you beat Chief Armstrong. I never doubted you would win against him, said Sakura. What did you accept, Sakura? I am a good duelist and won the signers, replied Yusei, giving Sakura a kiss. Good job, Yusei, beating Chief Armstrong. But how come he looks dead? Asked Tanner. Because he lose to me in a shadow game. His soul was sent to the Shadow Realm to rest there forever, replied Yusei. You mean you really did play a shadow game, Yusei, like the ancient Egyptians did 5,000 years ago? Asked Yanagi. Yes, I did, Yanagi, and Chief Armstrong is not going to bother anyone ever again. And Alex, what are you still doing here? I thought you were going to leave here, said Yusei. Well, you see, Yusei, when you were dueling Chief Armstrong, I thought about what you said about Tanner and Yanagi buying your friends and realized that it would not be true freedom if you had to leave them behind, replied Alex. All of a sudden Yusei turned around and saw Rex Godwin standing across the platform from him. What do you want, Godwin? Asked Yusei in an angry tone. Well, I saw your little duel with Chief Armstrong and came to congratulate you on winning the duel, and since Chief Armstrong can no longer be warden of the facility, then I will just have to replace him, replied Godwin. There more to that, is there? Tell me right now why you are here before I send you to where I sent Chief Armstrong, said Yusei in a threatened voice. Well, I figure I that tell you that you and your girlfriend Sakura are free to leave the facility and go where you please, replied Godwin. So we're free to just leave and go where we please like that? Asked Sakura. That is what I am saying, young lady. You can leave within the hour, replied Godwin. With that he left. An hour later Yusei and Sakura were at the front entrance getting ready to say goodbye to everybody. So I guess this is goodbye for now, you two. I wish you good luck out there, said Alex. Thanks a lot, Alex, said Sakura. Yeah, and I hope you get out soon, Alex, said Yusei. Yusei, I want to give you something before you go, said Yanagi. What is it, Yanagi? Asked Yusei. With that Yanagi give Yusei one of his cards. Why are you giving me one of your cards? Asked Yusei, confused. Because something tells me you can get some more use out of it than me, replied Yanagi. Thanks a lot, Yanagi. I promise I will take good care of it, said Yusei. I got some to give you to Yusei, said Tanner, handing Yusei his giant Ushi Oni card. There's man named Saiga in a bar called The Bootleg in New Domino City. Show him that card and he will be to help you get back, you dual runner, said Tanner. Thanks for the information, Tanner, we will go see him right away, replied Yusei. You better take good care of this guy, Sakura, said Tanner. You can count on me to make sure me and Yusei get there in one piece, replied Sakura. With that they said their goodbyes and started on their way to meet the man Saiga. Meanwhile, up in the security room, Rex Godwin was watching Yusei and Sakura leave the facility. Mr. Godwin, is it such a good idea to have that Yusei Fudo and his girlfriend roaming the streets of New Domino City as they wish? Asked Lazar. Who said that they were going to be going as they wish, Mr. Lazar. You see, since Chief Armstrong was able to make Yusei's mark of the dragon appear, I have arranged a trap for Yusei to make the mark appear, replied Godwin, smiling. Meanwhile, in a ally, a man on a dual runner watches Yusei and Sakura were leaving the facility. You better watch your step, Yusei Fudo, because I am going to pay you back for giving me this scar on my face, said the man, taking off his helmet and revealing a scar on his face. After leaving the facility a few hours ago, Yusei and Sakura were now in the cafe district of New Domino City, heading for the bootleg bar to go see the man Saiga that Tanner told them could get Yusei back his dual runer. As they were walking, Sakura decided to tell Yusei something. Yusei, I need to tell you something before we get to the bar to meet this Saiga person, said Sakura. What is it, Sakura, that you have to tell me? Asked Yusei, curious. Well, remember when you were dueling Chief Armstrong and everyone was watching you? Said Sakura. Yeah, how could I not forget that happening, Sakura? Replied Yusei. Well, you see, during the duel I got a letter from Lady Tsunade by messenger slug saying she was here in New Domino City and wanted to know why I had not sent a report back on how the search for you was going. Said Sakura. So Lady Tsunade is here in New Domino City. So what did you tell her? Asked Yusei. Yes, she is, and I sent her a letter back saying I found you and that you go by your new name of Yusei and told her to meet us at the bar we are heading to. But there's something else that I need to tell you to Yusei, and it is important, replied Sakura. So what is it that you need to tell me right now? Asked Yusei, confused. Well, you see, 3 years ago Orochimaru attacked the village. There was a big battle between Lady Tsunade and Orochimaru. Lady Tsunade ended up killing Orochimaru after a big chakra explosion from using some powerful jutsu, but there was a side effect of that chakra explosion Lady Tsunade suffered. Said Sakura. What kind of side effect did she suffer? Asked Yusei, preparing for the worst news. You see, the chakra explosion reversed the aging process and turned her back into teenager, the same age I was back at that time. After she got over the shock of learning she was now back to being a 15-year-old teenager, we quickly became the best of friends, almost like sisters, and a few months later she admitted to me she had romantic feelings for you since you saved her from Orochimaru when you two first met. But she could never act on them as she was too old for you until that chakra explosion, and that she was sorry for exiling you from the village as the council threatened to have her replace as Hokage. We both agreed if you were found that we would share you as we both are in love with you. Lady Tsunade said in the letter that she had to give up being Hokage and that Shizune was going to be Hokage now so she could come see you and tell you how sorry she was for ruining your life 6 years ago. Finished Sakura. So Lady Tsunade was in love with me since we met. I did have a huge crush her when we met, but I didn't pursue it as it was against the rules of the village for the Hokage to go out with a Shinbo. Said Yusei. Well, when we get to the bar you better tell her how you feel about her, Yusei, or her heart will be broken. Said Sakura. I will do that, Sakura. But first we better lose those 2 guys in suits that are following us. Said Yusei in a low tone. You mean the 2 guys that have been following us since we left the facility? Said Sakura. Yep, and something tells me they work for Rex Godwin, replied Yusei. So how do we lose them, Yusei? Asked Sakura. Well, right now we better act like we don't notice them, and when we get to the bar we will give them the slip, replied Yusei. With that they continued on their way to the bar. Meanwhile, hiding in an alley, the 2 men in suits were watching Yusei and Sakura walking to the bar. Sparrow, this is Eagle. Do you have the targets in your sights? Asked one of the men talking into a walkie-talkie. I have the targets in my sights right now, Eagle, said another man in a suit in a car watching as Sakura and Yusei walk right past him. Good, we will follow them into the bar, and when they least expect it, corner them and make Yusei's dragon mark appear like Mr. Godwin told us to, said the other men. Meanwhile, Yusei and Sakura had just came to the bar and went right inside. As soon as they got inside, Yusei and Sakura took a sit, and the bartender, who had spiky hair and 2 yellow markers under each eye, looked at them. What can I got you 2 tonight? Asked the bartender. I think we would like some milk, please. Asked Yusei. What are you, stupid or something, kid? This is a bar, not a dinner, said the bartender. I would like some milk. Is that too much to ask for? Said Yusei. Why, I should punch you, kid, for asking for some milk, threatened the bartender. Can you 2 keep it down? There are people in here, you know, said a young female voice. Yusei turned around and saw a 18-year-old teenage girl that looked almost identical to Sakura except she had blonde hair that came down just past her knees and had brown eyes instead of green. Like Sakura and was wearing a green t-shirt with a blue jacket and blue jeans with white sneakers and she had an angry look on her face. Sorry about the yelling miss, just trying to knock some sense into this kid, said the bartender. Well, just don't try to hurt him, mister, or else you will not like me when I am angry. Besides, I am waiting for two of my friends to come meet me here, said the girl. And who would that be, missus? Asked Yusei. Well, if you must know, their names are Sakura and Yusei, and the name's Tsunade if you want to know, replied Tsunade. Tsunade, is that you? Asked Sakura, coming over next to Yusei. Sakura, good to see you made it, but where is Naruto, or Yusei, whatever he calls himself now? Asked Tsunade. That would be me, Lady Tsunade. But you, I prefer to be called Yusei, not Naruto, replied Yusei. Wait, you're saying you're the same kid I remember that liked to pull pranks and told everyone you were going to be Hokage one day? Asked Tsunade, surprised. That would be me, but I have changed a lot in 6 years, as have you, Lady Tsunade. You look very beautiful since the last time I saw you, replied Yusei. Thanks a lot, Yusei, said Tsunade, hiding the blush on her face. Man, when Sakura told me he changed, I didn't think she meant he got a new body. But he is much more handsome than I ever imagined he could be, thought Tsunade. So are you going to give me the Malik I order now? Asked Yusei, looking at the bartender. Why, you little brat, shouted the bartender. He then grabbed Yusei by the collar, asking if Yusei was pulling his chain, until Yusei took out the giant Ushi Oni card and showed it to the bartender, who then had a look of shock on his face and then saw the two guys in S. Utes walk in and sit down. Sorry about the misunderstanding, kid. Here is your milk, it is on the house, said the bartender, giving Yusei a glass of milk. Thanks a lot, sir, replied Yusei, taking the glass of milk. With that, he sat down and drank his milk. The bartender then looked at Yusei. You know there are two men in suits sitting behind you. Take your two female friends and go outside the back right now, said the bartender in a low voice. Sakura, Tsunade, I think it's time we left out the back right now, said Yusei. Why, you and Sakura just got here? Asked Tsunade, confused. Yusei's right, Tsunade. I think we should leave out the back and we will tell you everything once we get rid of the two men in suits that just follow us in, replied Sakura. With that, they all got up and went out the back. When they got outside, they saw the two men had followed them right out. Yusei, Fudo, I think you should come with us right now, said one of the men. Why would I do that? Asked Yusei. Because we are under orders by Rex Godwin to bring you in so he can find your mark of the dragon, replied the man. I don't think so. Yusei is not going anywhere with you, said Sakura. And what are you two little girls going to do to us? Asked one of the men mockingly. How about I kick both your butts right now, replied Tsunade, cracking her fist. All of a sudden there was a sound of an engine and a man on a dual runner with a sidecar jump off a roof and stop right in front of Yusei, Sakura, and Tsunade. You three better hop on if you don't want to be sent to the facility, said the rider. With that, Yusei jump on the dual runner behind the rider while Sakura and Tsunade jump into the sidecar. With the sound of burning rubber, they took off down the alley. One of the men quickly took out a tracking device but quickly lost Yusei and Sakura's signal. We better call in some helicopters and search the area and call Mr. Godwin and tell him we lost Yusei, Fudo, said the man. Meanwhile, the rider was racing down the street and was holding a jamming device over Yusei and Sakura's trackers. Thanks for the save, but who are you? Asked Tsunade. The name's Saiga, and let me guess you must be friends of Tanner's, said Saiga. That would be right. So where are you taking us? Asked Yusei. I am taking you to my home where you should be safe for a while, replied Saiga. With that, they rode in silence. After 2 hours of riding, they came to what looked like an abandoned office and went inside and rest. Yusei then saw that Saiga was typing on a laptop. So what are you? Asked Yusei. I am not sure myself, but I can get you anything you want, and don't worry about paying me. Tanner already paid me before he went to the facility. So what kind I get you? Asked Saiga. I need to get into Sector Security's warehouse to get back my dual runner, replied Yusei. You got to be kidding me. Why would you want to go there for a dual runner? Asked Saiga, shocked. Because that dual runner means a lot to me and my friends back in the satellite, replied Yusei. Well, don't blame me if you get caught, which you will, said Saiga, making Yusei a fake ID. Saying he was an electrician named Taro Daimon. As he was typing, Yusei went over and saw a picture of a young Saiga with another man holding a trophy, and below it was a damage machiner's sniper card next to it. Saiga, did you used to be a duelist? Asked Yusei, looking at the picture. You know it is rude to go through other people's stuff, shouted Saiga. Out of nowhere, Saiga was punched in the head by Tsunade and Sakura. You know it is rude to yell at people that are asking you about something, said Sakura. Yeah, and if you don't want to be sent to the hospital, then you better answer Yusei's question right now, said Tsunade, holding up her fist. Fine, if you must know, I used to be a tag team duelist. But I wasn't a pro. I just completed in the exhibition leagues. Now if you can drop the subject, I found the password to the warehouse, but you will probably end up back at the facility with your 2 female friends, replied Saiga. That's a chance, I will have to take that chance, said Yusei. With that, he left Saiga alone and went over to Sakura and Tsunade, who had a look that said she had a lot of questions she wanted to be answered. Okay, you two, can you tell me what those yellow marks on your face are for? Asked Tsunade. These are tracker markers so sector security can keep track of people from the satellite, replied Sakura. Fine, but how did Yusei here get a new body when he should have blonde hair, blue eyes and whisker marks on his face? Asked Tsunade. Well, you see, the 9-tailed fox Kyubi give up her life to give me a new body and send me here to New Domino City, where I was adopted by my parents Yugi and Alexis Mewtwo until they died in a car accident when I was sent to the satellite to live, replied Yusei. That would explain why you have a new body, and I feel sorry you lost your adoptive parents. Now, last question. What did that man in the suit mean about finding your mark of the dragon? Asked Tsunade. Well, you see, I am what is called a signer, and I bear a mark of a beast called the Crimson Dragon, replied Yusei. You mean as in the Crimson Dragon that the people of the stars worship, said Tsunade. You know about the Crimson Dragon and the people of the stars? Asked Sakura, surprised. Oh, course. You see, many years ago I was told by grandfather, the first Hokage, about the legend of the people of the stars and the Crimson Dragon, and of course about the 5 signers. It was passed down the family tree, and he said that one of our ancestors was from that tribe. But I never thought that one of the signers was right in our village, and the container of the 9-tailed fox no less, replied Tsunade. Well, it is getting late. I think I will head to my room, as it looks like you and Yusei have a lot to talk about, said Sakura. What do you mean by that? Asked Yusei. You know what I was talking about earlier as we were heading to the bar, replied Sakura. Now I remember what you were talking about, Sakura. Thanks a lot, said Yusei. I will see you in the morning, Yusei, said Sakura, giving a kiss on the cheek goodnight. With that, she left them alone. Yusei then looked at Tsunade. I think we need to discuss some things, Tsunade. But not here. We should go talk in my room, said Yusei. Sure, wherever you feel comfortable, Yusei, said Tsunade. With that, they headed to Yusei's room and closed the door behind them. Tsunade then looked at Yusei. So what do you want to talk about, Yusei? Asked Tsunade. Well, Sakura told me about the battle you had with Orochimaru that turned you back into a teenager. But she also told me you had been in love with me since we first met when I saved you from Orochimaru. So is it true, Tsunade? Are you in love with me? Asked Yusei. Yes, it is true, Yusei. I have been in love with you since we met, but I could not tell you how I felt back then, as it was against the law for the Hokage to go out with a Shinbo. I have felt bad about having to exile you 6 years ago from the village, and I have felt there was a piece of me missing when you were gone. I will understand if you don't want to forgive me and don't feel the same way about me, replied Tsunade with tears in her eyes. Yusei then took Tsunade's face and held it up to his. I know it wasn't your fault that I was exiled, but the council who saw me as a demon. So I do forgive you, and to tell the truth, I have had a huge crush on you since I first laid eyes on you in Iconhones. Tly say that I do love you with all my heart, as I do love Sakura the same way, replied Yusei. You act so different from what you were 6 years ago, and of course you act more mature than your father, the 4th Hokage, said Tsunade. You mean the 4th Hokage was my birth father? Asked Yusei, surprised. Yes, he was, and he had no choice but to seal the nine-tailed fox within you, as he couldn't bear to put the burden on anyone else's child. Replied Tsunade. Well, I have to thank him. Because if he didn't do that, I would never have met Kyuubi and become the person I am now. Not to mention have the two most beautiful girls in the world that I love right here with me. Said Yusei. I will take that as a complaint, Yusei Fudo. Said Tsunade. With that, Yusei gave Tsunade a deep passionate kiss, which she returned, and before they knew what was happening they were on the bed having sex, and after it was all over they fell to sleep on the bed happy. Meanwhile, outside, the man who had followed Yusei and Sakura from the facility was now outside the building where he saw them come with Saiga and Tsunade. The man who had followed them was none other than Officer Trudge, who had received the scar on his face from dueling Yusei in the tunnel when a piece of garbage had hit him in the face. You may have given me the slip back in the satellite, Yusei. But now I will be prepared when you go after your dual runner, and you and your two female friends can spend the rest of your lives back at the facility. Said Trudge, smiling. The next morning Yusei woke up and noticed that Tsunade was not in the bed. Yusei decided to get up and get ready for the day. He then got out of bed and went to the bathroom and took a shower. He then put on his clothes and went out the door and saw Sakura and Tsunade were sitting at a table eating breakfast. Good morning, Yusei. Said Tsunade. Yeah, good morning, Yusei. Said Sakura as well. Well, good morning to the both of you. Replied Yusei, taking a seat at the table. I hope you like the breakfast that Saiga was kind enough to make. But I am afraid he has no ramen here. Said Tsunade. It okay, and anyways I give up eating ramen about 6 years ago when I got to New Domino City. Replied Yusei, taking a plate of food. You have changed a lot. I remember when you ate nothing but ramen all the time. Said Sakura. With that they started to eat their breakfast. After they finish eating their breakfast and they clean up, Tsunade decide to tell Yusei something. Yusei, me and Sakura have something to tell you. Said Tsunade. What is it? Asked Yusei. Well, when you were sleeping last night, me and Sakura asked Saiga to make us some fake ID, so we can help you get your dual runner back from sector security. Said Tsunade. Why would the two of you risk coming with me to the sector security warehouse when I will probably be caught by them and sent back to the facility, as would the both of you if you both come? Asked Yusei. Because we both love you, and besides your chances are better of getting your dual runner back if you have us backing you up. Replied Sakura. I guess there's no changing your minds from going with me, is there? Asked Yusei. No, there is not, Yusei. So it looks like you will have to deal with the both of us. Replied Tsunade. Well, I could not have anyone better to back me up than the two of you. We should get going within 2 hours so we can get to the warehouse and get back my dual runner. Said Yusei. With that they prepared to leave for the warehouse. 2 hours later they were ready to leave when Saiga gave Yusei a bag full of stuff he would need to get into the warehouse. Why are you going to the warehouse to get back your dual runner when you know you and your two female friends are going to get caught and be sent to the facility? Asked Saiga. Because the bonds of my friends are in that warehouse, and besides I am just taking back what is mine. Replied Yusei, looking at the picture on the table. I understand you, Yusei. You see, I once had a friend named QG until one day he got into an accident when we were in the middle of a turbo duel and he got badly hurt, and he will never be able to ride a dual runner again. That card was sent to me by him as he does not want us to be friends. You are better off without any friends, Yusei, and I would advise you and your two female friends just go and not go after your dual runner, as it is not worth it. Said Saiga in a sad tone. Well, I can't do that, Saiga, as that dual runner means a lot to me and my friends back at the satellite. Said Yusei. With that Yusei left with Sakura and Tsunade out the door, leaving Saiga alone. You are nuts if you think you and your friends can pull this off, thought Saiga. Once they were out of the building they started to head to the sector security warehouse. Once they reached the building, Yusei along with Sakura and Tsunade, disguised with hats hiding their faces, enter the building and dead towards the empty closet. Yusei, how come we didn't use a transformation jutsu to get past the guards instead of hiding our faces under these hats? Asked Sakura. Because you see, when Kyuubi give up her life to give me my new body and send me here, I lost access to my chakra and can no longer perform any jutsu. Besides, if we tried to transform into one of the sector security officers, they would see right through the jutsu, as all the officers know each other very well. Replied Yusei. You're right, Yusei, they probably would see right through it. You have definitely gotten a lot smarter since you were exiled from the village, said Tsunade. With that they went into the closet and waited for the building to close. After waiting for 3 hours, the lights in the building finally went out and they came out from their hiding place and head to the top floor where Saiga had located Yusei's dual runner. Once they reached the top floor and they came to the door, Yusei used the ID card that Saiga gave him and gained access to the room. Once they were inside they saw a room filled with crates. So where is your dual runner, Yusei? Asked Sakura. Yeah, and can we tell which crate it is in? Added Tsunade. I have the perfect way of telling which one of these crates has my dual runner, replied Yusei, pulling out a tracking device. With it he started to scan the room and the device indicated that the dual runner was in the crate in front of them. They then went over to it. But before they could even open it they were dazzled by lights coming from everywhere. Well, if it isn't Yusei Fudo, and it appears you brought Teo Famal friends with you. I knew you would try something, but I would never have thought you would come here to get your dual runner back, said Trudge from a platform above. Well, I did come to get back my dual runner as it belongs to me and my friends, said Yusei. You're wrong, it belongs to New Domino City, as you do, satellite scum. Officers, arrest this satellite and his 2 female friends, ordered Trudge. Before the officers could reach Yusei he jumped into the crate and started his dual runner and smash right through it and stop in front of Sakura and Tsunade. You two better hop on if you don't want to be arrested and get sent to the facility, said Yusei. You don't have to tell me twice, Yusei, said Sakura. You can count me in, added Tsunade. With that they both quickly hop on the dual runner and sat behind Yusei and they took off with Trudge following right behind him on his dual runner as they barely made through a closing door. You're not leaving this place, Yusei, and you are going to duel me right now if you want to escape with your freedom, said Trudge. Fine, have it your way, Trudge, but you are going to lose and me and my friends are going to escape from here, replied Yusei. With that both dual runners' dual modes activated and displayed both their life points. I go first and I summon elemental hero Sparkman in defense mode and set 1 card face down and end my turn, said Yusei. A warrior dressed in blue and gold appeared on the field in defense mode with 1400 defense points. Is that all you got, Yusei? Because I summon Search Striker in attack mode, said Trudge. A man made out of black metal then appeared with an attack of 1600. Now I attack your Sparkman with my Search Striker, said Trudge. With that Search Striker destroyed Sparkman. Thanks, Trudge, because now I activate my trap card Magician's Circle, which allows me to summon a spellcaster monster with 2000 or less attack points from my deck or hand, and I choose to summon Dark Magician Girl, said Yusei. A woman with blonde hair and green eyes dressed in pink and blue cloths with a blue hat appeared with 2000 attack points. Well, nice trick, Yusei, but it will not work as I set 1 card face down and end my turn, said Trudge. There's got to be a way out of here somewhere, thought Yusei, looking for a way out. Meanwhile the officers were monitoring the duel and closing any doors Yusei was going to escape through. Okay, Trudge, it's my turn and I play the spell card Graceful Charity, which allows me to draw 3 cards from my deck, but I have to send 2 of my cards to the graveyard. Next I summon Destiny Hero Diamond Dude in attack mode, said Yusei. A man then appeared dressed in black cloths and a cape with diamonds sticking out of him with 1400 attack points. Now I attack you, Search Striker, with Dark Magician Girl, said Yusei. I don't think so, Yusei, because I activate the trap card Widespread Ruin, which destroys the monster with the highest attack on your side of the field, which means your Dark Magician Girl is destroyed, said Trudge. Dark Magician Girl then was destroyed. Fine, I end my turn, said Yusei. Yusei, how are we going to escape from here? Asked Sakura. I don't know, but we will all escape together, replied Yusei. How can we do that if they are closing all the doors? Said Tsunade. Maybe I can help, said Saiga, voice coming from the speakers in the building. Saiga, is that you? How can you help us escape? Asked Yusei. Do as I say and head to the door on your right, replied Saiga. Okay, where you say, said Yusei, heading to the door. Where do you think you are going, satellite scum? Said Trudge, following them. I am getting out of here, said Yusei. When they got to the door it exploded and they found themselves falling down an elevator chute. Yusei quickly reached the bottom and the doors closed, but Trudge quickly smashed right through them and caught up to them outside and started To ram Yusei's dual runner. You're not going anywhere, satellite scum. We still have a duel to finish. Now I summon the tuner monster Trapart in attack mode, said Trudge. A monster then appeared that looked like two clowns that were glued to a disc with an attack of 600. Now I tune my Trapart with my search striker to synchro summon Goyo Guardian, said Trudge. A man dressed in old Japanese cloths with white face paint on his face appeared with 2,800 attack points. Now I attack your diamond dude with my Goyo Guardian, said Trudge. With that Goyo Guardian destroyed diamond dude. Trudge 4000 LP, Yusei 2600 LP. Now thanks to my monster's effect your diamond dude is summoned to my side of the field in defense mode, said Trudge. Diamond dude then appeared on Trudge's side of the field with 1600 defense points. You have no chance of winning this duel and escaping, said Trudge. Out of nowhere Trudge's dual runner was sent backwards by Saiga on his dual runner as he came right next to Yusei and they left Trudge behind. Saiga, what are you doing here? Asked Yusei confused. I came to see if you were right about this bonds of friendship, said Saiga. Well, it is good to see you, Saiga, said Sakura. Yeah, you arrive right on time, added Tsunade. Don't thank me yet because I still don't believe in having friends, said Saiga. All of a sudden Trudge reappeared next to them. Give up, you guys. This duel is still on and I am going to win it, said Trudge. He is right, Yusei, we better give up, said Saiga. I will never give up, and besides you're still holding on to your bonds of friendship, Saiga, said Yusei. What do you mean? Asked Saiga, getting upset. I mean, look at that card that QG gave you. He must have saved it from the fire of the accident as he tried to fix it up and probably gave it to you so you would not forget about you two being friends forever, said Yusei. After thinking about it for a minute, Saiga decided Yusei was right and started to hold Trudge back from ramming Yusei and making him lose the duel. Yusei, you're right. I will hold this guy back while you finish the duel, shouted Saiga. Thanks a lot, Saiga, replied Yusei. How are you going to win this duel, Yusei, when I have two monsters and you have nothing on your field, said Trudge, smiling. Like this, Trudge. First I activate the spell card monster Reborn and summon from my graveyard the monster Kyubi, Queen of Tea. Foxes, said Yusei. A young woman then appeared with red hair and eyes, dressed in an old Japanese dress with fox ears and 9 fox tails with a katana strapped to her side with an attack of 3,500. Now I activate her effect by sending 2 cards from my hand to the graveyard. I can summon 2 monsters from my deck ignoring the summoning conditions. I summon in attack mode the Egyptian god card Obelisk the Tormentor and the sacred beast Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, said Yusei. There was lightning and thunder, and when it was all over there now stood the Egyptian god card Obelisk the Tormentor and the sacred beast Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, each with an attack of 4,000. Now I play the spell card Synchro Tuner Summon and summon from my deck Cyber Dragon and Counselor Lily in attack mode, said Yusei. Cyber Dragon and Counselor Lily then appeared on the field. Next I activate the spell card Double Synchro Summon, which allows me to synchro summon 2 synchro monsters using just 1 tuner and any number of non-tuner monsters. Now I tune my Counselor Lily with Cyber Dragon to synchro summon Stardust Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend in attack mode, said Yusei. With that, Stardust Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend appeared with attacks of 2,500 and 3,000. Now I attack you with all my monsters at once, Trudge, and win this duel, said Yusei. With that, all of Yusei's monsters attacked Trudge and destroyed all his monsters and made him lose all his life points. Trudge 0 LP, Yusei 2,600 LP. All of a sudden Saiga fell over with Trudge and told Yusei, Sakura and Tsunade to go on without him. They then made out of the building. Yusei, is Saiga going to be alright? Asked Sakura. I don't know, Sakura, but something tells me he will be alright and get away, replied Yusei. Well, something tells me you're right, Yusei, and thanks for winning that duel and getting us out of there, said Tsunade. I wouldn't thank me yet, Tsunade, we still have to lose the rest of sector security, said Yusei. As soon as he said that, they saw a crowd of sector security waiting for them up ahead. Yusei then step on the gas on his dual runner and rides right through them. As he does, sector security managed to give Yusei a big electric shock before he could make it through. Yusei managed to hang on and they quickly got away. After 5 minutes of riding, Yusei passed out from the electric shock and fell off his dual runner. Yusei, are you alright? Asked Sakura as she and Tsunade ran over to him. It looks like he passed out from that electric shock they gave him. We better find place to hid until he recovers, said Tsunade looking Yusei over. At that moment in the building, two twins with green hair named Luna and Luca had woken up when Luna woke up with a start. Luna, are you alright? Asked Luca to his sister. I don't know Luca, but something tells me we should go outside as I have a feeling there is someone who needs our help, replied Luna. With that they quickly put on their cloths and went out their bedroom and went downstairs to the lobby of their building, and when they got outside they saw two 18-year-old teenage girls, one with blonde hair and brown eyes and the other one with pink hair and green eyes, kneeling over a teenage boy their age with black spiky hair with yellow lines on the side of his head pass out. Luna quickly ran over to them before Luca had a chance to protest. Excuse you two, what happened to your friend there and why is he on the ground? Asked Luna. Sakura and Tsunade turned and saw a little girl with green hair tied in two pigtails looking at them. Our friend got a big electric shock when we were running from sector security, said Sakura. You were running from sector security. So why should we help you? Asked Luca running over to his sister. Because he is hurt and needs someplace to rest as we do. Can you please help us? Asked Tsunade begging. We should really help these people, Luca. Their friend looks like he needs help, said Luna. Fine Luna, we will help them. You two ladies pick your friend up and Luna will lead you to our apartment and I will put your friend's dual runner away in a safe place, said Luca. Thank you very much, young man, said Sakura. Yeah, thanks a lot, you too, added Tsunade. With that, Tsunade and Sakura picked Yusei up and carried him by putting one arm over each of them and followed Luna. Well, Luca took Yusei's dual runner and followed them into the building. The next morning inside Luca and Luna's apartment, Yusei was waking up from being passed out from last night. Man, what happened to me last night and where is Sakura and Tsunade? Thought Yusei, worried. Yusei lifted his head up and saw that Sakura and Tsunade were sleeping with their heads resting on his chest. Yusei decided to wake them up. Sakura, Tsunade, time to wake up my two sleeping beauties, said Yusei, shaking them with his hands gently on their shoulders. Sakura and Tsunade slowly opened their eyes and looked at Yusei and saw he was alright, and they both wrapped their arms around him and hugged him. Yusei, you're alright, said Sakura. You had us both worried last night when you didn't wake up, added Tsunade. Well, I am sorry that I had the both of you worried sick about me, and as you can see I am alright now. So can any of you tell me what happened last night when we escaped sector security and how we ended up here in this apartment? Asked Yusei. We can explain that, said a voice of a little boy. Yusei looked towards the voice and saw a boy and a girl with green hair and eyes that looked like twins. Who are you two? Asked Yusei. My name's is Luna and this is my brother Luca. We brought you in here when we saw your two female friends here ask us for help, replied Luna. Yeah, you're lucky my sister convinced me to have us help get you and your friends in here. So why were you running from sector security, and tell us why we shouldn't turn you in right now to sector security as you have a tracker marker on your face? Asked Luca. We were running because sector security had my dual runner that belonged to me and my friends and I was just trying to get it back. It was sector security that was after us for no reason as they had my dual runner in the first place, replied Yusei. Something tells me you are telling the truth, and if you want to know where your dual runner is, it is just over there next to the door, said Luca, pointing to the door where Yusei's dual runner was. Thanks for keeping it safe for me, said Yusei. So are you interested in having a duel with me, Yusei? Asked Luca. Before Yusei could answer, he saw a poster of Jack Atlas and some merchandise of him in a corner, and Luca saw Yusei was looking at it. That there is my Jack Atlas collection. One day I am going to be dual king like him. So are you a fan of Jack Atlas too? Asked Luca. No, I am not, replied Yusei in a hateful tone. Well, it's too bad that you turbo duel then, said Luca. Why do you say that for? Asked Yusei, confused. Because of your dual runner. Since you turbo duel, I thought you must yearn to be king like him, replied Luca. Well, you're wrong, Luca. You see, Yusei turbo duels because he likes it and not because he wants to be king like Jack Atlas, said Tsunade. Yeah, and besides I would not look up to him either because he stole the first dual runner Yusei made and betrayed him and their friends just so he could be dual king, added Sakura. Oh yeah, well I got a chance to duel the king myself. said Luca, grabbing an envelope with an invitation to a tournament called the Fortune Cup and showing it to them. You see this as an invitation to the Fortune Cup and the winner gets to face the king himself, Jack Atlas. My sister was invited to complete but she doesn't want to, so I plan to impersonate her and win the tournament to face the king himself, said Luca. I still think it will not work, Luca, said Luna. Don't worry, Luna, I told you I will be able to, shouted Luca. Luca, you're shouting again. Can you please quiet down as we have guests, replied Luna. Yusei at moment turn around and look at the twins. Well, me and my friends better get going. Thanks for the hospitality, but it is better if you two don't get involved with us as it will only bring trouble here, said Yusei. With that, Yusei begin to leave with Sakura and Tsunade. You're not going anywhere, Yusei, until you duel me, and as a duelist you must always accept a challenge, said Luca, grabbing a duel disc. Luca then got hyper, saying how he liked to face different opponents, and he was shaking so badly his duel disc slipped off his arm, and Luca quickly went to fix it back on his arm. When Yusei saw this, he remembered a time when he saw Rally fixing something and saw a resemblance between them. You know what, Luca, I will accept your challenge, but you have to give me some assurance that we're the only ones here to duel, said Yusei. That's not a problem, you see, it has being a ways me and Luna here since our parents are always at work, replied Luca. You mean you two just spend all day alone here? Asked Sakura. Yes we do, but we have no trouble about it as we learn to live with it, replied Luna. Well then you must be very brave to live alone with you parents gone all day, said Tsunade, looking at Luna. So are we going to duel outside or not, Yusei? Asked Luca. You have yourself a duel, Luca, replied Yusei, smiling. Meanwhile, back at security headquarters, Lazar was with Rex Godwin in his office. So has everyone received their invitation to the Fortune Cup except Yusei Fudo? Asked Godwin. Yes they have, Mr. Godwin, and on the status of Yusei Fudo. He has gotten back his dual runner from sector security and is currently hiding in the tops area of New Domino City, replied Lazar. That is very good to hear, Mr. Lazar. Now I want you to go there and give Yusei his invitation to the Fortune Cup and make sure he knows that he must attend, said Godwin. As you wish, Mr. Godwin, said Lazar. Back at Luca and Luna's apartment, Luca and Yusei were ready to duel each other. You're going to lose to me, Yusei, and I am going to prove it to you by using my deck, said Luca, smiling. Well, you have not faced anything like my deck before, Luca, and you're the one that is going to lose here, replied Yusei. Let's duel, said Luca and Yusei at the same time as their duel disc came online and displayed their life points. I go FISRT and I summon Morphtronic Cephalon in attack mode, said Luca. A yellow metal man then appeared with 100 attack points. Now I use his effect to bring out Morphtronic Megan in attack mode, said Luca. A gray metal man then appeared with 800 attack points. Now I set one card face down and end my turn, said Luca. Now it is my turn and I summon Lord of D in attack mode, said Yusei. A man dressed in bones and a cape appeared with 1200 attack points. Now I activate the spell card Flute of Summoning Dragon, which allows me to summon 2 dragon-type monsters from my hand, and I summon Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon in attack mode, said Yusei. A black dragon with red eyes and a white dragon with blue eyes appeared on the field with attacks of 2,400 and 3,000. Is that the legendary Blue Eyes White Dragon? But I thought that monster was Seto Kaiba's, asked Luna, surprised seeing the dragon appear on the field. Yes, it is Luna, and Seto Kaiba happens to be Yusei's adoptive uncle, and he gave Yusei that card along with some of his other cards when he was younger, from what he told me, replied Sakura. Well, judging from the way Yusei beat Officer Trudge in the last duel, Yusei must have a plan if he brought out those monsters, said Tsunade. Now I attack your Morphtronic Cephalon with my Blue Eyes White Dragon, said Yusei. I don't think so, Yusei, because I activate my trap card Morph Transition, which switches my Megan to defense mode, and his effect activates, which makes you unable to select another attack target, said Luca. With that, Megan switched to defense mode with 800 defense points and stopped the attack. Well, good job, Luca. Now I end my turn, said Yusei. It's my turn, Yusei, and I summon another Morphtronic Megan in defense mode, said Luca. Another Megan then appeared on the field. Next I use my Cephalon effect to summon Morphtronic Datatron in attack mode, said Luca. A brown metal man then appeared with 1600 attack points. Next I activate the spell card gadget box, which allows me to summon a gadget token once per turn. Said Luca. A red metal man then appeared with 0 attack points. Now I tribute my token to activate my Datatron's effect, which deals 600 damage to you. Said Luca. Yusei 3600 LP, Luca 4000 LP. Now I end my turn. Said Luca. It's my turn and I play the spell card Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards. Next I activate the spell card Rotor by discarding my Naruto Synchron. All the monsters on your side of the field change battle positions. Said Yusei. With that all of Luca's monsters change battle modes. Now I release my Lord of D and Red Eyes Black Dragon to summon Kyuubi Queen of the Foxes in attack mode. Said Yusei. Kyuubi then appeared with 3500 attack points. Now I send 1 card to the graveyard to activate Kyuubi's effect and summon from my deck the Sacred Beast Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder. Said Yusei. There was lightning and thunder, and a monster that looked like a evil form of the winged dragon of Ra appeared with 4000 attack points. Now I use the spell card Graceful Charity, which allows me to draw 3 cards and send 2 to the graveyard. Next I use the spell card Polymerization to fusion summon Cyber End Dragon in attack mode. Said Yusei. A metal dragon with 3 heads and wings appeared with 4000 attack points. Now I attack your 2 defense mode monster with Hamon and Cyber End Dragon and attack one of your Magons with Kyuubi Queen of the Foxes. Said Yusei. With that Hamon and Cyber End Dragon attack Luca's 2 defense mode monsters and dealt damage, and Kyuubi attack one of the Magons and made Luca's life points drop to 0. Yusei 3600 LP, Luca 0 LP. How could I have lose to you, Yusei? Asked Luca, surprised at losing. Because you were too concerned about bringing out all 4 of your Morphtronic monsters and not worrying about how I was going to figure out a way to beat you. I can tell you love dueling from the bottom of your heart, but you need to learn not to be so self-centered. Said Yusei. Thanks, Yusei. But do you want to have another duel? Asked Luca. I can't, Luca. You see this mark on my face. If me and my friends stay here, then I will only bring trouble, and I can't do that. Replied Yusei. But me and Luna want to help you any way we can. Said Luca, pleading. I am afraid I can't do that. Said Yusei. Well then you and your friends should at least rest for the day, and tomorrow you can all leave. Said Luna. I think she is right, Yusei. We should rest for the day as we have had a tiring night and morning. Said Sakura. I agree to Yusei. We should take some rest as we are going to need it when we have to face sector security again. Said Tsunade. Fine, we will rest here for the day and tomorrow we will all head out. Replied Yusei, giving in to his girlfriends Sakura and Tsunade. Meanwhile outside the Top's residential area, Trudge was heading to the front door as he knew Yusei and his 2 female friends were in there, but was stopped by a guard. What do you think you're doing trying to stop me? Shouted Trudge to the guard. You're not allowed into this building, sir, as you and any member of sector security, unless you have authorization to conduct an investigation. So I must tell you to leave here at once, sir. Replied the guard. You Top's security think you can treat me like satellite scum? Shouted Trudge, outraged. Mr. Trudge, sir, calm down. These security guards are just trying to get you angry, as they are native born and we need to still focus on trying to find a way of catching Yusei Fudo and his 2 female friends. Said Trudge assistant. Fine, tell everybody to surround the place and wait until Yusei and his 2 female friends came out. They can't stay in there forever. Said Trudge. With that, sector security quickly surround the building and waited for Yusei, Sakura and Tsunade to came out. An ally, Saiga, who had gotten away from Trudge and sector security, was secretly watching them. Yusei, I hope you and your friends are fine in there and that you find a way to escape from sector security, thought Saiga. Later that night, up in Luna and Luca's apartment, Yusei was sitting on the couch going over his deck, thinking about how he was going to beat Jack Atlas and take care of Rex God. When he saw Sakura and Tsunade coming over to him, and they both had a look on their faces that said they had something big to tell him and it was very important. Tsunade, Sakura, what are you 2 still doing up? I thought you both were supposed to be resting. Asked Yusei. We were, Yusei. But me and Sakura have something important to tell you and it couldn't wait until the morning. Replied Tsunade. So what is it? You know you 2 can tell me anything, as I both love you a lot. Said Yusei. Well, do you remember when we were at the facility and before you dueled Chief Armstrong and we ended up having sex? Said Sakura. And do you also remember that night Yusei when we had sex when we confess our love to one another? Said Tsunade. I do remember both those things happening. So what does this have to do what you two want to tell me? Asked Yusei. Well, you see, me and Tsunade both had a bad cause of morning sickness since those nights and we decided to use our medical skills to find out why we were sick. Replied Sakura. So what did you two found out about both of you being sick? Asked Yusei, figuring out where this was all going to. Well, we found out we are both pregnant with your children and wanted to tell you before we left in the morning and hope you are not angry it happened. Said Tsunade. How could I not get angry with the two of you? So I am going to be a dad, that is the best news I ever heard. Said Yusei, giving each of them a kiss. Well, I am glad you're happy, Yusei, as are me and Tsunade. Said Sakura. Well, we better leave right now since Luna and Luca are asleep. Said Yusei. Why do we have to leave right now? Asked Tsunade, confused. Because I don't want them to beg us to stay here and have sector security come in here and arrest them with us just for helping us. Replied Yusei in a sad tone. You do have a point, Yusei. It is probably better they don't see us leave, as sector security would arrest them for helping us. Said Sakura. I agree that you are right about them being arrested by sector security if they saw them with us. Said Tsunade. With that, Yusei grabbed his dual runner and Sakura and Tsunade headed outside. As soon as they made out the front door, they were stopped by Trudge, who pulled up in front of them on his dual runner. Hold it right there, you three. You are all under arrest for breaking into sector security headquarters and stealing that dual runner from the warehouse, said Trudge, looking at Yusei. You know as well as I do, Trudge, that this dual runner belongs to me and my friends back in the satellite. Said Yusei. I don't care, Yusei. You and your two female friends here broke the law and I will make sure you all are going to be sent to the facility for a long time, replied Trudge. I don't think so, Officer Trudge, said a voice. They turned around and saw Lazar standing there looking at them. Mr. Lazar, what are you doing here? Asked Trudge, surprised. I came here to give Mr. Yusei Fudo something from the Director General Rex Godwin, replied Lazar. What are you talking about? This satellite here is going to the facility for breaking into the warehouse and stealing this dual runner, said Trudge. May I remind you, Officer Trudge, it is in the best interest for you to stay out of this, as it is best not to disobey the director's orders. Do I make myself clear? Said Lazar. Crystal clear, said Trudge. Good, you may go now, Officer Trudge, said Lazar. You say you better watch your back, as this is far from over between us, said Trudge. With that he left. Well, since that is over, now I have here an invitation from Mr. Godwin for you to enter the fortune cup he is holding to see who gets to duel Jack Atlas, said Lazar, giving Yusei an envelope. You can tell your boss that I have not interest to enter his tournament, said Yusei, looking at Lazar. I am afraid that you will be sorry if you don't enter, said Lazar. What do you mean by that? Asked Yusei. Lazar then handed Yusei a picture of his 4 friends from the satellite. If you refuse, then your 4 friends there will be in pain beyond your wildest imagination. So I do hope you make the right choice, Yusei. Well, I better be off and tell Mr. Godwin that you got his message, said Lazar. With that he left. Yusei, what are you going to do about Rex Godwin and your friends? Asked Sakura. Well, I have no choice, Sakura. I will have to enter the tournament and win it to save my friends, replied Yusei. I know you will find a way to win it, Yusei, and save your friends, said Tsunade. Thanks a lot, Tsunade, said Yusei. You better watch your back, Rex Godwin, because I am going to win this tournament and take you down once and for all. That is a promise of a lifetime, thought Yusei, looking at the picture of his friends with his eyes filled with hate and anger. After their encounter with Officer Trudge and Lazar, Yusei along with Sakura and Tsunade decide to find a place to hide and ended up meeting with Saiga, who lead them to a back alley garage that he had turned into a condo for Yusei, Sakura and Tsunade. Yusei was now working on his dual runner while Sakura and Tsunade were sleeping with Saiga watching him. You know, Yusei, that sector security will be tracking you after your altercation with Trudge, said Saiga. I know, Saiga, but right now that does not matter to me. I have to remain focused on winning the Fortune Cup tournament and saving my friends, replied Yusei. At that moment Yusei looked up and saw Tsunade standing in the doorway of her and Sakura's bedroom. "Tsunade, what are you doing up this late?" asked Yusei looking at her. "I have something important to tell you, Yusei, and it is better if Saiga wasn't here for about what I have to tell you," replied Tsunade, walking right over to Yusei. "Saiga, can you leave for a minute so me and Tsunade can have some privacy to talk?" asked Yusei. "Fine. I had to go out and do something anyways," replied Saiga, leaving the room. After Saiga left, Yusei looked at Tsunade with a questioning look on his face. "So what do you have to tell me, Tsunade, that could not wait until the morning?" asked Yusei looking at his girlfriend. "Well, you see, an hour ago I got a message from Jiraiya by Toad Mail. He asked how the search for you was going, and I told him that me and Sakura had found you and that none of us had any plans to return to the village. But he also sent me a picture that you really need to see," replied Tsunade, handing Yusei a picture. Yusei looked at the picture and it showed a young woman with red hair and blue eyes holding two babies. One was a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes and the other was a girl with violet hair with brown eyes almost shaped like a cat's. "Who are these people in the picture, Tsunade?" asked Yusei. "That would be your mother Kushina with you and your twin sister a few hours before your dad came and took you in. Sealed Kyuubi inside of you," replied Tsunade. "So I have a sister and a mother. So how long have you know about this, Tsunade, and why did you decide to tell me now?" asked Yusei. "I have only found out when Jiraiya sent me the message, and I already told Sakura, and we both decided that I would be the one to tell you," replied Tsunade. "So did Jiraiya tell you in the letter what happened to them?" Yusei. "Yes, he did. You see, after your father took you away, your mother was kidnapped by Orochimaru, and what happened to your sister? She disappeared without a trace and no one can be sure where she disappeared to. Right now Jiraiya has found out where your mother is being held and is going there to free her," replied Tsunade with tears in her eyes. "Well, I know Jiraiya can free my birth mother, and something tells me that my sister is not too far away from here," said Yusei. "Something tells me you're right too," said Tsunade. "Well, you better head back to bed, Tsunade, and get some sleep, as does Sakura. You both need to be well rested and strong for the baby's sake," said Yusei. "I guess you're right, Yusei," said Tsunade. With that she went back to her bedroom to sleep. Yusei then looked up at the wealthy districts of New Domino City. "Something tells me that I will not have to wait long to meet my sister here in New Domino City," thought Yusei. The next morning in Luca and Luna's apartment, Luna woke up to the sight of her brother running around the house looking for something. "Luca, why are you running around the house like you're looking for something?" asked Luna. "Because I can't find Yusei or his friends anywhere, and his dual runner is gone too." "Why would he, Sakura and Tsunade, leave here without saying goodbye?" shouted Luca. With that he started to run around the house shouting until Luna noticed their dual discs and saw that they were both fixed. "Luca, calm down for a minute and look at our dual discs, they're both fixed," said Luna. Luca quickly calmed down and went over to his dual disc and saw it was repaired. "I guess Yusei must have fixed both our dual discs when we were asleep last night before he left," said Luca, admiring his dual disc. At that moment the phone rang and Luca answered it. "Hello, who is this?" asked Luca. "It me, Tenpei, Luca," said a boy's voice. "Tenpei, what do you want at this hour?" asked Luca. "I wanted to know if you and Luna wanted to come and meet at the Daimon area of New Domino City to hang out and maybe get to meet the Black Rose Witch," asked Tenpei. "Of course we will be there in an hour," replied Luca. "Good, I will see the both you then," said Tenpei, hanging up the line. With that Luca put the phone back on the hook. He and Luna quickly got dressed and headed out the door to the Daimon area to meet Tenpei. When they got there they saw Tenpei, who had brown hair and eyes, wearing glasses. "Luna, Luca, good to see you could make it," said Tenpei. "Good to see you too, Tenpei. So what should we do first?" asked Luca. "I think we should ask the people here if they know where the Black Rose Witch is so we can duel her," replied Tenpei. "Do you think that's such a good idea, Tenpei? I heard that she kills the people she duels," said Luna. "Don't worry, Luna. If we meet the Black Rose Witch I will defeat her and take her down for good," replied Luca. "Yeah, don't worry about it, Luna. Your brother is the best duelist I know," said Tenpei. Tenpei then looked at Luca's dual disc and saw it was fixed. "Luca, who repaired you and Luna's dual discs?" asked Tenpei. "Oh, it was a nice man name," Started Luca when Luna quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Luca, I think Tenpei shouldn't know about Yusei. You know sector security is after him, Sakura and Tsunade. It is best if we don't draw attention to him, understand? Said Luna in a soft voice. Ah, are you two all right? Asked Tenpei. Sure, I was just saying that it was our father that fixed our dual discs first last night when he got back from work, replied Luca, quickly making up a lie. With that they went out to ask people about the Black Rose Witch. Meanwhile at Godwin's complex, Godwin was talking to Jack in his office. You see, Jack, my plan is to lure out the rest of the signers at the Fortune Cup and expose them so we know who they are, as they can help us save the world. Said Godwin. You got to be kidding me, Godwin. There is no way you're getting me to complete in this tournament so you can lure out the rest of the signers, replied Jack, crossing his arms. Well, you should, because Yusei is going to be completing in the tournament and that means you will get the rematch. You wanted against him like you said you did, said Godwin. Fine, then I will complete in your stupid tournament just so I can get another shot at Yusei and beat him once and for all, said Jack. That is good to hear, Jack. Now I must go and prepare for the tournament tomorrow, said Godwin. With that he left Jack alone. Jack quickly went out of the office and saw Mina in the hallway. Mina, I need to talk to you about something, said Jack. Sure, Mr. Atlas. What do you want to tell me? Asked Mina, curious. I want to tell you that I think Godwin is up to no good with this tournament of his, replied Jack. So what are you going to do about it, Mr. Atlas? Asked Mina. I am going to find out what Godwin's true motives are and prove that I alone can control the power of the Crimson Dragon, replied Jack. With that he took off, leaving Mina alone. Meanwhile back in the garage, Yusei was working on his dual runner while Sakura and Tsunade were eating lunch, when a cab pulled up in the front of the building and dropped off Unagi and Tanner, who then went inside the building. When they got inside they saw Yusei was busy working on his dual runner and Tanner decided to speak up. Hey Yusei, how is your dual runner doing? Yelled Tanner. Yusei at that moment looked up and looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tanner and Unagi standing in the garage. Tanner, Unagi, what are you two doing here? Asked Yusei, surprised. We just got out of the facility and we decide that we drop by here and say hello, replied Unagi. Well, it is great to see you two again, said Yusei. So Yusei, where is Sakura? Asked Tanner. Right behind you, Tanner, said Sakura. Sakura, it's good to see you, said Tanner, giving her a hug. It is good to see and Unagi again, said Sakura. Yusei, who are your two friends here? Asked Tsunade, who appeared next to Yusei. These are my friends that help me and Sakura at the facility. The tall man is Tanner and the old man next to him is Unagi, replied Yusei. Well, it is an honor to meet you too. My name is Tsunade, Yusei's other girlfriend, said Tsunade, greeting them. You mean Yusei here has you and Sakura as girlfriends? Asked Tanner, surprised. Yes, he does, Tanner, replied Sakura. Well, that is good for you, Yusei, said Unagi. So Yusei, since you have your dual runner back and we are here, how about we have a little duel? Asked Tanner. It would be an honor to duel you again, Tanner, replied Yusei. With that they both got their dual disc and prepared to duel outside. Before Tanner could make the first move, a limousine pulled up and two women in their early 40s got out. One was an Egyptian woman with long black hair and black eyes wearing what looked like an Egyptian dress, and the other was a woman with long brown hair with green eyes and wearing a white t-shirt with blue jeans and white sneakers. They both looked like they were looking for someone. Excuse, can any of you tell us where we can find Yusei Fudo? Asked the Egyptian women. Why do you want him for? Asked Tanner, angry that the duel was interrupted. Because we have something to give him, and besides, his our nephew, replied the other women. Aunt Ashizu, Aunt Serenity, is that you? Asked Yusei, appearing next to Tanner. Yusei, it good to see after all this time, said Ashizu. Yeah, you have grown up so much since the last time we saw you 4 years ago. And who are you friends here? Said Serenity, curious. My name is Sakura, said Sakura. My name's is Tsunade, said Tsunade. The name's Unagi, replied Unagi. And I am Tanner, said Tanner. Well, it is good to meet some of Yusei's friends, said Ashizu. So how did you two find out where I was anyways? Asked Yusei. Well, you can thank your uncle Seto for that. He used his computers to track your marker and found out you were hiding here, replied Serenity. I can see you are wearing the pyramid of light that your father gave to you, said Ashizu looking at the millennium item around Yusei's neck. Yeah, I am Aunt Ashizu. So can you tell me the reason why you and Aunt Serenity are here to see me? Asked Yusei. Well, you see, we came by to give some cards that will help you in your duels along with something else. Replied Serenity. What kind of cards and what else? Asked Yusei. Well, the cards we have were created by Pegasus to work alongside your 6 samurai cards and to work with the cards that your Aunt Mai gave you. Replied Ashizu, handing Yusei some cards. Yusei looked at the cards in his hand and saw 7 of them were called the 6 geishas and that their effect had something to help with each of his 6 samurai monsters, and the other card was called Harpy Angel with 2,600 attack and 2,450 defense points. Thanks a lot, Aunt Ashizu and Aunt Serenity. Something tells me these will come in handy, said Yusei. Well, we do have another thing for, said Serenity, handing Yusei what looked like a millennium item. This is the millennium ring. But how did you get it when it disappeared when the other items did? Asked Yusei, surprise. Well, you can thank your Uncle Marilk and Uncle Bakura. They managed to take it from the tomb before it fell apart. Don't worry about the spirit that was trapped in it, as he is in the afterlife. Besides, something tells me that you're destined to possess it, said Ashizu. Thanks a lot, something tell me that I will need this in the future, said Yusei, putting the millennium item around his neck and under his shirt. There is one more thing we have to give you, and it comes straight from Pegasus, said Serenity, handing Yusei an envelope with his name on it. What is this? Asked Yusei, confused. It is a message from Pegasus that he gave to us to give to you when we found you, replied Ashizu. With that, Yusei opened the envelope and saw some cards and a letter addressed to him. Yusei then began to read the letter. Dear Yusei, my dear boy, if you are reading this, then that means that Ashizu and Serenity have given you my message. In this envelope are some special cards. The first ones are my precious tune cards. I have decided to give them to you as I no longer duel in Someth. Ing told me that you would make some good use out of them. The next 3 are the evil twins of the 3 Egyptian god cards called the wicked god cards. Even though that they are evil, I have the feeling you will be able to use them for good, as you have managed to control the 3 sacred beast cards that were evil once too. The next cards are Rainbow Dark Dragon and the Advanced Crystal Beast cards, along with a special trap card. The last 2 are Dark Armed Dragon, Judgment Dragon, and Dark Red Enchanter. I hope you will be able to make good use out of these cards I have given you, Yusei, and that you will become the next king of games like your father. So good luck to you in the Fortune Cup, and I know you will win it. Your good friend Pegasus. After Yusei finished reading the letter, he put the cards in his deck and looked at Ashizu and Serenity. You two know that I will to win the tournament in order to save my friends from Rex Godwin, said Yusei. Yes, we do know that, Yusei. But don't worry about your friends. As we speak, Pegasus and Seto are using everything that they got to make up a plan to save your friends from Rex Godwin, replied Ashizu. Yeah, don't worry, don't it, Yusei. All you need to do is worry about winning the Fortune Cup and beating Jack Atlas, said Serenity. I guess you two are right. I will focus on the tournament and let Pegasus and Uncle Seto focus on saving my friends, said Yusei. Well, we better get going, Yusei. We have to get back to Kabia Corp to help Seto work on his plan to save your friends, said Ashizu. Yeah, but we will be watching to see how you make out in the tournament and cheering you on, said Serenity. With that, they got back into the limousine and left. So Yusei, who were those 2 ladies that you called your aunts? Asked Tsunade, curious. They are my adopted aunts, like Seto Kaiba is my adopted uncle. Many years ago they met at a tournament called the Battle City Tournament. They quickly became good friends, and after a few years they fell in love and got married. When I was adopted by my parents, they were made my guardians in case something bad happened to my parents, and it was my Aunt Ashizu that taught me about the Millennium items and about shadow games. So for that I am graceful that they were there for me growing up until I was sent to the satellite to live, replied Yusei in a sad tone. That is a very sad story, Yusei. But me and Tsunade are both glad you had people caring for you, unlike the villagers back at the village treated you, said Sakura. Thanks a lot, both of you, for being concerned about me, said Yusei with a smile. Can the 3 of you cut it out with the mushy stuff and let's get back to our duel, said Tanner. Sure thing, Tanner. But let's go somewhere else to duel, as we need someplace to watch out for Rex Godwin's thugs, said Yusei. Sure, and I know the perfect place. It called the Daimon area. Everyone who is a duelist hangs out there, and after we finish our duel maybe we can challenge some of the duelists there too, said Tanner. That sounds like a plan. So let's go, said Yusei. With that they started towards the Daimon area to duel. Meanwhile in the Eliaster chamber Rex Godwin was looking at Lazar and 5 other members that were called the duelist assassins. I want the 6 of you to go out into New Domino City and start looking for the other signers and report to me when you found one of them at once, said Godwin. What about Yusei Fudo, sir? Asked Lazar. I want you, Lazar, to keep a close eye on him at all times and tell me if his mark of the dragon appy. RS again, replied Godwin. As you wish, Mr. Godwin, said Lazar, bowing. Now all of you got your orders. Now go out into the city and found the rest of the signers at once, ordered Godwin. With that Lazar and the duelist assassins left the chamber and went out to carry out Godwin's orders. Meanwhile in the Daimon area Yusei and his friends finally made it to the Daimon area and started to look for duelists to duel. Man, Yusei, I have never seen so many people in one small area in my life, said Sakura. Yeah, so are all these people duelist? Asked Tsunade. Yes, they are all duelist and they're here to duel anyone who has a deck, replied Yusei. So who should we ask to duel first? Asked Tanner. I don't know, but you two can count me out as I don't want to duel, replied Yanagi. As they were looking around, Yusei spotted Luka skiing other people if they had seen the Black Rose Witch, and all he was getting was harsh remarks back. Yusei decided to get Luka's attention. How, Luka, over here, yelled Yusei, waving his arms. Luka was busy asking people about the Black Rose Witch when he heard someone yelling his name. When Luka turned to see who it was, he saw Yusei looking at him, waving his arms. Yusei, is that you? Asked Luka, running over to Yusei. Yeah, it is me, Luka. So what are you doing here? Asked Yusei. I came here with Luna and our friend Tenpei looking to see if anyone has seen the Black Rose Witch. So what are you doing here, Yusei? Replied Luka. I came here to duel with my good friend Tanner here, replied Yusei, pointing to Tanner. At that moment Luna and Tenpei showed up and Luna had an angry look on her face. Luka, where have you been? Me and Tenpei have been looking everywhere for you, asked Luna, trying to hold back her anger. I was just trying to find out if anyone has seen the Black Rose Witch anywhere until I ran into Yusei here. Tenpei, this is Yusei, the one who fixed our duel discs, replied Luka, forgetting the fact not to tell Tenpei about Yusei. Yusei looked at Tenpei and saw he seemed scared of him. Ah, Luka, why is your friend here looking like he is scared of me? Asked Yusei. Because I am afraid of your criminal marker on your face, replied Tenpei in a scared voice. Don't be scared of Yusei, Tenpei. He is really a nice guy, and the only reason me and him have these markers is because Yusei got caught dueling Jack Atlas when he got into the city without a perm. It to get back his Stardust Dragon card, said Sakura. Yeah, don't worry about Yusei. He is a nice guy because he sticks up for his friends and people who need help, added Tsunade. I guess you're right. Well, at least he doesn't look as scary as the Black Rose Witch, said Tenpei. Who is this Black Rose Witch and why do you think she is scary? Asked Sakura. Because she is Sakura. I have heard about this Black Rose Witch myself. They say that she can make any card she plays real and that she kills the ones she defeats, replied Tanner. Oh, I would worry about her. She is only a urban legend, said Yanagi. All of a sudden a fog appeared and the ground beneath them shaken was tore open by a massive thornbush. Then a massive black dragon appeared and the Black Rose Witch appeared in the fog as well. Yusei's dragon mark then started to ache as soon as she appeared. Yusei, are you all right? Asked Tsunade, seeing his arm in pain and noticed the mark was glowing red. Yeah, I am fine, Tsunade. It just the mark on my arm is starting to ache like when I dueled Jack, replied Yusei. Then that means that the Black Rose Witch is a signer like you and Jack, said Sakura. At that moment Luka ran up to the Black Rose Witch and looked like he wanted to duel. Hey, you Black Rose Witch. I challenge you to a duel right now, shouted Luka to her. The Black Rose Witch looked down at Luka and then noticed Yusei's dragon mark on his arm. You there, I condemn you. You have the wretched mark, shouted the Black Rose Witch. With that she then disappeared into thin air. Yusei, what did she mean by saying you have the wretched mark? Asked Sakura, confused. She must mean my mark of the dragon, replied Yusei. She must be wrong about it, Yusei. You're a signer and meant to save the world. So since she is a signer as well, why does she think the mark of the dragon is evil? Asked Tsunade. I don't know, Tsunade, but something tells me that we have not seen the last of her, replied Yusei. Meanwhile, in a back alley on top of a high scaffold, the Black Rose Witch was breathing heavily. She then took off her mask and revealed a face of an 18-year-old girl with short violet hair with bangs going down to her elbows, and she had brown eyes almost shaped like a cat's. Who was that guy and why does he have a mark on his arm like I do? Thought the Black Rose Witch. Meanwhile, Lazar was looking down at the Black Rose Witch and saw she had a mark on her arm like Jack and Yusei. This is too good. Wait until I tell Mr. Godwin that I found a signer, said Lazar to himself. He then disappeared to tell Rex Godwin the good news. The next day was the first day of the Fortune Cup and everyone was staring to file into the duel arena. Yusei was walking with Tsunade and Sakura to the arena with his deck and dual disc on his left arm. So Yusei, are you sure that the Black Rose Witch will show up here like you said? Asked Sakura. I am sure of it, Sakura. Because I have a feeling that she was invited to the tournament like I was, and that Rex Godwin's real plan is to lure out the rest of the signers and expose them, replied Yusei. Well, your feelings are always right, Yusei. So what is the plan you have to defeat him? Asked Tsunade. I don't know right now. But until I come up with one, all we can do is wait and see what Godwin's plan is for the signers, replied Yusei. Meanwhile, up in a sky box, Rex Godwin was watching the crowd file into the duel arena along with Jack, who was sitting across from him. At that moment Lazar came in and he had a smile on his face. Mr. Godwin, I have wonderful news for you, said Lazar. So what is it, Lazar? Asked Godwin. I found out that the Black Rose Witch is one of the signers and that she has received an invitation to the Fortune Cup, so she should be here to complete, replied Lazar. That is very good to hear, Lazar. Isn't that right, Jack? Asked Godwin. Yeah, whatever you say, Godwin, replied Jack, looking at Godwin with suspicion. You better hope, Godwin, that I find out that you are not up to no good, or else I will take you down myself, thought Jack. Godwin then looked out the window again at the crowd gathering into the arena. By the power of the Crimson Dragon Star, they shall all gather here, thought Godwin with a glint of evil in his eyes. In a corridor of the duel arena, Yusei along with Tsunade, Sakura and Tanner were preparing for the opening ceremony of the Fortune Cup along with Luna and Luke, who dress up as Luna so he could enter the tournament as her. So Luna, how do I look? Asked Luca, looking at his sister who was dressed in a brown coat and hat covering her face. I still think you will not fool anyone into thinking that you are me, replied Luna. Oh come on, Luna. Of course I will fool everyone into thinking that I am you, said Luca, getting excited and yelling. With that, Luna kicked Luca hard in the leg. You know that I don't act like that, Luca, said Luna. She is right, you know, Luca, and can you please lose the makeup? It doesn't help people think you are pretending to be your sister, said Yusei. So Yusei, what do you think Godwin's real plan is? Asked Tanner. I don't know, Tanner, but it must have to do with the signers, replied Yusei. Yusei, are you sure your Uncle Seto and this Pegasus guy will be able to save your friends? Asked Tsunade. Well, if I know my Uncle Seto, he has never let anyone down in his life, not even his brother, replied Yusei. You got that right, Yusei, said a voice. Everyone turned around and saw Seto Kaiba standing about 30 feet behind them. Uncle Seto, what are you doing here? Asked Yusei, surprised. I came here to wish you good luck in the tournament, Yusei, and wanted to see how your friends were doing, replied Kaiba. We are doing just fine, Mr. Kaiba, sir. So how is this plan, you and this guy Pegasus coming along to save Yusei's friends? Asked Sakura. It is going along fine. But there is someone here who wants to see Yusei before he goes out and duels, replied Kaiba. Who is it? Asked Yusei, curious. I think you will be very surprised, Yusei. Okay, you can come on out, replied Kaiba. With that said, a woman in her late 30s with gold blonde hair down past her shoulder and green eyes, wearing white t-shirt, blue jeans and white sneaker, came out from behind Seto. Long time no see, my precious Yusei, said the woman. Mom, you're alive, but how you're supposed to have died in the car accident with Dad? Said Yusei, shocked. Yusei, this is your adoptive mother you told me and Sakura about. The one who is supposed to be dead with your father? Asked Tsunade confused. Yes, I am, young lady. The name's Alexis Motu, and as you can see I am very much alive and well, replied Alexis. Care to explain to us how you are alive? Asked Sakura. Well, you see, when the car accident happened 4 years ago, Yugi died on impact, but I was lucky to survive, but I ended up in a coma for 3 years, and when I woke up I found myself in a hospital room and found out that a man named Rex Godwin had told people I had died, and I found out Yusei was sent to live in the satellite by him. Of course Rex Godwin had decided to keep me prisoner so I couldn't find Yusei and get him out of the satellite, and he told me that Yusei was one of the signers and that he would keep me prisoner so that he could carry out his plans for him and the rest of the signers, replied Alexis. So how did you escape, Mom? Asked Yusei. You can thank me for that, Yusei. You see, when me and Mokebu hacked into Rex Godwin's computer system, we found out that your mother was alive and being held prisoner someplace not too far from Kaiba Corp. So I had a few of my men invade the building and free your mother here, and told her you were going to be in the Fortune Cup and that your friends' lives were being threatened. Right now Godwin doesn't know your mother is free and no longer his prisoner. But I can imagine it will not take him too long to realize that she is gone, replied Kaiba. Well, I am just glad you're alive and well, Mom. I promise right now that Rex Godwin is going to suffer big time for holding you prisoner and making everyone think you were dead, said Yusei with hate and anger. I know you will, Yusei. But I do have a question. Have you found a girlfriend yet since the last time I saw you 4 years ago? Asked Alexis. Well, I have, Mom. I want you to meet Tsunade and Sakura, the two loves of my life, replied Yusei. Well, it is very nice to see that my son has found 2 nice girls like you to fall in love with, said Alexis. Well, it is an honor to finally meet you, Ms. Motu, said Sakura. Well, it is an honor to meet the both of you, replied Alexis. Well, I guess since you're alive that means that you are going to become a grandmother soon, said Tsunade. You mean you're both pregnant with my grandchildren? Asked Alexis. Yes, we are, replied Sakura. Well, that is very good news to hear, said Alexis. Alexis, we better get going. Your son has to get to the opening ceremony of the Fortune Cup or else he will be late, said Kaiba. I guess I better get going, Yusei. But me and your Uncle Seto will be watching you duel from the stands, and I know your father would be proud of the man you have become as I am, said Alexis. With that they left. Tsunade, Sakura and Tanner look at Yusei. We better get going to, Yusei, as you have a tournament to win, said Tsunade. Yeah, we be cheering for you in the stands, Yusei, said Sakura. Don't worry about your mother, Yusei. I will make sure that she is safe from Rex Godwin, said Tanner, putting a hand on Yusei to reassure him. Thanks, you guys, and I know that my mother will be safe from Godwin with your 3 there with her, said Yusei. With that they left. Meanwhile, in the duel arena, the crowd was getting rallied up, getting ready for the opening ceremony of the Fortune Cup. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that the Fortune Cup is about to begin, said the announcer. All of a sudden Jack Atlas came out on his dual runner with his Red Dragon Archfiend card, entertaining the crowd by racing around the track and finally stop in the middle of the arena, and fireworks came out of nowhere as the contestants rose up into the arena, and the crowd started to cheer and shout until they noticed Yusei's criminal marker on his face. Hey, what is that criminal doing here in this tournament? Asked one of the people. Yeah, he shouldn't be here. He must have stolen an invitation off someone to sneak in here, said another person. The announcer was speechless to say anything as the crowd started to mutter among themselves what a criminal like Yusei was doing here in the tournament. Yusei noticed that Luca was getting uneasy as the people started to talk about him. All of a sudden a man named Boomer walked over to the announcer and grabbed his microphone. You know what, you people? I am a duelist up here, and you know what I see up here? I see nothing but duelist. This guy right here is a duelist even though he has a criminal marker. We are all equal because we all have cards. So it does not matter if he has a marker on him. He was chosen the same way as us as a duelist. It is all of you that aren't duelist as you judge people by the fact if they have a marker or not. With means you are not true duelist, said Boomer. With that said, the crowd was silent until Rex Godwin started to applaud Boomer, with the crowd soon follows. Rex Godwin then took the microphone from Boomer. I want to thank Mr. Boomer here for pointing out that everyone here is equals no matter where they come from, said Godwin, handing the microphone back over to the announcer. Alright, you heard the Director General. Now let's get this tournament started. The screen here will tell us who will be dueling first in the Fortune Cup, said the announcer. The screen next to him started to flash and then stop, revealing the first people to duel. Okay, the first duelist to complete are Luna versus Boomer. Now will the other duelist please leave the area so we can begin the duel, said the announcer. Well, good luck with your duel, Luca, said Yusei. Oh, don't worry, Yusei, I will win and I will see you in the finales. Besides, I have not forgotten what you told me earlier when we dueled, said Luca. That is good to hear, Luca. So I will see you later, replied Yusei, leaving the area. Meanwhile, in Rex Godwin's skybox, Rex Godwin and Lazar were talking to Zigzix on a monitor. The D-Seniors you requested, Mr. Godwin, have been installed throughout the arena. When one of the signers duels and their mark appears, the D-Sensors will pick it up and give you a full response of the energy they put out when they duel at their max, said Zigzix. That is very good to hear, Zigzix. Keep me informed of anything you pick up right away, said Godwin. As you wish, Mr. Godwin, replied Zigzix. With that, the monitor was turned off. Well, soon we will have all the signers here in one place, Mr. Godwin, said Lazar. Yes, we will, Lazar, replied Godwin with a smile. But I am afraid I have some bad news to tell you, Mr. Godwin, said Lazar. What kind of bad news? Asked Godwin. It is about Alexis Motu. I am afraid that has escaped from her prison we had her in, replied Lazar, getting nervous. Hey, did she manage to escape from the place we were holding her, Lazar? Asked Godwin, getting angry. Well, you see, Seto Kaiba managed to hack into our computer systems and found out where she was being held prison. And sent some of his best men to receive her, and now it appears that she is with him and they are both here in the arena and that Yusei has seen her, replied Lazar. Well, it seems that Seto Kaiba has presented a problem. But it doesn't matter if Yusei has seen Alexis Motu. My plan is still going to work no matter what. But you have better hope, Lazar, that Seto Kaiba doesn't come and save Yusei, friends, or else you will pay very dearly if that happens. Do I make myself clear, Lazar? Said Godwin in angry tone. Crystal clear, Mr. Godwin, replied Lazar in a worried tone. Meanwhile, back in the duel arena, Luca and Boomer were getting ready to duel one another. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I would to introduce to our first two duelists, Luna and Boomer, said the announcer. With that, Luca and Boomer step forward and shake hands. That was a nice speech you gave back there earlier, said Luca. Thank you, but I heard you were supposed to be a girl. You seem to me to be a boy, said Boomer. Oh, course I am a girl. It just people mistake me for a boy most of the time, replied Luca, laughing and then striking a female posture, trying to protect his identity. Meanwhile, in the stands, Luna had seen what Luca striking the pose and was very angry. He knows that I don't act like that. When this is all over, Luca is going to get the biggest beat down of his life from me, thought Luna, angry, clutching both of her fists close. Okay, you two get ready to duel, said the announcer. With that, both Luca and Boomer's duel discs came online and displayed their life points. Okay, I go first and I played the spell card Star Blast and pay 500 life points to downgrade the level of a monster in my hand by 1, and I summon Reactor Al in attack mode, said Boomer. A giant green metal man with wings appeared with 2000 attack points. Now I set one card face down and end my turn, said Boomer. Luca 4000 LP, Boomer 3500 LP. My turn, and I summon Morphtronic Selfron in attack mode, said Luca. A yellow metal man then appeared with 100 attack points. Well, thanks to my summon Reactor Al effect, you take 800 damage each time you summon a monster once per turn, said Boomer. With that, Luca receive 800 points of damage. Luca 3200 LP, Boomer 3500 LP. Well, I use my Selfron effect to special summon Morphtronic Boomboxen in defense mode, said Luca. Another metal man then appeared with 400 defense points. Now I set one card face down and end my turn, said Luca. My turn, and I summon Trap Reactor RR in attack mode, said Boomer. Another giant metal man then appeared with 800 attack points. Now I attack your Selfron with Trap Reactor RR, said Boomer. I don't think so, because I activate my trap card Morph Transition, which switches my Selfron to defense mode and negates your attack, said Luca. Well, thanks to my Trap Reactor RR, you take 800 damage when you activate a trap card, said Boomer. Luca then took another 800 points of damage. Luca 2400 LP, Boomer 3500 LP. Now I attack your boomboxen with my summon reactor, said Boomer. I don't think so, because I use boomboxen effect to negate your attack, said Luca. Well then I activate my trap card masochistic summon and pay 800 life points to special summon magic reactor aid, said Boomer. Another metal man then appeared with 1200 attack points. Luca 2400 LP, Boomer 2700 LP. Now I attack your boomboxen with my magic reactor aid, said Boomer. With that boomboxen was destroyed. Now I set one card face down and end my turn, said Boomer. Luca then saw Boomer was looking at him with disappointment. You know, I wish you put up a better fight. I wanted you to use the power of the dragon to beat me, said Boomer. What do you mean by that? Asked Luca confused. Meanwhile Zigzix was with Lazar checking the scanners on Luca. Are you sure, Lazar, that this kid is a signer? Asked Zigzix. Yes, she is. So why do you ask? Replied Lazar. Because I am getting no response from the scanners, said Zigzix. Well then turn up the power, you fool, said Lazar. As you wish, Lazar, said Zigzix, turning up the power. Meanwhile Luca felt his arm starting to ache. Why is my arm hurting me? Wondering Luca as he felt the pain in his arm. Meanwhile Zigzix and Lazar were keeping an eye on the scanners. Well, that's strange. I am not getting a reading from the girl, but I am getting a small reading in the crowd, said Zigzix. Well, can you pinpoint where it is coming from? Asked Lazar. Sure, it seems that it is coming from that small boy in the crowd, replied Zigzix, seeing an image of Luna in her disguise on the screen. Well, that is very interesting, Zigzix. I will go inform Mr. Godwin of this right away, said Lazar, leaving. Meanwhile Luca felt the pain in his arm go away. Okay, it's my turn, said Luca. Alright, with these cards I can win this duel, thought Luca. Alright, I use Selfron's defense mode effect to check the top 3 cards of my deck. Next I switch him to attack mode, said Luca. Selfie and then switch into attack mode. Next I activate his effect to special summon Morphtronic Datatron in attack mode, said Luca. A brown metal man then appeared with 1600 attack points and Luca took 800 points of damage from summon reactor Al effect. Luca 1600 LP, Boomer 2700 LP. Now I tribute Selfron to activate Datatron's effect, which inflicts 600 damage to you, said Luca. Boomer then took 600 points of damage. Luca 1600 LP, Boomer 2100 LP. Next I release Datatron to summon Gadget Hauler in attack mode, said Luca. A machine that looked like a drill appeared with 1300 attack points. Now I use Gadget Hauler's effect to discard Morphtronic Magnon to increase Gadget Hauler by 800 attack points, said Luca. Gadget Hauler attack points then went from 1300 to 2100 attack points. Now I activate the spell card factory of 100 machines, which allows me to remove all my Morphtronic monsters in my graveyard from play and increase Gadget Hauler's attack by 200 for each monster removed from play, said Luca. Gadget Hauler's attack went from 2100 to 2900. Now I attack your trap reactor RR with Gadget Hauler and win this duel, said Luca. I don't think so, because I activate the trap card Delta Reactor, which allows me to send all my monsters to the graveyard so I can summon Giant Bomber Eri. D's in attack mode, said Boomer. A giant black metal man with wings coming out of his sides appeared with 3000 attack points. Fine, I end my turn, said Luca. It's my turn and I activate Giant Bomber Air Raid's effect. By discarding one card from my hand I can destroy one monster on your side of the field, said Boomer. With that, Gadget Hauler was destroyed. Now I attack you directly with Giant Bomber Air Raids, said Boomer. With that, Boomer's monster attack Luca and he lose the rest of his life points. Luca 0 LP, Boomer 2100 LP. And the winner of this duel is Boomer, said the announcer. How could I have lose? Asked Luca. Because you didn't put up a good fight and that is why you lost to me, replied Boomer. With that he walk away. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who our next 2 duelists are, said the announcer. With that the screen displayed the next 2 duelist names. Okay, the next 2 duelists are Yusei, Fudo and Shiro, which is going to be a turbo duel. Both duelists will have 4 hours to prepare their duel runners for the duel, and that will when they will start the turbo duel, said the announcer. Well, it looks like I am up next. So I better hurry and get my duel runner ready. I just wish that Luca could have won that duel, as it would have meant a lot to him, thought Yusei. Meanwhile, Boomer was in a corridor when he saw Lazar come near him. What do you want, Lazar? Asked Boomer. I came to say good job on winning that duel and that we're right about that girl being a boy, replied Lazar. What do you mean by that? Asked Boomer. It appears that the girl Luna has a twin brother and that is who you fought, replied Lazar, showing a file with Luna and Luca pictures. You mean that I dueled someone I wasn't supposed to? Asked Boomer, angry. Yes, but Mr. Godwin has a plan that will make sure you will be able to duel Luna, replied Lazar. Then tell me, Lazar. I am all ears, said Boomer. In a garage inside the arena, Yusei had been working on his duel runner for the past 2 hours and was almost done working on it. Man, I sure hope that I am ready to face this Shiragai because my friends' lives are on the line, thought Yusei, wiping the sweat off his forehead. So how is your duel runner coming along, Yusei? Said a female voice. Yusei turned around and saw his mother Alexis standing there with Tsunade and Sakura looking at him. It coming along fine, Mom. I am very glad that you are here to see me duel, replied Yusei. Well, you're welcome, Yusei. You know, seeing you standing in front of me reminds me of the duels your father had to prepare for before you came into our lives. You look and act just like him whenever he was getting ready for a big duel, said Alexis. Thanks, Mom. I just wish he was here right now to see me duel in person like you are now, said Yusei. Well, you know he is with us in spirit, Yusei. But before you go out to duel, we have some important to talk about, said Alexis. What is it, Mom? Asked Yusei. Well, Tsunade and Sakura told me all about your past and how you were exiled from the Hidden Leaf Village and how you came to New Domino City and into me and your father's lives. Also, they told me you have a twin sister and a mother who is still alive. So what I am asking is, why did you not tell me and your father about this when we found you 6 years ago? Asked Alexis. Because that was who I was before I came to New Domino City, Mom, and I only recently found out that my birth mother is still alive and that I have a sister I never met before. Besides, Tsunade and Sakura shouldn't have told you about my past life, as I wanted to keep it a secret, replied Yusei, looking at Tsunade and Sakura. Well, your mother had a right to know about who you used to be, Yusei, said Tsunade. Yeah, you should have told her the truth and not keep it a secret from your own mother. Besides, I think you owed it to her to tell her about your past life. But since you didn't want to talk about it, we decide to tell her ourselves since she has a right to know, added Sakura. They're right, Yusei. I have a right to know about my own son's past life. But I don't care who you used to be and what kind of life you had in the past. You are my son and nothing will ever change that, no matter if you were born to me or were adopted. I will always love you no matter what, Yusei, said Alexis, looking at Yusei. I guess you are right, Mom, and I am sorry that I kept my past a secret from you, said Yusei. Well, it's okay, Yusei. I just hope I get to one day meet your birth mother so I can tell her how lucky I am to have raised you and tell her that her son is the most caring person I know that would stick up for his friends and family, said Alexis. I hope you do get to meet her one day, Mom, as do I, replied Yusei. Well, isn't this a touching moment? Said a male voice. Everyone turned around and saw a man in his late 50s with LNNG spiky white hair, wearing a fishnet shirt under a brown shirt and a red vest with brown pants with wooden sandals on his feet with 2 black lines running down his face and a headband with the sign for Toad Sage Lu. K at them. Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing here? Asked Tsunade, surprised at seeing her former teammate. I came here to see Naruto, or is it Yusei Fudo that you call yourself now? Said Jiraiya, walking over to Yusei and Alexis. And who is this nice lady with you? Asked Jiraiya, looking at Alexis with a smile. I am Alexis Motu, Yusei's mother, and you must be Jiraiya, the Toad Sage that Tsunade and Sakura told me about, that likes to hit on women and spy on them to write your books, replied Alexis, looking at Jiraiya. Well, I call it research, and you must be the most beautiful girl in the city, said Jiraiya. All of a sudden, Yusei punched Jiraiya wicked hard in the gut, knocking the wind out of him and sending him to the ground hard. What the hell did you do that for? Asked Jiraiya, trying to catch his breath. Jiraiya then looked up and saw that Yusei had a look of pure hate on him directed right at Jiraiya. I did that because you are a pervert, Jiraiya. But the biggest reason is that is what you deserve for not telling me that my birth mother was still alive and that I had a twin sister during the time you trained me, replied Yusei in a hateful tone. Well, for your information, you were not told, as it was for your own safety, and besides I think you will be happy to see who I brought with me, said Jiraiya. Who did you bring with you, Jiraiya? Before I decide to send you on a one-way trip back to the village, asked Yusei, cracking his fist. Okay, fine. You can come out, Kushina, said Jiraiya. A woman in her late 30s with long red hair and blue eyes wearing a kimono and blue ninja sandals came out of the shadows. Yusei, I want to introduce you to your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, this is your son Naruto, or I should say Yusei Fudo, said Jiraiya. Jiraiya told me that Tsunade and Sakura had told him that the Kyuubi had given you a new body. But it doesn't matter anyways, you're still my son that I gave birth to that day the Kyuubi attacked the village. You look and act so different from your father Naruto, more mature and smarter than he was when I met him, said Kushina. Thanks, but can you call me Yusei please, as that is the name that I go by now, said Yusei looking at Kushina. Oh, course, Yusei. And who is this woman next to you that you call mom? Asked Kushina looking at Alexis. I am Alexis Motu and I am Yusei adopted mother. Me and my late husband Yugi Motu ended up adopting your son here about 6 years ago. I am glad to finally meet you, Kushina, replied Alexis. Well, I am glad to finally meet you, Alexis. It seems you have done a good job raising my son here to become a good young man, said Kushina. Well, thank you very much, Kushina, and to tell you something, Yusei here takes right after his father Yugi. As a duelist and caring about his friends, replied Alexis. You know, Yusei, you don't have to call me mom if you don't want to, as you think of Alexis here as your mom, said Kushina looking at Yusei. Thanks, but how about I call you Ka-san, as it means the same thing? Asked Yusei. I think I would like that, Yusei, replied Kushina. Jiraiya at that moment decided to interrupt them. Yusei, can you tell me why you're in this stupid tournament in the first place? Asked Jiraiya. Because of a man named Rex Godwin. You see, I am one of the signers that was marked by the Crimson Dragon, and Godwin's plan is to expose all the signers here in the tournament for a purpose I don't know, and he has threatened my friends from the satellite lives if I don't enter the tournament. So you see, Jiraiya, I have to win this tournament to save my friends and put a stop to Rex Godwin's plans once and for all, replied Yusei. You mean you're one of the legendary signers like in the Legend of the People of the Stars foretold? Asked Jiraiya. Yes, I am Jiraiya and I plan on winning this tournament by defeating everyone here in a duel, replied Yusei. You got to be kidding me. Back in the village you were always goofing off and never any good at any games, as you were not very smart at being a ninja, said Jiraiya. Well, I have changed a lot over the 6 years that I was gone from the village, Jiraiya, said Yusei. He right, Jiraiya. Yusei is more mature and smarter and he is very good at dueling, said Tsunade. Yami and Tsunade have seen Yusei duel firsthand and can tell you he is the best duelist there is in New Domino City, added Sakura. At moment the announcer voice came over the speakers and said the duelist had 35 more minutes to prepare for the duel. Looks like I better get going, my duel is going to start soon, said Yusei. We will all be cheering for you, Yusei, in the stands, said Alexis. Yeah, I know you will win this duel, no problem, said Sakura. Yeah, this Shira doesn't stand a chance against you, said Tsunade. Thanks for the support, you guys, said Yusei. Kushina looked at Yusei and decided to tell him something. Yusei, I have something to tell you before you go, said Kushina. What is it? Asked Yusei looking at his birth mother. I wanted to say good luck in the duel and be safe, replied Kushina. Thanks, and I promise I will be careful in this duel, Ka-san, replied Yusei. With that he hopped on his duel runner and went on his way to the duel arena to duel Shira. Meanwhile, Hunter Pace had managed to sneak into the duel arena disguised as a sector security officer, was heading to Shira's room so he could ambush him, and enter the tournament disguised as Shira so he could eat a duel Jack Atlas again with his new deck. Within 15 minutes Hunter Pace had reached Shira's room and saw a man dressed in a cloak standing in the room next to a duel runner. Shira noticed Hunter Pace looking at him and turned to face him. What the hell do you think you're doing in my dressing room, you stupid sector security officer? Asked Shira looking at Hunter Pace. With that Shira threw a card at Hunter Pace that got stuck in his helmet. All of a sudden Hunter Pace jumped him. Meanwhile in the duel arena the crowd was getting excited for the duel to begin. Alright ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next duel to begin. Introducing our first duelist Yusei Fudo, said the announcer. With that Yusei came into the duel arena on his duel runner and everyone was giving him cold stares as they didn't want someone with a criminal marker to win. Now let's introduce his opponent, the duelist calling himself Shira, said the announcer. With that Hunter Pace disguise as Shira came into the duel arena on his duel runner with the crowd cheering for him to beat Yusei. With that both duel runners came to the starting line. Alright you two, as soon as the light turns green the duel will begin, said the announcer. A light then came down, started the countdown. As soon it turned to green both duel runners took off and Hunter Pace's cloak came off to reveal to everyone that he had sneaked into the tournament. I don't believe this, ladies and gentlemen. It is Hunter Pace, the man who has made a living trying to defeat Jack Atlas, has just entered the tournament disguised as Shira, shouted the announcer surprise. Meanwhile up the sky box Godwin and Lazar had seen everything on the screen. Well, it appears that Hunter Pace has decided to enter this tournament without an invitation, Mr. Godwin, said Lazar. It would appear that he has, Lazar, said Godwin. So what should we do about him in this duel? Asked Lazar. Well, we should make announcement to the crowd and tell them what we plan to do, Lazar. Besides, this could be exactly what we need to have Yusei's mark appear, replied Godwin smiling. Meanwhile the security guards had just went into Shira's dressing room and saw him on the ground beaten up and cursing Hunter Pace's name. Meanwhile back in the duel arena the crowd was wondering what was going to happen to the duel since Shira was not dueling. At that moment a screen appeared in the arena and Rex Godwin appeared on it. Attention everyone, as it seems that Shira is out of commission. I have decided to let this duel go on as planned. I have the feeling that this will be more entertaining to watch Yusei Fudo duel the former champion Hunter Pace. That is all, said Godwin, and the screen went blank. You heard him, ladies and gentlemen, this duel is going to go on as planned. Now let's get this duel started, said the announcer. You heard that, satellite scum. I get to duel you, and when I defeat you and win this tournament I will make Jack Atlas pay for what he did to me, said Hunter Pace. That's not going to happen, Hunter. Because I am going to win this duel and the tournament, as everything hangs in the balance for me, replied Yusei. Fine, have it your way. But I go first and I summon Burning Skull Head in attack mode, said Hunter Pace. A skull that was on fire then appeared with 1000 attack points. Now I set one card face down and end my turn, said Hunter Pace. It's my turn, Hunter, and I play the spell card Hero Fusion. By sending 2 elemental heroes from my deck to the graveyard, I can special summon 1 elemental hero fusion monster from my extra deck, ignoring the summoning conditions. But the damage it inflicts is half and is destroyed at the end of my turn. Now I send elemental heroes Woodsman and Neos to special summon elemental hero Chaos Neos in attack mode, said Yusei. A black and gray warrior with purple hair with claws on his hands and bat wings appeared with 3000 attack points. Now I attack your Burning Skull Head with Chaos Neos, said Yusei. I don't think so, because I activate the trap card Zero Guard, which allows my skull to survive the battle but its attack is reduced to 0, said Hunter Pace. Fine, but you still take the damage, said Yusei. Hunter Pace then took 1500 points of damage. Yusei 4000 LP, Hunter Pace 2500 LP. Now I summon Harpy Queen in attack mode and set one card face down, said Yusei. A beautiful woman with green hair with wings on her arms and talons on her hands and feet appeared with 1900 attack points, and Chaos Neos was destroyed thanks to the spell card used to bring it out. It's my turn and I activate the spell card Summon Speeder, which allows me to special summon a monster. Now I summon Skull Vase in attack mode, said Hunter Pace. A vase made out of a skull then appeared with 800 attack points. Now I release my Burning Skull Head and Skull Vase to summon Skull Flames, said Hunter Pace. A man then appeared with a skull with flames coming out for a head with 2600 attack points. Now I activate the spell card Smashing Ground to destroy your Harpy Queen, said Hunter Pace. With that, Harpy Queen was destroyed. Now I attack you directly with my Skull Flames, said Hunter Pace. With that, Skull Flames attack Yusei directly and cause 2600 points of damage. Yusei 1400 LP, Hunter Pace 2500 LP. I activate the trap card Jar of Greed, which allows me to draw one card from my deck, said Yusei. Well, it doesn't matter, satellite scum. You're still going to lose to me. Now I set one card face down and end my turn, said Hunter Pace. It's my turn and I activate the spell card's Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards from my deck, said Yusei. Good, I got the cards I need to win this duel, thought Yusei. Okay, first I activate the spell card Polymerization to fuse my 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons from my hand to Fusion S. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, said Yusei. A white dragon with 3 heads with blue eyes then appeared with 4,500 attack points. Now I activate the spell card Diffusion to diffuse my dragon back into the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, said Yusei. There was a flash of light and there was now 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, each with 3,000 attack points. Now I release my 3 dragons to summon my most powerful monster. Almighty Protector of the Sun and Sky, I beg of thee, please hear my cry. Transform thyself from orb of light and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech me, grace our humble game. But first I shall call out thy name, winged dragon of Ra, said Yusei, finishing the ancient chant. There was thunder and lightning in the sky and a bright flash of gold light. When it faded, there now stood the Egyptian god card, the winged dragon of Ra, with 9,000 attack points. I don't believe this, ladies and gentlemen. Yusei Fudo has just summoned the Egyptian god card, the winged dragon of Ra. Looks like Hunter Pace is in big trouble, said the announcer. Up in the stands, Yusei's friends and family had just seen everything that happened. What the hell is that thing Yusei just summoned? Asked Jiraiya, shocked. That would be the Egyptian god card, the winged dragon of Ra, which Yusei's father, my husband Yugi, gave him as a birthday gift, replied Alexis. How powerful is this monster, Alexis? Asked Kushina. It is the most powerful dual monster card in the game and Yusei knows how to use it, replied Alexis, smiling. Is it really true that that card is the most powerful monster in the game? Asked Tsunade. Yes, it is, Tsunade, and if the Crimson Dragon didn't appear back at the Kaiba Dome when he summoned it, Yusei would have won the duel against Jack Atlas, replied Sakura, smiling. I guess that means Hunter Pace is going to lose, said Tanner, who was sitting next to Sakura. Meanwhile, back to the duel. Hunter Pace was getting nervous seeing the winged dragon of Ra on the field and Yusei was not done with his turn yet. Now I activate the spell card Pot of Avarice by sending 5 monsters from my graveyard back to my deck. I can draw 2 cards from my deck, said Yusei. With that, Yusei drew 2 cards. Next I activate the spell card Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards and send 2 to the graveyard. Next I activate the spell card Monster Reborn and summon from my graveyard Kyuubi, Queen of the Foxes, in attack mode, said Yusei. Kyuubi then appeared with 3,500 attack points. Now I activate Ra's effect. By paying 1,000 life points I can destroy 1 card on your side of the field and I choose your face down to destroy, said Yusei. With Hunter Pace, Mirror Force was destroyed. Now I attack your Skull Flames with Kyuubi and attack you directly with the Winged Dragon of Ra, said Yusei. With that, Kyuubi destroyed Skull Flames and Ra attack Hunter Pace directly and made him lose the rest of his life points. Yusei 400 LP, Hunter Pace 0 LP. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this duel is Yusei Fudo, said the announcer. Meanwhile, up in Rex Godwin's skybox, Zigzix was looking at the scanners upset. I don't believe this, the scanners should have picked up on Yusei's dragon mark, said Zigzix. Maybe it's because Yusei didn't have the strength to make it appear yet, said Godwin. Well, maybe the next match will give us some results, Mr. Godwin, said Lazar. Who is in the next match, Lazar? Asked Godwin. With that, Lazar told Godwin and Lazar started to laugh. All of a sudden Jack stood up and looked at Lazar and Godwin angry. What is so funny, you fool, and what have you and Godwin being doing behind my back? Demanded Jack. It is nothing that you have to worry about, Jack. So I suggest you just sit down, relax and watch the tournament, replied Godwin, smiling. With that, Jack sat back down and looked at Godwin. You better hope, Godwin, that I don't find out what your real plan is or you are going to be very sorry you ever mess with me, thought Jack, angry. Meanwhile, back on the track of the duel arena, Yusei had stopped his duel runner and was resting when he was suddenly tackled to the ground by Tsunade and Sakura hugging him. What are you two doing here on the track? Asked Yusei. We came to congratulate you on winning the duel, Yusei, replied Sakura. Yeah, you totally beat that hunter pace good, added Tsunade, thanks you too. But can you let me get up on my feet, said Yusei. With that they got off of Yusei, and when he got to his feet he saw his mom with Jiraiya, Tanner, and his birth mother Kushina standing in front of him. I guess you guys are here to congratulate me on winning the duel as well, asked Yusei. Yes, we are, Yusei, and I think your father would be proud of you on winning this duel if he were here, replied Alexis. I am also proud of you, Yusei, that you have become an outstanding and caring young man that thinks about his friends and family instead of himself, said Kushina. Thanks a lot, Mom and Ka-san, said Yusei. Yusei, I am sorry that I was wrong saying that you were not smart and not very good at being good at games, said Jiraiya. You're forgiven, Jiraiya, but if you ever hit on my mom again or my Ka-san, I am going to send you on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm, replied Yusei. What is this Shadow Realm? Asked Jiraiya, scared. It is a place where one soul is sent to rest forever, and trust me, you don't want to be sent there, replied Alexis. Okay, Yusei, you got a deal. Besides, I have to be getting back to the village anyways before Shizune sends Hunter Ninja after me for taking too long coming back from seeing you, said Jiraiya, nervous. So I guess you will be going back to the village as well, Ka-san? Asked Yusei, looking at Kushina. No, I have decided to stay here in New Domino City so I can get to know my son better as well as get to know your adoptive mother Alexis here better as well, replied Kushina. I think that would be a good idea, Kushina, as I would like to get to know my son's birth mother better as well, said Alexis. Well, I guess that settles everything, said Jiraiya. I don't think so, said a voice. Everyone turned around and saw Hunter Pace walking towards Yusei. What do you want now, Hunter? Asked Yusei, looking at Hunter Pace. I came to tell you that was the best duel I ever had and would want to know if you would ever want to have a rematch, Yusei, asked Hunter Pace. I would like that very much, Hunter, replied Yusei, shaking Hunter Pace's hand. But next time we duel, Yusei, I will win, said Hunter, smiling. Well, it looks like Yusei just made a new friend, said Tanner, looking at the two shaking hands. Meanwhile, the announcer was getting ready to announce the next duel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the screen to see who our next two duelists are, said the announcer. With that, the screen started to flash and displayed the final two duelist names. Okay, the next and final duel in the first rounds is between Akiza Izuyoi and Jill de Launcebo. The duel will take place in 2 hours, said the announcer. Meanwhile, up in the top stands Akiza, who was really the Black Rose, which was watching Yusei on the track talking with his friends and family. All of a sudden she got a good look at Kushina. Who is that woman with that Yusei person? Thought Akiza, curious. All of a sudden Akiza felt her head was in pain and clutched it with her hands and saw an image almost like a memory being played of her as an infant being held in the arms of Kushina, only much younger, in a hospital room alongside an infant boy with blonde hair and blue eyes being held by a man who looked like the infant boy only older, and Kushina was singing a lullaby to quiet Akiza down as she was crying. As soon as the image began, it disappeared like it was nothing and the pain in her head was gone. What was that image I just had? It seemed almost like a memory from a long time ago when I was just born, thought Akiza. Akiza then looked at Yusei and her eyes were full of anger at him. Well, it doesn't matter what that image was. All that matters to me now is to find out why that boy Yusei has a mark on his arm like me. You better watch out, Yusei, because once I defeat this Jill person in the duel and we meet each other in a duel, I will find out why you have a mark on your arm like me, and once I do I will make sure you never duel again ever, thought Akiza with her eyes full of hate and anger. In a hallway of the duel arena, Yusei was with Sakura, Tsunade, Alexis, Kushina and Tanner walking down the hallway when Yusei noticed Luna was talking to Luca up ahead and decided to see what was the matter. Hey Luna, what's wrong with Luca? Asked Yusei, concerned. Oh, it just Luca here is upset about losing to that boomer guy, replied Luna, looking at Yusei. Oh, course I am upset, Luna. I should have won that duel, no problem, said Luca in an angry tone. Well, you shouldn't get upset over losing, Luca. You should use your loss as a way for you to get better and work much harder as a duelist to make sure you're ready for your next duel, said Yusei. Yusei's right, Luca. Take me for example. I didn't always win in my duels, but I kept working on my game and deck until I got to the pro duelist leagues. I still lose sometimes, but I learn from them and keep working harder to improve my game, and you should too," said Tanner. "Tanner's right, Luca. Everyone loses sometimes, but learning from them can make you better," added Alexis. "I guess you are right. So I promise from now on to work harder than ever to become the best duelist I can and EGT upset when I lose a duel," said Luca. "That's good to hear, Luca," said Yusei. "Thanks, and I hope you win this tournament and save your friends from Rex Godwin," said Luca. "Thanks, Luca, and I promise I will win this tournament no matter what," replied Yusei. At that moment Yusei noticed Akiza coming up to them and decide to talk to her. "Ah, excuse miss," said Yusei to Axia. Akiza stop and look at Yusei. "What do you want?" asked Akiza in an angry tone. "I just wanted to say good luck in the tournament and maybe we will face each other in the finales," replied Yusei. "Well, I don't need luck, Yusei Fudo, and when we meet in a duel you will be sorry you ever face me," said Akiza. "What do you mean by that? You will make Yusei feel sorry he ever face you?" asked Sakura. "Well, I will leave to your imagination what I mean," replied Akiza. Akiza then noticed that Kushina was looking right at her with curious eyes. "What are you looking at, miss?" asked Akiza. "I am very sorry for staring at you. But you look like what my missing daughter would look like if she was here. She would be the same age as you and probably look identical to in every way if she didn't disappear 18 years ago without a trace," replied Kushina. All of a sudden Akiza's head was in pain and the image from before appeared again and she held her head with her hands. "Are you all right, Ms. Akiza?" asked Kushina, concerned. The image then disappeared and Akiza looked right at Kushina. "I am fine, just a headache. Now if you excuse, I have a duel to win," replied Akiza in a hateful tone. With that she left them. "What's her problem?" asked Tsunade. "I don't know, Tsunade, but when I mentioned my missing daughter to her, it appeared like her head was in pain, like he was reliving a loose memory. Call it instinct, but something tells me that young lady could be my missing daughter and Yusei's sister," replied Kushina. "Something tells me you're right, Ka-san, as I have the same feeling she could be my sister," said Yusei. "But why is she acting like you're the enemy, Yusei?" asked Alexis. "I don't know, Mom, but it must be because of whoever raised her, and something tells me that they aren't very nice people. If I find out who did this to her, then they are going to pay big time," replied Yusei. "I just hope we can save her before something bad happens," said Sakura. Meanwhile, up in Rex Godwin's skybox, Godwin and Lazar were talking to Jill Delanspo about the duel between him and Akiza. "You see, Mr. Delanspo, this woman Akiza is a signer and we want you to force her to make her mark of the dragon appear in your duel against her," said Godwin. "I will not do that because I make it my code of honor to never hurt a young maiden in a duel," replied Jill. "Oh, but I think you will with this one. Because you see, Akiza is really the Black Rose witch that's being terrorizing the Daimon area and hurting all those duelists," said Lazar. "You got to be kidding me, Lazar," said Jill. "No, we are very serious, Mr. Delanspo. So are you going to do it, or do we have to call someone else to duel her?" asked Godwin. "Well, since you put it that way, Mr. Godwin, it will be my pleasure to slay the witch once and for all," replied Jill, raising his sword up. Meanwhile, in the duel arena, the crowd was getting restless, waiting for the final duel to start. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final duel to start. Introducing first Jill Delanspo," said the announcer. The lights were then shown on Jill looking over the crowd. "I promise to win this duel no matter what," said Jill, raising his sword high above him, and the crowd was cheering loudly. "Now for his opponent, the mysterious girl Akiza Izuyoi, who merits are unknown," said the announcer. The spotlight was then shown on Akiza, who was looking at Jill with the intent to kill. Meanwhile, in the front row, Yusei and his friends and family were looking at Akiza. "Hey Yusei, I have the feeling we met this Akiza person somewhere earlier before the hallway," said Luca. "I have the feeling you're right, Luca. She looks very familiar to me as well," said Yusei. "Yeah, but something tells me her deck is full of pain, Yusei," said Luna. "What do you mean that her deck is in pain?" asked Kushina, confused. "I just have this weird feeling that she has a lot of pain in her life and that her deck is in pain too," replied Luna. Meanwhile, up high in the stands, a mysterious cloak figure was looking at Akiza with a smile. "This is good. Once Akiza finishes this Jill guy off, then we can put our plan into action to take down Rex Godwin once and for all and make people fear our physic powers," thought the cloak figure to himself. Meanwhile back at on the field the duel was getting ready to begin. "Alright duelist, it's time to get the duel started up," said the announcer. With that both duel discs came online and displayed both duelist life points. "Okay, I go first witch and I summon Masked Knight LV3 in attack mode and thanks to its effect you take 400 points of damage," said Jill. A small masked knight then appeared on the field in attack mode with 1500 attack points and inflicted 400 points of damage to Akiza. Jill 4000 LP, Akiza 3600 LP. "Now I activate the spell card level up to upgrade my Masked Knight LV3 to Masked Knight LV5, said Jill. A more powerful Masked Knight then appeared with 2300 attack points. "Now thanks to his effect you take 1000 points of damage," said Jill. With that Akiza took 1000 points of damage. Jill 4000 LP, Akiza 2600 LP. "Now I set one card face down and end my turn," said Jill. "It's my turn and I summon Ivy Wall in defense mode," said Akiza. A wall with Ivy on it appeared with 1200 defense points. "Now I activate my spell card Seed of Deception and special summon Copy Planet in attack mode," said Akiza. A planet then appeared with 0 attack points. "Now I activate its effect which allows it to copy the level of a monster on your side of the field and I chose your Masked Knight LV5, said Akiza. With that copy planet level went from 1 to 5. "Now I tune my wall of Ivy with my copy planet to synchro summon Black Rose Dragon," said Akiza. A black dragon that was coming out of a rose appeared with 2400 attack points. At that moment Yusei's mark started to ache. "Yusei, are you alright?" asked Alexis. "Yeah, I am fine mom, it just my mark of the dragon is telling me that Akiza is a signer," replied Yusei. "If she is a signer and that monster she summoned is the one that the Black Rose Witch summoned, then that means that she is the Black Rose Witch," said Sakura stunned. "It appears to be that way, Sakura," said Tsunade. "What do you mean that Akiza is the Black Rose Witch?" asked Kushina confused. "Well, you see, Kushina, the Black Rose Witch is a duelist that can make any card she plays real and she has you're a few duelists who had duel her. That monster that Akiza just summoned belongs to the Black Rose Witch and it is called the Black Rose Dragon, a monster of ill fortune that is said to bring ruin and destruction," replied Tanner. "You mean that Akiza has injured innocent people?" asked Kushina shocked. "I am afraid she has Ka-san and somehow that monster seems to be familiar to me somehow," replied Yusei. "Maybe it's because of the fact that she is your sister and a signer as well," said Sakura. "That would explain it," replied Yusei. Meanwhile the crowd was in shock as they learned that the duelist Akiza was really the Black Rose Witch and were yelling for Jill to get rid of her and be careful. "Well, it appears you finally chose to reveal yourself, Witch," said Jill. "You have no idea who I am, you fool. I am above everyone in this arena," said Akiza. "Then prove it to me, Witch," replied Jill. "Fine, I activate my Black Rose Dragon's effect. By destroying it I can destroy every card on the field," said Akiza. With that Black Rose Dragon then disappeared into light and Jill's card was destroyed. "Now I activate the field spell card Black Rose Garden and set one card face down," said Akiza. The duel arena was replaced with a garden of black rose bushes. "It's my turn and I activate the spell card the Warrior Returning Alive to bring back my Masked Knight LV3 to my hand and summon it in attack mode," said Jill. Masked Knight then appeared on the field in attack mode. "Well, thanks to my field spell card I can summon a rose token to my side of the field and your monster's attack is half," said Akiza. With that a rose appeared on and Masked Knight LV3 attack went from 1500 to 750. "Well, you still take 400 points of damage to its effect," said Jill. Akiza then took 400 points of damage. Jill 4000 LP, Akiza 2200 LP. "Then I activate my trap card Doppelganger which inflicts the same damage I took to you," said Akiza. Jill then took 400 points of damage. Jill 3600 LP, Akiza 2200 LP. "Fine, I set two cards face down and end my turn," said Jill. "It's my turn and I activate the equip spell Mark of the Rose which allows me to take control of your monster until my end phase," said Akiza. With that Masked Knight LV3 appeared on Akiza's side of the field. "Now I attack you directly with Masked Knight LV3, said Akiza. With that Masked Knight LV3 attack Jill directly. Jill 2850 LP Akiza 2200 LP. All of a sudden Jill fell to his knees and he had scratches all over his body and Akiza had a pink glow around her body. What the hell just happened to that duelist Jill and why does Akiza have a pink glow around her? Asked Sakura. I think because that attack was real Sakura and I think Akiza must have psychic powers that can make any card she plays real, replied Yusei. You mean that my daughter and your sister Yusei was born with psychic powers? Asked Kushina. I am afraid so Ka-san, replied Yusei in a sad tone. How can that be possible? Asked Kushina. Because there are some people in this world Kushina that were born with psychic powers and Akiza happened to be born with them and something tells me that the person who raised her is using our powers for something evil, said Alexis. Well, what do we do about it? Asked Tsunade. All we can do Tsunade is hope that Akiza doesn't use her powers to injure this Jill person too much, replied Tanner. Meanwhile back to the duel Akiza wasn't done making her move. Now I activate the continuous spell card Hostile Vassal. Each time a monster returns to your side of the field you take damage equal to its attack, said Akiza. With that Masked Knight LV3 returned to Jill's side of the field and inflicted 1500 points of damage. Jill 1350 Akiza 2200. It my move and I activate the my face down card level change which allows me to upgrade my Masked Knight LV3 to LV5 from my graveyard, said Jill. Masked Knight LV5 then appeared on the field and its attack was cut in half and a rose token then appeared on Akiza's side of the field. Now I activate my Knight's effect which allows me to special summon Masked Knight LV7 from my deck. With that Masked Knight LV5 disappeared and Masked Knight LV7 appeared with 1450 attack points and another rose token appeared on Akaze's side of the field with 800 attack points. Now I equip Masked Knight LV7 with Glory Shield and attack one of your rose tokens, said Jill. With that Masked Knight LV7 attack a rose token and inflicted damage to Akiza. Jill 1350 LP Akiza 1550 LP. Now thanks to Glory Shield you take 1500 points of damage, said Jill. Akiza then took 1500 points of damage. Jill 1350 LP Akiza 50 LP. The crowd was cheering that Jill was going to finally slay the Black Rose Witch at last. Looks like you lose witch, said Jill with a smile. I don't think so because I activate my Black Rose Garden's effect which allows me to destroy it and all plant monsters to special summon a monster with the same attack as the total attack of all my monsters destroyed and I chose to summon Black Rose Dragon from my graveyard, said Akiza. Black Rose Dragon then appeared on the field. Now I activated other effect which allows me to remove one planet monster from my graveyard and make one of your monsters attack points 0 and I chose your Masked Knight LV7, said Akiza. With that Masked Knight LV7 attack went down to 0. Now I attack your Masked Knight with my Black Rose Dragon, said Akiza. With that Black Rose Dragon attack Masked Knight LV7 and made Jill lose the rest of his life points. Jill 0 LP Akiza 50 LP. Jill then fell to the ground his body with scratches all over his body and he appear weak. Jill lifted his head up and saw Akiza looking at him with a look of hate on her face and a pink glow around her. Please show me mercy Black Rose Witch, begged Jill. I don't think so. I think I will get rid of you once and for all, replied Akiza. Meanwhile Kushina had heard what Akiza had said and decided to put a stop to it before Akiza did something bad. With that Kushina got out of her seat and went over the railing and ran right towards Akiza. Yusei and the others had seen what Kushina had just did. Yusei, what is Kushina doing heading towards Akiza? Asked Sakura surprise. I don't know Sakura, but I better put a stop to her before she gets herself hurt, replied Yusei. With that Yusei and the others went over the railing after Kushina. Meanwhile Akiza was getting ready to finish off Jill when Kushina came out of nowhere and wrapped her arms around Akiza. What the hell do you think you doing here? Asked Akiza surprise. I came to stop my daughter from making the biggest mistake of her life which is killing someone innocent, replied Kushina hugging Akiza tighter. I am not your daughter so get the hell off of me, said Akiza in an angry tone. You are my daughter and you have to remember the day you were born with your brother and how happy me and your dad were, said Kushina. With that Kushina began to sing the lullaby that she sang Akiza when she was born and Akiza felt the pain in her head return and saw more images flash before her eyes. She remembered the day she was born with her brother and the lullaby that Kushina sang to her to help her stop crying and the blonde hawk. Man standing over her with her twin brother smiling. She also saw an image of Kushina by taken away by a man with white skin, black hair and yellow snake-like eyes, and finally a cloak man coming into her room and taking her away to New Domino City, saying she was very special like him, gifted with P.S.Y. chic powers. All of a sudden there the pink glow around faded and Akiza was looking at Kushina in her face. I remember now that you are mom and that I have a brother named Naruto, said Akiza with tears coming down her face. It's okay now Akiza, you're safe now my precious daughter, said Kushina, hugging Akiza tighter to comfort her. All of a sudden Kushina felt there was someone behind her and saw Yusei with the others looking at her and Akiza. Are you alright Ka-san? Asked Yusei looking at Kushina. I am fine Yusei, and so is your sister Akiza, replied Kuahina. You mean this is my brother? Asked Akiza, surprise. Yes, he is, and his name is Yusei now since the Kyuubi gave him a new body, replied Kushina. I am sorry for the trouble I caused you all, said Akiza. It's okay, we are just glad you are back to being a nice girl, said Alexis. Yeah, we are all glad that you didn't do something bad, said Sakura. Thank you for forgiving me for all I have done, said Akiza. So how did you get here to New Domino City in the first place, and how did you disappeared 18 years ago from the village hospital? Asked Tsunade. All I can remember from that time is being taken out of my crib by a man dressed in a cloak saying I was special like him, gifted with psychic powers, replied Akiza. Okay, can you tell us why you became the Black Rose Witch? Asked Tanner. It is because of Divine, he told me that it was my destiny to become the Black Rose Witch and help the movement, replied Akiza. Who is this Divine? Asked Alexis. He is the one who found me when I was a young teenager and brought me the Arcadia movement, which is made up of duelists with P.S.Y. chic powers like me, replied Akiza. That's not good, said Tanner. What do you mean not good, Tanner? What is this Arcadia movement? Asked Yusei. They're a bunch of psychic duelists who think they can change the world, and their leader is named Divine, who is an evil person who seeks out people with psychic powers to use to take over the world. He's been known to steal infants born with psychic powers, and something tells me he's the one who took your sister away from you and your birth mother, replied Tanner. Well, if I ever see him I am going to make him pay big time, said Yusei. I wouldn't count on that boy, said a voice. Everyone turned and saw a cloaked figure standing 20 feet in front of them. Who are you? Asked Sakura. I am Divine, the leader of the Arcadia movement, and I came to get Akiza back here, replied Divine looking at Akiza. You're not getting anywhere near my daughter, you creep, said Kushina, hugging Akiza tight. You have no choice in the matter. Akiza belongs with us as she has psychic powers. Now come on Akiza, it's time to go, said Divine. No, I don't want to leave my mother and brother, and I know now that you took me away from them when I was an infant, Divine, said Akiza. I guess I have to take you away by force then, said Divine. I don't think so, Divine. My sister is not going anywhere with you, said Yusei. What are you going to do about it? Asked Divine. With that, Divine started to move but couldn't as he was stuck in place. How come I can't not move? Thought Divine. He then looked and saw the pyramid of light around Yusei's neck and the millennium ring under his shirt glow with gold light. What the hell have you done to me, boy? Asked Divine. I have stopped you in your tracks using my millennium items, and since you are an evil man I am going to send you on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm for taking my sister away, replied Yusei. With that, the millennium items glowed a bright gold, and Divine screamed as he felt his soul being sent to the Shadow Realm and his body fell to the ground lifeless. What happened to him? Asked Kushina. The same thing that happened to Chief Armstrong back in the facility. His soul was sent to the Shadow Realm for being an evil person, replied Yusei. Well, that's what he gets for taking your sister away from you, said Alexis. So what do we do about your sister? Asked Tsunade. I think we should take her with us back to the garage as there's plenty of room for all of us, replied Yusei. That would be nice, as I want to get to know my mother and brother better, said Akiza. And when we get back I got something that will help Akiza here control her psychic powers, said Alexis. What would that be? Asked Tanner. Well, that is a surprise that you have to wait to see, replied Alexis. I guess we should all get going before it gets dark out since the first day of the Fortune Cup is over, said Yusei. With that they started to leave the duel arena and head back to the garage. Meanwhile in Rex Godwin's box Godwin was looking at Zigzags and the scanners. So did we catch anything on the scanners, Zigzags? Asked Godwin. I am afraid not, Mr. Godwin, replied Zigzags disappointed. Well, there's always tomorrow, Zigzags, said Godwin with a evil smile. Meanwhile on the rooftops of some buildings of New Domino City 3 people were watching Yusei and his friends heading back to the garage. So that is Naruto or Yusei now in his new body, said a 18-year-old boy dressed in a ninja outfit with a Chunin vest with a leaf headband on his left arm and his black hair tied in a ponytail. That's him all right, Shikamaru, said a girl dressed in black with long blonde hair in a ponytail and blue eyes. So what do you think, Hinata? Asked the girl to a girl with long black hair with lavender eyes and dressed in black pants and a black and tan coat with a leaf headband tied around her neck. I don't know, but it looks like Tsunade and Sakura are somehow in love with him, Ino, said Hinata. Well, how could they not be, Hinata? Look at him, he is so much cuter than Sasuke now, but I of course have no feelings for him. So what is the plan, Shikamaru? Asked Ino. Well, according to reports he likes to play a game called Duel Monsters here in New Domino City. So I plan on beating him in that game with a bet that if he loses he has to come back to the village with us, replied Shikamaru. Well, knowing you, Shikamaru, you have never lost any game in your life, and Naruto, or Yusei as he calls himself now, was never good at games. So you should beat him, no problem, and we can bring him back to the village at once, said Ino. And he can finally become Hokage like he always wanted, added Hinata. I hope the two of you are right, because if I lose this game then this mission will be over and we will have to give up on bringing back to the village forever, and Lady Shizune wouldn't like that, said Shikamaru. You better hope you win our duel, man, or else we will have to force you back to the village, and I can tell you don't want. So I hope you have a plan to beat my deck I built for your sake, thought Shikamaru. Yusei and the others had just made back to the garage and were resting. So what do you have, Alexis, that is going to help me control my psychic powers? Asked Akiza looking at Alexis. It is something that my late husband Yugi gave me as a wedding gift, and something tells me that it will help you control your powers, replied Alexis, handing Akiza what looked like millennium item. What is this? Asked Akiza looking at the item confused. That is a millennium item called the Millennium Necklace, and it should help you control your powers, since every time you duel it is like playing a shadow game, and I believe it will help you control your powers by allowing you to activate them at will, replied Alexis. That's good, Mom, but how did it ended up with Dad when it disappeared with the other items? Asked Yusei confused. Because you see, Yusei, your father managed to grab a hold of it before his friend the Pharaoh Atem went to the afterlife, and after we got married he decided to give it to me as a good luck charm, and something tells me your sister Akiza is destined to have it, replied Alexis. That would explain it, Mom, said Yusei. Well, thanks, Alexis, something tells me it will come in handy in the future, said Akiza, putting the item around her neck. So Yusei, what do we do about the tournament tomorrow? Asked Sakura. I don't know, Sakura, but all we can do right now is wait to see what Rex Godwin is planned for tomorrow and hope nothing bad happens, replied Yusei. Well, don't worry, Yusei, I know you are going to win the tournament and save your friends, said Tsunade. Thanks a lot, Tsunade, said Yusei. Well, he has to beat me first in a duel, said Akiza. Akiza, you mean you're going to duel your own brother? Asked Kushina, surprised. Yes, I am, Mom, but it will be a duel with honor, replied Akiza. Well, I will be honored to duel you, Akiza. But you're going to lose to me, sis, said Yusei. Well, we will have to see about that, Yusei, replied Akiza. Meanwhile in Rex Godwin's office, Godwin was talking to Lazar and Zigzags. So can any of you two fools tell me why the censor failed to capture one of the signer's mark of the dragon? Asked Godwin. While you see, Mr. Godwin, the censors are working as planned, but it seems that the signers do not have the strength to make their mark appear, replied Zigzags. But we do have a plan, Mr. Godwin, said Lazar. Well, let's hear it, Lazar, replied Godwin. Maybe if we have two of the signers duel one another, that should make their marks appear and the censors can then pick it up, suggested Lazar. Well, that just sound like a good plan, Lazar. So how do you propose to make two of the signers duel in the tournament? Asked Godwin. Well, it appears that Yusei Fudo and this Akiza girl both are good duelists and signers as well. So I have no doubt that they will end up dueling each other in the finales, and there is one more thing that I have to tell you, Mr. Godwin," said Lazar. "Well, let's hear Lazar before you find yourself out of a job and put in the facility for life," said Godwin. Well, the scanners managed to scan both Yusei and this girl Akiza, and it appears that they are twin brother and sister, and the woman who was with Akiza when that little incident with Jill appears to be their birth mother, said Lazar. Well, that is very good news, Lazar. We can use this to our advantage. I want you and Zigzix to find out what you can about this woman and tell me what you found out at once. Do I make myself clear, Lazar? Said Godwin. Crystal clear, Mr. Godwin, replied Lazar. With that, Lazar and Zigzix ran out of the office to carry out Godwin's orders. Soon I will find out who you are, Yusei Fudo, and when I do, then you will have no choice but to help me, thought Godwin with a evil smile. Meanwhile, on a rooftop across from the garage where Yusei and the others were staying, Shikamaru, Ino, and Hinata were watching as Yusei was working on his dual runner. So Shikamaru, do you think that Naruto, or Yusei as he is called now, built that dual runner he's working on? Asked Ino. I don't know, Ino, but from the way he's working on it, it appears he did build it, replied Shikamaru. So do you think he will come with us back to the village with Sakura, Tsunade, and his mother so he can become Hokage? Asked Hinata. I don't think he wants to go back after what happened 6 years ago, Hinata. So it looked like the only way he is going to becoming with us is if I beat him in a duel, replied Shikamaru. Well, knowing you, Shikamaru, you will have no problem beating him. But what I want to know is why my sister Sakura and Tsunade are refusing to come back to the village in the first place, and as king to be stripped of their rank of Shinbo? Asked Ino, curious. I don't know the answer to that, Ino. But I think now is the best time to go over there so I can beat Yusei as he calls himself now in a duel, so we can go back to the village and call this mission done, replied Shikamaru. Why do I have a feeling that I am going to lose Yusei in this duel, even though he was never good at any games back in the village, thought Shikamaru. With that, they started to head over to the garage to confront Yusei. Meanwhile, in the garage, Yusei was finishing working on his dual runner when he noticed Tanner standing near him. So what do you want, Tanner? Asked Yusei. Well, I wanted to know what running through your head, Yusei, as you are my friend, replied Tanner. Well, if you must know, Tanner, I am thinking about my friends back in the satellite and how their lives are on the line thanks to Rex, Godwin, said Yusei. I would not worry about them, Yusei, as your two aunts said that Seto Kaiba and Pegasus have a plan to go save them, said Tanner, putting a hand on Yusei's shoulder to reassure him. Thanks for the words of confidence, Tanner, said Yusei. Don't mention it, Yusei, replied Tanner. Well, I am glad that Yusei seems to be more sure of himself, said a voice. Tanner and Yusei turned around and saw Yanagi looking at them. So what are you doing up, Gramps? Asked Tanner. Well, I couldn't sleep and decide to tell Yusei good luck in the tournament tomorrow, replied Yanagi. Thanks, Yanagi. So where are the others? Asked Yusei. They're all in the next room watching TV and relaxing, Yusei, replied Yanagi. Well, that good to hear, said Yusei. Well, long time no see, Naruto, or is it Yusei now? Said a male voice. Yusei turned around and saw Shikamaru standing in the doorway with Ino and Hinata looking at him. Shikamaru, what are you doing here with Ino and Hinata? Asked Yusei in an angry tone. We came to see how you were doing, Yusei, replied Ino. Yusei, who are these three? Asked Yanagi. We are some old friends of Yusei here, replied Hinata. You know these three, Yusei? Asked Tanner. I am afraid I do, Tanner, and they aren't any friends of mine, replied Yusei. Well, that isn't any way to treat some of your old friends, said Ino. Well, you heard Yusei here, little girl. You're no friends of his. So how about you three leave here now before something bad happens to you, said Tanner. Well, we're not leaving without talking to Yusei here, said Shikamaru. At that moment, the other came out of the next room and saw Yusei with Tanner and Yanagi talking to the three ninja in front of them. Shikamaru, Ino, Hinata. What are the three of you doing here? Asked Sakura, surprised. We are here to talk to Yusei, Sakura. And how come you and Tsunade are refusing to come back to the village and asking to be stripped of your ranks of Shinbo? Asked Ino, looking at her sister. Because me and Sakura are in love with Yusei and besides we are both pregnant with his children, replied Tsunade. You mean you are both pregnant with Yusei children? Asked Hinata surprised. Yes, they are. Hinata is it. And I want to know right now, why are you here to talk to my son? Demanded Alexis. What do you mean your son? He is the son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina here, said Shikamaru. He is Shikamaru. But Alexis here adopted him 6 years ago with her late husband Yugi Moto and raised him as their son. So she is Yusei's mom and I am his san, replied Kushina. Yeah, and what do you three want with my brother anyways, and don't tell me you just want to talk to him? Said Akiza angry. You're Yusei's missing sister? Asked Ino surprised. Yes I am. So are you three going to tell us what you want with my brother, or do I have to use my psychic powers on you three? Replied Akiza. There's no way you have psychic powers, right Shikamaru? Asked Hinata. I am afraid Hinata she is telling the truth. Well, you see, we are here to bring Yusei here with us back to the village so he can become Hokage, said Shikamaru. And why he go with you three back to a village where people hated him? Asked Alexis. Because it was the order of the 6th Hokage Lady Shizune, and besides we feel sorry that we didn't try to stop the council from exiling him, and that we wanted to say sorry for not trying hard. To be better friends to Yusei, replied Shikamaru. Well, I do forgive you three, but I am still not going back to the village, said Yusei crossing his arms. Why not Yusei? Asked Hinata. If you must know, I have to win this tournament to save the lives of my friends from a person named Rex Godwin who is looking for the 5 signers, replied Yusei. You mean the 5 signers like the ones the people of the stars foretold? Asked Ino. Yes, and both me and my sister are signers, replied Yusei. Well, that good and all Yusei, but we still have to bring you back to the village, said Shikamaru. Well, I am telling you I am not going back there ever again, said Yusei. Well, since you put it that way, how about we have a duel? If you win, then we will head back to the village without you and no one will ever come here you again. But if I win, then you will have to come with us back to the village, no questions asked. So is it a deal? Asked Shikamaru. You have a deal, Shikamaru. But we will duel outside the garage, replied Yusei. That's fine with me, said Shikamaru. With that, everyone headed outside and Shikamaru put on a dual disc as Yusei put his on too. So ready to lose, Yusei? Asked Shikamaru. I never lose a duel where everything hangs in the balance, Shikamaru, replied Yusei. Let's duel, said Yusei and Shikamaru as their dual discs came online and displayed their life points. I go first, Shikamaru, and I summon Destiny Hero Defender in defense mode, said Yusei. A warrior made out of stone then appeared with 2,700 defense points. Now I set one card face down and end my turn, said Yusei. It's my turn, Yusei, and thanks to the effect of your monster I get to draw another card, said Shikamaru. Looks like Yusei made a bad move summoning that monster, said Ino. I would not be quick to judge Ino, because Yusei is the best duelist I know, said Sakura. Yeah, Yusei duels like a pro, added Tsunade. Well, Shikamaru has never lose any game in his life, so I think Yusei is going to lose, said Ino. Now I summon Tree-born Frog in attack mode, said Shikamaru. A frog with wings then appeared with 100 attack points. Next I activate the spell card Double Summon and release my frog to summon Zaberg the Thunder Monarch in attack mode, said Shikamaru. A figure dressed in green and yellow appeared with 2,400 attack points. Now thanks to his effect your monster is destroyed, said Shikamaru. With that, Destiny Hero Defender was destroyed. Now I attack you directly with Zaberg, said Shikamaru. I don't think so, because I activate my trap card Defense Draw, which makes the damage your monster cook up and I get to draw AC. Ard, said Yusei. Fine, I set 2 cards face down and end my turn, said Shikamaru. It my turn and I special summon Cyber Dragon in attack mode, and I also summon Naruto Synchron in attack mode as well, said Yusei. With that, Cyber Dragon appeared and a machine with a pump on top appeared with attacks of 2,100 and 300. Now I tune my Naruto Synchron with my Cyber Dragon to synchro summon Turbo Warrior, said Yusei. A warrior with horns on its head and a jet engine coming out from behind appeared with 2,800 attack points. Since I use Naruto Synchron to synchro summon Naruto Warrior, I get to draw another card, said Yusei, drawing a card. Now I attack your Zbird with Naruto Warrior, said Yusei. I don't think so because I activate my trap card Ring of Destruction to destroy your Naruto Warrior and inflict damage equal to its attack points to the both of us. But I also activate the quick play spell card Ring of Defense to protect my life points, said Shikamaru. With that Naruto Warrior was destroyed and Yusei took 2,800 points of damage. Shikamaru 4,000 LP, Yusei 1,200 LP. Fine, I place 2 cards face down and end my turn, said Yusei. Looks like Yusei is going to be going back to the village with us, said Hinata. I would not count out Yusei yet, because he is going to win this duel because he is just like his father Yusei, said Alexis. Now thanks to my tree-born frog's effect he come back from the graveyard, said Shikamaru. With that tree-born frog appear on the field with 100 defense points. Now I release my tree-born frog to summon Grandmarg the Rock Monarch in attack mode, said Shikamaru. A figure dress in brown metal appeared with 2,400 attack points. Now thanks to his effect I can destroy on face-down card and I chose the one on the right, said Shikamaru. With the face-down Sakuretsu armor was destroyed. Now I attack you directly with my 2 monsters, said Shikamaru. I don't think so because I activate the trap card Negate Attack which stops your attack and ends the battle phase, said Yusei. Fine, I end my turn, said Shikamaru. It's my turn and I draw, said Yusei. Good, now I can win this duel, thought Yusei smiling. What are you smiling for, Yusei? You are going to lose this duel to me and go back to the village, said Shikamaru. I don't think, because I activate the spell card Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards from my deck and send 2 to the graveyard. Next I activate the spell card Monster Reborn to special summon from my graveyard Kyuubi Queen of the Foxes in attack mode, said Yusei. Kyuubi then appeared on the field with 3,500 attack points. So you made a card out of the Kyuubi, Yusei, said Shikamaru. Yes I did, Shikamaru, because she was my friend. Now I activate her effect which allows to me send 2 cards from my hand to the graveyard to summon the same number of monster from my deck to my field ignoring the summoning conditions. Now I send 2 cards to the graveyard to summon the Egyptian god card Obelisk the Tormentor and the Sacred Beast Raviel Lord of Phantasms in attack mode, said Yusei. There was lightning and thunder in the sky and a bright flash of gold light, and when it faded there now stood the Egyptian god card Obelisk the Tormentor and the Sacred Beast Raviel Lord of Phantasms in attack mode, each with 4,000 attack points. Now I attack your 2 monsters with Kyuubi and Raviel and attack you directly with Obelisk. Respect that, said Yusei. With that Kyuubi and Raviel destroyed Shikamaru 2 monsters and Obelisk attacked directly and made Shikamaru lose the rest of his life points. Shikamaru 0 LP, Yusei 1,200 LP. Looks like you won this duel, Yusei, in our bet, said Shikamaru. Yes I did, but you didn't do too bad for your first duel, Shikamaru, said Yusei. Thanks a lot, Yusei, replied Shikamaru shaking Yusei's hands. So what will you do now, Shikamaru? Asked Yusei. Well, me, Ino and Hinata will have to go back to the village and tell Lady Shizune that the mission failed and don't worry about anyone else coming after you, Yusei. A promise is a promise, replied Shikamaru. Well, I am not going back to the village, said Ino. Why not, Ino? Asked Sakura looking at her sister. Because I want to be here with you, Sakura, when the babies are born, as I am going to be their aunt, and besides I am getting sick of being a ninja anyways, replied Ino. Well, that good to hear, said Tsunade. And what about you, Hinata? Asked Kushina. While I am going to stay too, as I think of Yusei as my brother, and besides my sister Hanbil is going to be leader of our clan, replied Hinata. Well, I am glad you staying, Hinata, as I think of you as sister. So how about you, Shikamaru? Are you going to stay here as well? Asked Yusei. I love to, but my place is back at the village, so I will have to leave right now if I want to get back before Lady Shizune starts to worry. But I will tell the other members of the Rookie 9 how you are doing here in New Domino City, and I hope you win this tournament and save your friends from Rex Godwin, replied Shikamaru. Thanks a lot, Shikamaru, said Yusei. With that, Shikamaru performed a teleportation jutsu and disappeared into light. With that, Yusei and the others headed back inside the garage to rest for the tournament tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Jack Atlas's apartment, Jack was looking over his deck and thinking about Yusei. How can that loser Yusei be a signer like me, and what is Godwin's real plan for the signers anyways? Thought Jack. Jack look out the window and look at the city outside. You better win this tournament, Yusei. Because I want to beat you in a rematch and prove to everyone once and for all that I am the best duelist in the world and that I alone can control the power of the Crimson Dragon. Thought Jack with anger in his eyes. Inside a poorly lit chamber, Rex Godwin was talking to a man whose face was hidden in the darkness. I am very sorry, Professor Frank, that you had to lose your duel on purpose. But there is someone special that I want you to duel, said Godwin. Who is this person you want me to duel? Asked Frank. Her name is Luna and she is a signer and I want you to duel her to make her mark of the dragon appear. Replied Godwin. Well, I have the perfect way to make that happen by taking her on a trip to the Duel Monster Spirit World, said Frank. Well, that sounds like a plan, Professor Frank. But don't fail me or you will not like consequences. Do I make myself clear? Said Godwin. Crystal clear, Mr. Godwin, replied Frank. The next day, Yusei and the others were heading to the duel arena for the next round of the Fortune Cup. So Yusei, who do you think you will face in the next round? Asked Sakura. I don't know, Sakura, but all I can say is I hate to win this tournament no matter what, replied Yusei. Well, I know you will win your next duel, Yusei, said Tsunade. Thanks for the support, said Yusei. So who is this Rex Godwin anyways? Asked Ino. He is the Director General and a very evil person who kept me prisoner for 4 years and has a plan for the signers, replied Alexis. That sounds kind of like Orochimaru. His plan was to achieve immortality, said Hinata. Well, Rex Godwin is going to go down like Orochimaru did, said Kushina. You got that right, Mom. So what is the plan you say you got to take down Godwin? Asked Akiza to her brother. Right now I can't do nothing, Akiza. But when I have the chance, Rex Godwin is going to be sent on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm once I win this tournament and save my friends, replied Yusei. Well, knowing you, Yusei, you will take Godwin down no problem, said Tanner. Thanks, Tanner. But right now we better get inside the duel arena to see who I am going to face, said Yusei. With that they headed inside the duel arena. When they got inside, Yusei saw Luca talking to Luna and Teppei. Yusei decided to interrupt them. So what are you three talking? Asked Yusei, trying to get their attention. Luca at that moment looked up and saw Yusei with the others. We were just talking about how you won your turbo duel, replied Luca. Well, at least Yusei won his duel, Luca, and you lost yours, said Luna. Actually, you're the one who lost, Luna, since it was supposed to be your duel, said Luca. All of a sudden Luna drove her fist right into Luca's head and sent him to the ground. It was you who lost the duel, Luca, trying to be me, and if you ever say that I was the one to lose that duel, then you will be in bed for a week resting, said Luna, showing Luca her fist. Well, it doesn't matter who you lost, Luca, but don't go blaming it on your sister, said Yusei. Yeah, it was your idea in the first place to enter as your sister, Luca, said Sakura. You have no one but to blame for yourself, Luca, added Tsunade. I guess you right, you three. I have no one to blame but myself, said Luca. With that they all sat down in the stands. The crowd was getting anxious, waiting for the next round of the tournament to begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Before we got to the next round of the tournament, the Director General himself, Rex Godwin, has an announcement to make, said the announcer. With that, Rex Godwin appeared on the screen of the arena. Attention to everyone here. I have decided to hold a consolation match for the people who have lost in the first round of the tournament. It will be between Professor Frank and Luna. Both duelists will report to the field in 15 minutes. That is all, said Godwin as the screen went blank. You heard him, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a consolation match between Professor Frank and Luna in 15 minutes, said the announcer. That means I can duel again as Luna. But maybe I should change my deck so no one can know it is me dueling as Luna, said Luca, getting excited. I don't think it will work again, Luca, said Luna. She is right, Luca, you were lucky to fool people into thinking you were your sister, but it will not work this time, said Tsunade. So what are you going to do, Luna? Asked Sakura. I don't know, Sakura. I don't want to duel, but I guess I have no choice in the matter, replied Luna. All right, can the two duelists please come to the arena floor to complete in the duel, said the announcer. A spotlight then shine on Luna, who gathered up her duel disc in her arms and reluctantly started to head down to the duel arena floor. So Luca, what kind of deck does Luna run? Asked Yusei. She runs a spirit deck since she can communicate with dual monster spirits and they told her to build a spirit deck, replied Luca. Can you run by that us again? Asked Tanner, confused. What Luca means is that Luna is able to see dual monster spirits and communicate with them like my friend Jaden Cool. Back in my days at Duel Academy, replied Alexis. That's right, you see, Luna gets tired from hearing all the dual monster spirits talking to her and that is why she gets tired after a duel, said Luca. That's sad, Luca, said Sakura. So why does Godwin want to have Luna duel if she gets tired after one? Asked Kushina. I don't know, Ka-san. But something tells me it has to do with the signers, replied Yusei. Well, you are always right about everything, Yusei, said Tsunade. I hope Luna is going to be alright after this duel, said Ino, concerned. Meanwhile, up in the computer room, Boomer was watching Luna heading down the stairs to the duel arena floor. So this is Luna. Her brother put up a real good fight, so I wonder what the real thing can do, thought Boomer. Meanwhile, in Rex Godwin's skybox, Jack was talking to Godwin as they were watching the monitors. So Godwin, if this girl Luna is really a signer, then why do you need the scanners to pick up her mark? Asked Jack. Because Jack, I need the scanners to confirm to me that she is a signer by picking up her mark, replied Godwin. With that, he dismissed the projection of Luna on the screen and brought up another one. You see, Jack, the reason I had her enter in the tournament is because of an incident that happened 8 years ago, said Godwin, showing Jack images of what happened to Luna 8 years ago. You see, 8 years ago Luna had fallen into a coma while dueling, said Godwin. Another image of Luca in the crowd appeared on the screen. Her brother Luca has always been by her side, calling out her name since she fell into the coma. 1 month later she recovered, said Godwin. So what does this have to do with signers? Asked Jack. Because after she recovered she told people she had been in the world of dual monster spirits, replied Godwin, bringing up the Nazca lines and explaining about the origins of dual monsters. But after 8 years neither Luna and her brother Luca can remember anything about these events. But I have a feeling that bringing her back to that world is in order so we can learn about her true power, said Godwin. Well, that sounds like plan, Godwin, said Jack. But you better hope that I don't find out about your true plan, Godwin, or else you will regret ever messing with me, thought Jack. Meanwhile, back in the duel arena, the duel between Luna and Professor Frank was about to start. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for this duel to start. Introducing the first duelist, Luna, said the announcer. The spotlight then shine on Luna. Now introducing her opponent, the duelist known as Professor Frank, said the announcer. A man in a lab coat then appeared. It is an honor to finally meet you, Luna, said Frank, bowing. Same here, replied Luna. So how about we try to find the real you in the inner depths of your mind? Asked Frank. Luna then heard a voice making a squeaking whisper. So you have the same uneasy feeling too, said Luna to the voice. All right, duelist, let's get this duel started, said the announcer. With that, Frank and Luna duel discs came online and displayed their life points. I go first and I summon Sunny Pixie in defense mode, said Luna. A small human figure with wings then appeared with 400 defense points. It my turn and I summon Symmetry Rorschach in attack mode, said Frank. A blue thing with wings then appeared with 1200 attack points. So Luna, what does this monster look like too? Asked Frank. It looks like a spirit, replied Luna, nervous. With that, the monster took on the form of Sunny Pixie and grew a demonic head. Now I attack your Sunny Pixie with my Symmetry Rorschach, said Frank. With that, Sunny Pixie was destroyed and Luna yelled when it was destroyed. Well, Luna, my test has revealed you are afraid. So are you afraid of fairies and spirits, Luna? Asked Frank. That's not how it is, said Luna. Well, it's fine if you are Luna, because I am going to clear all your worries soon. But to do so we will have to take a trip to the world of dual monster spirits. Because I know you can talk to them, Luna, said Frank. How can you be sure such a world exists? Asked Luna, confused. You will soon see, Luna, but first I use my monster's effect which reveal the top card of your deck, said Frank. The top card on Luna's deck was Caribbean, which made her relax a little. So can you hear the voice of your monster? Asked Frank. All of a sudden Luna get uneasy as she knew what Frank was saying to be true. Luna then look up in the crowd at Luca and an image of her brother calling her name came into her head. Luna was getting uneasy as she didn't know if it was in her head or Luca had call her name just now. Up in the stands Luca was starting to feel Luna's fear. Alright, I set 2 cards face down and end my turn, said Frank. It my turn and I summon Kariban in attack mode, said Luna. A brown fur ball with a bow then appeared with 300 attack points. I activate my trap card Guiding Light to the inner depths which sends the top 5 cards of your deck to the graveyard, said Frank. With that the top 5 cards of Luna deck went to the graveyard. Now you have to add the top card of your deck to your hand, said Frank. With that Luna added the top card of her deck Ancient Forest to her hand as she was put in a trance because of Frank's trap card. Now I activate the field spell card Ancient Forest and thanks to its effect each time you attack with a monster it is destroyed at the end of your turn, said Luna. While I think of it as a place where conflict is not tolerated, said Frank. At that moment Luna fell into a trance and she found herself awaking in the dual monster spirit world. She could feel the tranquility of the forest but was still afraid. Back in reality Luna was in a trance and Frank was ready to make his move. Now I activate my trap card Gestalt Trap and target your Kariban and make its attack 0, said Frank. Meanwhile in the dual monster world Luna watched as the shackles of the trap wrap around Kariban and made its attack go to 0. Back in reality Frank was not done with his turn. Now I equip your Kariban with Immortal Homeostasis which allows Kariban not to be destroyed in battle. Now I release my Symmetry Rorschach to summon ID the Super Demonic Lord, said Frank. A monster looking like a blue lion then appeared with 2200 attack points. Meanwhile back in the dual monster world Luna was trying to attend to Kariban when Frank's monster appeared in front of her. Back in reality the crowd was yelling at Luna who was still in the trance saying if she doesn't do something then she will lose. Meanwhile up in the stands Ino noticed that Luca was starting to act the same way. Hey you guys, said Ino. What is it Ino? Asked Sakura. Take a look at Luca. It looks like he is in some sort of trance, replied Ino. Yeah, like Luna is down in the arena, said Hinata. So what does this mean? Asked Tsunade. Something tells me that Frank has sent Luna to the dual monster world and since Luca is her brother they may be connected and that is why they are both in a trance, replied Yusei. So what do we do about it? Asked Akiza. All we can do is bring Luca her someplace to rest and hope that Luna can free herself from the dual monster world before something bad happens, replied Yusei. Well you guys stay here and me and Kushina will take Luca here someplace to rest, said Alexis. Yeah we will make sure nothing bad happens to him, added Kushina. Thanks Mom and Ka-san. I know Luca is in good hands, said Yusei. With that Alexis picked up Luca and she and Kushina went to find someplace to let Luca rest. Meanwhile back on in the dual arena Franks was ready to make his move. Now I attack Kariban with ID the Demonic Lord, said Frank. With that Kariban was attacked but survived thanks to Frank's card. Frank 4000 LP Luna 1800 LP. Meanwhile in the dual monster world Luna had seen Frank's monster attack Kariban and was worried as Kariban was in pain. You know Luna, even though your Kariban is immortal it still feels pain. Have you forgotten your true mission Luna with is to protect this world from harm? Said Frank's voice. Luna remembered that conflict was tolerated in the forest watch as Frank's monster was destroyed. Thanks goodness that monster is gone. Now Kariban came rest, thought Luna relief. Her moment of relief was all of a sudden cut short by the return of ID the Super Demonic Lord thanks to its effect. Meanwhile back in reality the trance Luna draw and summon Sunlight Unicorn. A white unicorn then appeared with 1800 attack point. Next she used its effect to add Horn of the Unicorn to her hand and equip it to Sunlight Unicorn. Sunlight Unicorn's attack went from 1800 to 2500. Meanwhile back in the dual monster world Sunlight Unicorn appeared next to Luna ready to battle. Luna, said a voice. Who is there? Asked Luna looking around. Luna, are you here to fulfill the promise you made to protect our world from the evil ones? Replied the voice. I don't remember making any promises like that, replied Luna. Suddenly ID the Super Demonic Lord appear in front of her and Sunlight Unicorn attack it and D4 destroyed it. Luna, remembering the forest just not conflict, watches Sunlight Unicorn was destroyed. Meanwhile, back in reality, Franks took the damage from Sunlight Unicorn. Frank 3700 LP, Luna 1800 LP. Luna, I would like it if you can tell me what kind of world you are in, said Frank. Up in the stands, Yusei decided to do something. He got out of his seat and went over the railing and headed towards Luna. What does Yusei think he's doing? Asked Ino. He is probably going to try to get Luna out of her trance and out of the dual monster world, replied Sakura. I hope he can do it, said Tsunade. Meanwhile, on the field, the trance Luna used Horn of the Unicorn effect to put it back on top of her deck and activated the spell card Emergency Lifesaving to bring Sunlight Unicorn back from the graveyard. Next, she used its effect to get Horn of the Unicorn from her deck and equip it back on Sunlight Unicorn and set 2 card face down. Meanwhile, back in the dual monster world, Sunlight Unicorn was reunited with Luna, but ID was also there, was now advancing towards her. Luna quickly hop on Sunlight Unicorn and they along with Kariban ran away from ID, the super demonic lord. As they were running, Luna watched as the forest disappeared on was replaced by rotten tree stumps. Sunlight Unicorn then came to a stop in front of a dried up riverbed with a large crap where Luna could hear the voice coming from. Luna leaned forward and saw a drawing of a dragon on the crag. I know this dragon. It's ancient fairy dragon, thought Luna, remembering the dragon. All of a sudden, a gust of water came out of nowhere and quickly filled up the river, and Luna shielded herself with her AR. After she lowered her hand, she was on the river alone in its past beauty. Luna saw a younger version of herself playing with Kariban along with other dual monsters with ancient fairy dragon in it prime watching over them. Young Luna placed a garland of flowers on Kariban's crown, which quickly fall apart and withered. What just happened? Asked young Luna. It is because of the intent of the evil ones, Luna. They will try and pollute our world. But there is one person who can stop them, replied ancient fairy dragon. Who is it? Asked young Luna. It is you, Luna, that can stop the evil ones. So what I am asking is that will you stay here with us and protect this world from the evil ones? Asked ancient fairy dragon. Of course I will, since my parents are always away and my brother Luca just thinks of himself, replied young Luna. That is good to hear, Luna, said ancient fairy dragon. Luna then all of a sudden remembered the promise she had made to ancient fairy dragon. Meanwhile, back in reality, Yusei was dashing towards the duel arena and calling Luna's name. He then noticed that Frank was in a trance as well. In the infirmary, Alexis and Kushina were watching over Luca when they heard him calling out Luna's name. Back in the dual monster world, Luna remembered back then when she made the promise, when she heard Luca calling out her name, and realized back then that she was scared and left this world because of Luca calling out her name. I know now that I was too scared back then to stay here and protect this world because I was afraid of being alone to protect them. So that is why I locked them away in this world away, thought Luna. All of a sudden she heard a growling noise behind her and saw ID, the super demonic lord, coming toward her. Back in reality, Yusei was trying his hardest to try to snap Luna out of her trance and bring her back from the dual monster world. Yusei then noticed a glowing dragon mark on her arm. I don't believe this, Luna has a mark of the dragon, so that means she is a signer, said Yusei. Yusei then saw Frank draw in the sky box. Zigzix was watching the scanners on the screen. There's no doubt about it, Mr. Godwin. The girl is a signer, said Zigzix, looking at the scanners. Well, that's very good news to hear, said Godwin. Meanwhile, back in the dual monster world, ID disappeared and Frank stood in its place. This is amazing, Luna. For you to bring me here means you must be a signer, said Frank, losing his calm nature. What do you mean, a signer? Asked Luna, confused. They are people like you who desire power, replied Frank. I don't have any powers, so just leave me alone, said Luna. The tree around them then disappeared and a dark shadowy matter appeared beneath Frank. Luca, please call my name like you did last time, said Luna, scared. She then heard Luca calling her name and looked in a puddle at her reflection in the puddle and saw Luca's face instead. Luca, is that you? Asked Luna. Yes, it is, Luna. You made a promise to them, didn't you, to protect this world, didn't you? Asked Luca. Yes, I did, Luke, but I am not strong to protect this world, replied Luna. Well, then I am going to become strong like Yusei so I can protect you, so you can protect this world from evil, said Luca. The puddle then disappeared as a piece of the crag fall off. "I will be strong, Luca," said Luna standing up. Meanwhile back in reality her eyes turned back to normal. Back in the dual monster world Luna got up and looked at the craving of ancient fairy dragon and declared that she was going to protect this world from the evil ones. Her dual disc then reappeared on her arm and her and Frank's cards assumed their places on the field. "Now I activate the trap card Galatrap Pixie's Circle which makes you unable to attack Kariban anymore," said Luna. "Well, I play the trap card Wave of Evil Intent which let my monster attack and you lose 300 life points. Now I attack your Sunlight Unicorn with ID the Super Demonic Lord," said Frank. With that Frank's monster attacked Sunlight Unicorn and was destroyed. Frank 3400 LP Luna 1200 LP. "Now I activate the trap card Mental Pollution and destroy your Galatrap Pixie's Circle," said Frank. With that Luna's trap card was destroyed. "Now thanks to my monster's effect it comes back from the graveyard," said Frank. With that ID the Super Demonic Lord came back in attack mode. "It my turn and I draw," said Luna as she took damage from the equip spell card. Frank 3400 LP Luna 900 LP. "Now I activate the spell card Healing Wind to recover some of my life points," said Luna. Frank 3400 LP Luna 1500 LP. "Now I set 2 cards face down and end my turn," said Luna. "It my turn and I attack your Kariban with ID the Super Demonic Lord," said Frank. "I don't think so. I activate my trap card Fairy's Wind and destroy all spell and trap cards on the field," said Luna as Immortal Homeostasis was destroyed and Quiban attack went back to 300. "It doesn't matter because my monster still attacks," said Frank. "I don't think so because I activate Kariban effect by returning it to my hand. The damage I take is 0 but your life points are increase," said Luna. Frank 4400 LP Luna 1500 LP. "Well, it still doesn't matter, you still going to lose," said Frank. "I don't think so because I will not allow you to harm anyone else in this world," said Luna. "Well then I will just pollute this world then," said Frank laughing as more of the scenery fall apart. All of a sudden the picture of ancient fairy dragon came to life and emerged from the crag and grabbed Frank who was still laughing not realizing it was happening. "Ancient fairy dragon please calm down," said Luna pleading with the dragon. But the dragon wasn't listening to her. "I have to stop this right now and I activate the spell card Truesdale's Mischief with negate the last life point gain and inflicts the same damage to both players," said Luna. With that both their life points went down to 0. Back in reality both Frank and Luna came out of their trances and Frank fell backwards on the ground. Yusei managed to catch Luna as she was falling and now was carrying her away from the dueling field. "Yusei, where is my brother Luca?" asked Luna weakly. "She is in the infirmly resting Luna," replied Yusei. Meanwhile in the infirmly Luca had just got out of bed and was looking around. "Where is Luna?" asked Luca. "She is with Yusei now, Luca," replied Alexis trying to calm him down. "Did she win her duel?" asked Luca curious. "I am afraid it was a tie, Luca." "Which means it was a double elimination," replied Kushina. "Well, that is not good. But something tells me she tried her hardest to win," said Luca smiling. Meanwhile back in the duel arena Yusei was carrying Luna and saw her dragon mark had disappeared. Luna was looking up and saw the spirit of Kariban looking at her. "Don't worry, I will protect you all," said Luna. Luna then looked up at Yusei. "You can put me down, Yusei, I am fine now," said Luna. "Are you sure you are okay, Luna?" asked Yusei concerned. "Yeah, I am all right now and I can walk by myself," replied Luna. With that Luna jumped out of Yusei's arms and proved to him she was all right. She then looked at the crowd and gave one last wave before she departed the arena. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our consolation match ended in a draw. But let's see who our next 2 duelists are in the next round of the tournament, said the announcer. With that the screen started to flash and showed the next 2 duelist names. The first 2 duelists of the semifinals are Yusei, Fudo and Boomer. The duel will be a turbo duel and will be in 3 hours, said the announcer. Well, looks like I am going to the next duelist. I hope I can win this duel for my friend's sake, thought Yusei. Meanwhile up to the crowd a person was spinning a card of Ancient Fairy Dragon in their hand and smiling. Soon you will be on the side with your signer Ancient Fairy Dragon, said the person. With that the person left. In a garage of the duel arena, Yusei was working on his duel runner, making sure it was ready for his turbo duel against Boomer. Man, I sure hope I can beat this Boomer guy. Because if I don't, then my friends are done for, thought Yusei, wiping the sweat off his forehead. You got something on your mind, Yusei, said Tsunade's voice. Yusei turned around and saw Tsunade standing there with Sakura, Alexis, and Kasina looking at him with a questioning look on her face. Yeah, just thinking about my turbo duel against Boomer, replied Yusei. Well, don't worry about it, Yusei. We know you will win it, no problem, said Sakura. And don't worry about your friends, Yusei. Your Uncle Seto and Pegasus are getting close to finding out where your friends are and already have a plan to free them from Rex Godwin, said Alexis. Thanks a lot for cheering me up, said Yusei. So do you any plans what you are going to do after you win the tournament? Asked Kushina. Yeah, once I win this tournament and Rex Godwin is taken care of, I am going to make sure the people in the satellite are going to get their freedom, replied Yusei. Well, that sounds like a good plan, said Sakura. I do have one question that is bugging me. Do any of you know what happened to the Akatsuki since I left the village? Asked Yusei, curious. Well, most of the Akatsuki including their leader were captured and put to death except Itachi, who managed to get away, replied Tsunade. What about Sasuke? Asked Yusei. Well, he died in the attack on the village 3 years ago when he tried to kill Kakashi-sensei, who ended up killing him in self-defense, replied Sakura. That's too bad. I just hope Itachi doesn't figure out that Kyuubi is dead and she gave me a new body and that I am one of the signers, said Yusei. I wouldn't count on that, Naruto, or is it Yusei? Said a male voice. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice, and standing in front of them was Itachi Uchiha in his Akatsuki coat with his Sharingan blazing. Itachi Uchiha, what the hell are you doing here? Demanded Tsunade. Yeah, what are you doing here in New Domino City? Asked Sakura. Well, I came to see Yusei, of course. And how is my older sister Kushina doing? Asked Itachi, looking at Kushina. I am doing just fine, Yukina. And how is my little sister doing? Replied Kushina, looking at Itachi. Ka-san, what are you calling Itachi your little sister? He is a boy, not a girl. Asked Yusei. I guess I should reveal the real me to you, said Itachi. With Itachi made a hand sign and said, release. And there was cloud of smoke, and when it faded, where Itachi once stood was now a woman in her late 20s with aqua blue hair with streaks of silver going down to her feet, and she had the Sharingan blazing in her eyes. Yusei, I want you to meet my sister and your aunt Yukina, said Kushina. Well, it's an honor to finally meet my nephew in my real body, said Yukina in a female voice. Okay, can someone tell me why Itachi is a girl and your sister Kushina? And why she has the Sharingan? Asked Sakura, confused. Because I was born a girl, Sakura, and the reason I have the Sharingan is because when I was little I had to have a blood transfusion to save my life, and that blood happened to come from a Uchiha and I ended up with the Sharingan. So the Uchiha clan adopted me and forced me to pretend to be a boy so no one could tell that I was a girl, replied Yukina. Okay, but why did you murder the entire Uchiha except Sasuke and became a member of the Akatsuki? Asked Tsunade. Well, I didn't really murder the clan, it was the other members of the Akatsuki and they framed me for it so Sasuke would come after me for revenge. And the reason I joined them was to make sure that they didn't get their hands on any of the demon containers and keep my nephew here safe, replied Yukina. Well, that would explain everything. But why are you here in the first place? Asked Alexis. Well, Kushina here sent me a message saying that my nephew was trying to win this tournament to save his friends from an evil person named Rex Godwin, and that she found my niece as well, replied Yukina. That is true, my friends are in danger from Rex Godwin and that my sister was found. Now that I know you were not behind the Uchiha clan death and you were trying to protect me from the Akatsuki, I forgive for being part of Akatsuki and hope I can get to know my aunt better, said Yusei. Well, thanks for forgiving me, Yusei, and I hope you win this tournament and save your friends from Rex Godwin, said Yukina. Thanks for the support, Aunt Yukina, said Yusei. At that moment the announcer's voice came over the speaker saying the duelist had 10 minutes left until the duel started. Well, I better get going, you guys. I have a duel to win, said Yusei. Well, good luck, Yusei, and make sure you come back from this duel in one piece, said Kushina. I promise I will, Ka-san, replied Yusei. With that, Yusei got on his duel runner and headed towards the duel arena for his duel against Boomer. Meanwhile, in a room, Boomer was talking to Lazar. "What do you want, Lazar?" asked Boomer. "I have something from Mr. Godwin to give to you to use in your duel with Yusei," replied Lazar, handing Boomer a card. "What is this card supposed to do?" asked Boomer, looking at the card. "That card there is very powerful and we rewritten it to use with your duel runner. So if you master it you should be able to beat Yusei no problem. You know that Mr. Godwin is counting on you to awaken Yusei's mark of the dragon," replied Lazar. "Yes, I know, and what about the deal I had with Godwin? That if he reach his goal then he would help reconstruct my village," said Boomer. "Don't worry about your deal, Boomer. Mr. Godwin will keep his promise to you. By the way, how long have you been gone from your village?" asked Lazar. "I have been gone for 1 year and 116 days. I plan to go back there right away once I complete my mission," replied Boomer. "Then I hope you beat Yusei, Boomer, so you can back to your village," said Lazar. With that, Boomer put the card in his deck box and left the room. As soon as Boomer went out of the hallway he was confronted by Jack Atlas. "Hey you there, you're in my way," said Jack. "Well, pardon my manners, King," said Boomer mockly. "I don't mean that you were in my way in the hall. I meant that you were in my way as whole. And you know what, Yusei is going to advance to this tournament as I am the only one capable of defeating him and you are just a waste of his time facing you," said Jack. "Well, you know what, you're a pathetic excuse for a king," replied Boomer. "Why, you jerk," said Jack. With that, Jack threw a punch at Boomer, who quickly caught it in his fist. "You know what, Jack, you're so self-centered that you don't even realize your own mission," said Boomer, looking at Jack. "What mission?" asked Jack, confused. "That for you to figure out, as I am on my own mission and nothing is going to stop me from completing," replied Boomer. With that, he left Jack standing alone in the hallway as he went to his duel against Yusei. Meanwhile, back in the duel arena, the crowd was getting restless as the duel was getting ready to start. "Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start this turbo duel. Introducing first the shooting star of the satellite, Yusei Fudo," said the announcer. With that, Yusei came into the duel arena on his duel runner and the crowd was cheering for him as their past hate for him had melted away from his last duel. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Yusei friends and family had watched him come out on his duel runner. "Well, it looks like the crowd is finally starting to cheer for Yusei," said Ino. "Well, what do you accept after Yusei summoned the winged dragon of Ra in his last duel?" replied Tanner. "How powerful is that card?" asked Hinata. "It is only the most powerful card in the game, Hinata," replied Tsunade. "Yeah, and Yusei knows how to use it too," added Sakura. "Well, I hope Yusei can beat his opponent in this duel," said Yukina. "Don't worry, Yukina, Yusei is the best duelist I know," said Kushina. "Well, he does take right after his father Yugi in dueling," said Alexis. "Well, I know Yusei will win because I want to face him in a duel," said Akiza. Meanwhile, back on the track, the announcer was ready to introduce Yusei's opponent. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing his opponent, the Black Storm himself, Boomer," said the announcer. With that, Boomer appeared on his big duel runner as the crowd cheered for him. With that, both duel runners went up to the starting line. "Well, good luck in this duel, Boomer, and let the best duelist win," said Yusei, looking at Boomer. "I don't need luck because I am going to win this duel as it is important that I do," replied Boomer. "Well, this duel is important to me, to Boomer, as my friends' lives are on the line," said Yusei. "Alright, duelist, when the light turn green, that is when you start the duel," said the announcer. With that, the lights came down and started the countdown, and the light turned green and both duel runners took off around the track. "I go first and I summon Magic Reactor Aid in attack mode," said Boomer. Magic Reactor Aid then appeared with 1200 attack points. "Now I set 3 cards face down and end my turn," said Boomer. "It my turn and I use the spell card Fake Hero to special summon Elemental Hero Neos in attack mode," said Yusei. A warrior that was white appeared with 2500 attack points. "Next I summon Neo-Spacian Panther in attack mode," said Yusei. A black cat wearing a cape appeared with 1000 attack points. "Now I contact Fuse Neos with Dark Panther to summon Elemental Hero Dark Neos," said Yusei. A warrior that was black with wings and claws on its hands appeared with 2500 attack points. Well, I activate the trap card Hidden Soldiers to special summon Trap Reactor RR in attack mode, said Boomer. With that, Trap Reactor RR appeared with 800 attack points. Well, I attack your Magic Reactor Aid with Dark Neos, said Yusei. Well, then I activate the trap card Fake Explosion Penta to allow my monster to survive the attack, and I get to summon a level 5 or lower monster from my hand, and I summon some Mon Reactor AI in attack mode, said Boomer. Summon Reactor AI then appeared with 2000 attack points. Well, you still take the damage, said Yusei. Yusei 4000 LP, Boomer 3400 LP. Well, then I activate the trap card Delta Reactor and send my monster to the graveyard to summon Giant Bomber Air Raid, said Boomer. With that, Giant Bomber Air Raid appeared with 3000 attack points. That's your most powerful monster, said Yusei, surprise. Yes, it is, and with it I will win this duel, said Boomer. Fine, then I set one card face down and end my turn, said Yusei. It my turn and attack you directly with Giant Bomber Air Raid, said Boomer. Well, then I activate the quick play spell card Shrink, which cuts your monster's attack in half, said Yusei. Yusei 2500 LP, Boomer 3400 LP. Fine, I set one card face down and end my turn, said Boomer. It's my turn, and I activate the spell card Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards from my deck and send 2 to the graveyard. Next, I activate the spell card Monster Reborn to summon Kyuubi, Queen of the Foxes, in attack mode, said Yusei. With that, Kyuubi appeared with 3500 attack points. Well, then I activate the trap card Chariot Pile, and thanks to its effect I can negate your monster's attack, said Boomer. Spikes then appeared on Boomer Dual Runner Wheel. Well, I am not done yet. Next, I activate the spell card Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards, said Yusei. Good, I got the cards I need to win this duel, thought Yusei, smiling. What are you smiling about, Yusei? Asked Boomer. Because I am going to win this duel right here. Now I activate the spell card Polymerization to fuse the 3 legendary knights Critias, Hermos, and Timaeus to fusion summon Knight of Destiny from my extra deck, said Yusei. A knight covered in gold armor with a red cape and holding a sword glowing with a gold light appeared with an attack of infinite. I don't believe it, ladies and gentlemen, Yusei Fudo has just summoned a monster with infinite attack points, said the announcer. Shock. Up the stands, Jack had just seen what Yusei did. What the hell? How does Yusei have a monster with infinite attack points? Thought Jack, surprise. Up the stands, the others had seen what Yusei had done too. Alexis, where did Yusei get a monster with infinite attack points? Asked Kushina. That would be from the gift that me and Yugi left with Seto Kaiba to give to Yusei in case we were dead, and that monster there happens to be the most powerful monster in the game, even more powerful than the 3 Egypti and God cards, replied Alexis, smiling. Well, it looks like Yusei is going to win this duel, said Tsunade. Yep, with that monster Yusei can't lose this duel, added Sakura. Meanwhile, back to the duel, Yusei was ready to make his move. Now that my Knight of Destiny is on the field, he is unaffected by all spell, trap, and monster effect, which means your trap card can't stop his attack. Now I attack your Giant Bomber Air Raid with Knight of Destiny, said Yusei. With that, Knight of Destiny attacked Giant Bomber Air Raid and destroyed it, and making Boomer losing the rest of his life points. Yusei 2500 LP, Boomer 0 LP. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this duel is Yusei Fudo, said the announcer. Meanwhile, in Rex Godwin's skybox, Zigzix was looking at the scanners with a look of disappointment on his face. I am sorry, Mr. Godwin, but the scanners didn't pick up Yusei's Mark of the Dragon, said Zigzix. Well, I guess Yusei didn't have the strength again to make it appear, said Godwin. So what do we do now, Mr. Godwin? Asked Lazar. We have to wait until Yusei duels again and hope his Mark of the Dragon appears then. And you better hope for both your sakes that it does, or else you will both pay dearly for failing me, replied Godwin in angry tone. Meanwhile, Jack had seen everything that happened in the duel. I guess Boomer's mission was shallow after all. So now that Yusei is advancing to the next round, that means he is one step closer to our rematch where I will beat him once and for all, said Jack to himself. Back in the duel arena, Yusei decided to check on Boomer and rode over to Boomer's dual runner that still had the spikes from the chariot pile trap card on it somehow. When he got over there before Yusei had a chance to speak, Boomer got up on his feet and held his hand to his face like he going to talk into a microphone. At that moment the announcer's microphone stopped working. "Attention everyone, I have something to say," said Boomer, his voice coming over the speakers. "I want to tell you something about Rex Godwin. My village was destroyed a while ago and it was all because of Rex Godwin trying to summon the Crimson Dragon," said Boomer. With that the overhead monitors started to play images of Boomer's village and its destruction, and everyone in the arena had a look of horror on their faces. Meanwhile up in the sky box, Lazar and Godwin had seen the images being played. "Mr. Godwin, I don't understand how Boomer got these images, but I will put a halt to them right away," said Lazar. "That will not necessary, Lazar," said Godwin, putting his hand up. "As you wish, Mr. Godwin. But I am surprised that Boomer knows about the destruction of his village, so that means there must have been a survivor, and I am also surprised that he managed to take over the airwaves in the arena," said Lazar. Jack meanwhile was shocked at the destruction that Rex Godwin's experiment to summon the Crimson Dragon had caused. "So this is Godwin's real plan for the signers. Well, I will find a way to put a stop to it and prove to everyone that I alone can handle the power of the Crimson Dragon." Back on the track, Boomer was not done talking. "Yusei and Jack, I call on the both of you that you can't win by playing by Rex Godwin's rules, and I will prove it once and for all," said Boomer. With that, Boomer hop on his dual runner and race around the track, gaining speed towards Godwin's skybox. Yusei quickly drove his dual runner the opposite way to stop him. Boomer's dual runner then took to the air, as did Yusei's, and they collided, and the spike from the trap card broke off and headed towards Rex Godwin, who caught it with his hand. The impact tore up his hand and revealing to everyone it was a mechanical hand. Lazar fell to the floor, shocked at the sight of the hand, while Jack, who had seen everything, looked in disgust. Meanwhile on the track, Boomer and Yusei were on their feet when Boomer quickly grabbed Yusei by the collar of his yacht. "See, Ket, why the hell did you stop me from taking out Rex Godwin?" demanded Boomer. "Because you would have been just as bad as him for what he did to your village, Boomer. But you should never settle things by force," replied Yusei. With that, Boomer released Yusei and screamed at the top of his lungs before breaking down in tears. Yusei then noticed the others had come down to the track to see if he was alright. "Yusei, are you alright?" asked Sakura. "Yeah, are you hurt or something?" asked Tsunade, concerned. "Yeah, I am fine, you too," replied Yusei. "What about him?" asked Tanner. "I don't know if he is going to be okay after what Rex Godwin did to his village," replied Yusei. "I can't believe Godwin would do something as evil as destroy an entire village," said Alexis. "Yeah, he is even worse than Orochimaru," said Kushina. "So what are you going to do, Yusei, now that you won the duel?" asked Ino. "I don't know, Ino. All I can do right now is worry about my next opponent," replied Yusei. "Well, I hope when you win this tournament that Godwin gets what he deserves for destroying Boomer's village," said Hyunta. "Yeah, he deserves a fate worse than death for what he did to all those people just so he could summon the Crimson Dragon," said Yukina. "Don't worry, when the time comes, Rex Godwin will be taking a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm where he can spend the rest of his life in pain," said Yusei. "That's good to hear, Yusei, and Rex Godwin will wish he was never born once you're done with him," said Akiza. "You got that right, Akiza," replied Yusei. Yusei then looked up toward Rex Godwin's skybox. "You better watch your step from now on, Godwin. Because once I win this tournament and save my friends, you are going to wish you were never born when I get through with you and send your soul to the Shadow Realm," thought Yusei with his eyes full of hate and revenge. After the fail attack by Boomer, Rex Godwin quickly his hand behind his back and quickly produced a number of monitors throughout the duel arena. Meanwhile in the duel arena, Yusei and the others were wondering what to do next when Godwin's face appeared on the monitors. "Attention everyone in the arena, I am sorry about the attack by the duelist Boomer. But rest assured that as Director General I will make sure everyone here is safe, even if I have to give up my own life. That is all," said Godwin. The crowd started to cheer for Rex Godwin as they thought he would put his life on the line for them. "Can you believe that guy, Yusei? Letting people think he would put his own life on the line for them," said Tanner. "Well, I don't believe a word he says after what he did to Boomer's village," replied Yusei. "Well, wait until you win this tournament, Yusei, and send him to the Shadow Realm for what he did to that village," said Sakura. Yeah, he will be sorry he ever mess with you, added Tsunade. Thanks, you too, but we better get off the duel arena floor because Akiza has a duel to win, said Yusei. You got that right, Yusei, and just remember that when we face each other in the finales that I will not hold back any poo. NCHES in the duel, said Akiza. I would not have it any other way, sis, said Yusei. Yeah, good luck in your duel, Akiza, and win it with honor, said Kushina. Oh, course I will, mom. Besides, me and Yusei are destined to duel each other in the finales, replied Akiza. Well, knowing Yusei and you, the duel will be a tough one to win for either of you, said Alexis. Well, we better get going, Akiza, so you can get ready for your duel, said Yukina. With that they left. Meanwhile, in a room among a pile of books and a computer in front of him, Fudo was looking up details on Akiza on his computer in front of him. So Fudo, do you think you can beat Akiza the Black Rose Witch in a duel? Asked Lazar. Don't worry, Lazar, all the information in Akiza has been compiled into this deck, replied Fudo, holding up his deck. Well, you have better hope you don't fail, Fudo, or you will not like what Mr. Godwin has planned for you if you do, said Lazar. Don't worry about it, Lazar. With my deck, Akiza is going to lose for sure, said Fudo. Well, for your sake you better be right, said Lazar. Meanwhile, in Rex Godwin's skybox, Godwin was resting when Jack came bursting in looking angry. Jack, what are you doing here? Asked Godwin. I am here because I want to know why you had to destroy that village and how come you have a mechanical arm, asked Jack. Well, if you must know, Jack, the reason that village was destroyed was so I could summon the Crimson Dragon to help save mankind from evil, and I am sorry that those people had to die, but I was for the good of mankind. And the reason I have this arm is because I lost my real arm in accident a few years ago. So is there anything else you want to know, Jack? Replied Godwin. Nothing right now, Godwin, but you better hope I don't find out your real plan or else I will take you down myself, said Jack. With that, Jack left the room. Meanwhile, in the duel arena, the crowd was getting fired up for the next duel to start. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the final duel of the semi-finals of the tournament. Introducing first is Kodo Kiniyama, said the announcer. With that, the spotlight appeared on Koda. I promise you all this, that I will take down the Black Rose Witch, declared Koda, and the crowd started to cheer. Now introducing his opponent, the Black Rose Witch herself, Akiza, said the announcer. With that, the spotlight appeared on Akiza and the crowd was yelling for Koda to finish her off once and for all. Well, it looks like the crowd hasn't forgotten what happened in my last duel with Jill. But thanks to the Millennium Necklace that Alexis gave me, I don't have to worry about harming anyone else with my powers again, thought Akiza, looking at the Millennium item around her neck. Meanwhile, in the garage of the duel arena, Yusei was working on his duel runner, watching Akiza getting ready to start her duel against Koda on a monitor with the others. So Yusei, do you think that Akiza has a chance to win this duel without worrying about hurting that guy with her powers? Asked Ino, concerned. I know she will win it, Ino, and thanks to the Millennium Necklace that my mom gave her. Her powers are contained, so don't worry about her. Besides, I know you have a crush on her since you met her, replied Yusei. And how do you know that, Yusei? Asked Ino, surprised. Because when you first saw her you had a big blush on your face, as you have now just seeing her on the monitor, replied Yusei. Well, you're right, Yusei, I do have a crush on your sister. But what should I do about it? Asked Ino. Well, you should tell her how you feel after her duel, Ino, and see what happens, replied Yusei. Then I will do that, replied Ino. So Yusei, are you sure that your Uncle Seto and this guy Pegasus can save your friends? Asked Hinata. I have no doubts, Hinata, that they will save my friends from Rex Godwin, replied Yusei. You got that right, my dear boy, Yusei, said a voice. Everyone turned around and saw a man in his early 60s with silver hair covering one eye in a gray business suit, smiling. Who are you? Asked Sakura. Well, I am Pegasus, the creator of Duel Monsters, my dear young lady, replied Pegasus. You mean the one that is coming up with a plan with Seto Kaiba to save Yusei's friends? Asked Tsunade. That would be me, my dear, replied Pegasus. So what are you doing here, Pegasus? You never just appear out of nowhere without a good reason, asked Yusei. Well, I came to tell you, Yusei, that me and Seto Kaiba have found out where your friends were and that we managed to free them and that they are safe and sound, replied Pegasus. Well, that good news to hear, Pegasus, said Alexis. That is good news to hear, Mom. So is that the only reason you are here, Pegasus? Asked Yusei. No, it is not, Yusei. I have come to give your friend here Luna something as well, to tell you what Rex Godwin's real plan is for the signer. Replied Pegasus. So what is it you have to give me? Asked Luna. Well, it is a very special card that I was holding on to until you were ready for it, replied Pegasus, handing Luna the Ancient Fairy Dragon card. This card is Ancient Fairy Dragon, said Luna. Yes, it is, Luna, and it belonged to you as you were a signer, and this is your dragon, said Pegasus. Thanks a lot, Mr. Pegasus, said Luna. Don't mention it, my dear, said Pegasus. So can you tell us what Rex Godwin's real plan is for the signers? Asked Yusei. Well, you see, Yusei, me and Kaiba have found out from hacking into Godwin's computer system is that his plan is to gather all the signers and use them to summon the Crimson Dragon so he can use its power to take over the world, replied Pegasus. You mean that Godwin's plan is to use this dragon to take over the world? Asked Kushina, shocked. I am afraid that is his plan for the Crimson Dragon once he summons it, replied Pegasus. So what do we do about Rex Godwin? Asked Yukina. Well, all we can do, my dear, is hope Yusei here can put a stop to Rex Godwin's plans before something bad happens, replied Pegasus. Well, you can count on me to stop him, Pegasus, said Yusei. I know you will, Yusei. But I have to leave right now before Rex Godwin finds out what happened to your friends, said Pegasus. With that, he left them in the room. Meanwhile, back in the duel arena, the duel between Kota and Akiza was about to begin. All right, duelist, let's get this duel started, said the announcer. With that, both duel discs came online and displayed their life points. I go first and I summon Violet Witch in attack mode, said Akiza. A purple girl holding a staff then appeared with 1100 attack points. Now I activate the field spell card Black Rose Garden and set one card face down and end my turn, said Akiza. It's my turn and I set one card face down and end my turn, said Kota. It's my turn and I attack you directly with Violet Witch, said Akiza. With that, Violet Witch attacked Kota and caused direct damage. Kota 2900 LP, Akiza 4000 LP. Well, I activate the trap card Crime and Punishment, which destroys your Violet Witch and allows me to summon a level 4 from my hand, and I summon Hate Agent in defense mode, said Kota. A warrior then appeared with 0 defense points and Violet Witch was destroyed, and Akiza got a rose token on her side of the field thanks to Black Rose Garden. Well, I activate my Violet Witch effect and add Phoenixicon Cluster Amaryllis to my hand, said Akiza. Well, that doesn't matter, because I know why you play this field spell. It is because you want to make friends, but you can't because you will hurt them with your powers, said Kota. That may be true in the past, Kota. But I have friends and family that loves me and I have control over my powers now. Or did you not notice that there isn't a scratch or mark on you, Kota? Said Akiza. The Crowd and Kota then look in surprise that they saw no marks on Kota. How come I don't have a mark on me? Asked Kota, surprise. Because I have control over my powers now and I chose not to use them in this duel or anymore so people don't get hurt, replied Akiza. Well, that doesn't matter, because you are going to lose here, Akiza, said Kota. We will see about that, Kota. Now I end the battle phase, said Akiza. Well, thanks to the effect of my Hate Agent, since I lose more than 1000 life points, I got the life points I lost back, said Kota. Kota 4000 LP, Akiza 4000 LP. Well, then I summon Phoenixicon Seed in attack mode, said Akiza. A red seed appeared with 800 attack points but was then cut in half thanks to the field spell card, and Kota got a rose token. Now I activate the spell card Rose Flame, which inflicts 500 points of damage every time a monster is special summoned to your side of the field, said Akiza. It's my turn and I activate the spell card Mind Master, which allows to pick any monster in your main or extra deck and inflict half its attack to you as damage. And I pick Black Rose Dragon, said Kota. A lump of slime then appeared and took on the form of Black Rose Dragon and inflicted 1200 points of damage. Kota 3500 LP, Akiza 2800 LP. Now I switch my Rose token to defense mode and end my turn, said Kota. It's my turn. I activate my Phoenixicon Seed effect to summon Phoenixicon Cluster Amaryllis in attack mode, said Akiza. A red flower then appeared with 220 attack points, but then it was cut in half by Black Rose Garden and another rose token appeared on Kota's side of the field and he took 500 points of damage from Rose Flame. Kota 3000 LP Akiza 2800 LP. Now I attack your rose token with Phoenixicon Cluster Amaryllis, said Akiza. With that Akiza monster attack the rose token and cause damage. Kota 2700 LP Akiza 2800 LP. Now thanks to its effect after it attacks it is sent to the graveyard and you take 800 points of damage, said Akiza. With that Kota took 800 points of damage. Kota 1900 LP Akiza 2800 LP. Well, thanks to my hate agent I get 300 life points back, said Kota. Kota 2200 LP Akiza 2800 LP. Well, then I end my turn and my monster comes back from the graveyard thanks to its effect, said Akiza. With that the monster came back to the field in defense mode and a rose token then appeared on Kota's field and he took 500 points of damage thanks to Rose Flame. Kota 1700 LP Akiza 2800 LP. It my turn and I release my 3 rose tokens to summon Mad Profiler in attack mode, said Kota. A warrior then appeared with 2600 attack points and Akiza got a rose token on her side of the field. Now I activate my monster's effect by discarding 1 card from my hand. I can remove the same type of card from the field and I discard Reload to destroy Black Rose Garden, said Kota. With that the field spell was destroyed. Next I discard Mind on Air to destroy your Phoenixicon Cluster Amaryllis, said Kota. With that Akiza monster was destroyed. Now I attack your rose token with Mad Profiler, said Kota. With that Kota's monster attack the rose token and cause damage. Kota 1700 LP Akiza 1000 LP. Now I equip my Mad Profiler with Destruction Insurance and Light Law Protection and end my turn, said Kota. It my turn and I summon the tuner monster Night Rose Knight in attack mode, said Akiza. A female warrior dressed in black holding 2 swords appeared. Now I tune my Black Rose Knight with my rose tokens to synchro summon Black Rose Dragon in attack mode, said Akiza. Black Rose Dragon then appeared with 2400 attack points. Now I activate my dragon's effect by removing 1 planet monster from my graveyard. Your Mad Profiler attack becomes 0, said Akiza. Mad Profiler attack then went to 0. Now I attack your Mad Profiler with Black Rose Dragon, said Akiza. I don't think so because I activate the effect of Light Law Protection to destroy your dragon, said Kota. With that Black Rose Dragon was destroyed. Well, then I activate the spell card Curse of Rose and thanks to its effect since your monster attack was changed you take damage equal to Oh, the difference, said Akiza. With that Kota lost all his life points. Kota 0 LP Akiza 1000 LP. And the winner of this duel is Akiza. Which means the final duel will be between Akiza and Yusei, said the announcer. Meanwhile up in Rex Godwin's skybox Zigzix and Lazar were looking at the scanners. So did you two pick up her mark of the dragon? Asked Godwin. I am afraid that we have failed to pick up her mark, Mr. Godwin, replied Zigzix. Well, since the final match is between her and Yusei, the scanners should be able to pick up their marks once they duel, said Lazar. Well, you better hope for both your sakes that you are right or else you two will be sent to the facility for the rest of your lives in lockdown. Do I make myself clear, you two? Said Godwin. Crystal clear, said Lazar. We will not fail you again, Mr. Godwin, said Zigzix. Well then you better not, said Godwin angry. Meanwhile in the garage of the duel arena Yusei and the others had just seen Akiza win the duel when Akiza came into the garage. Well, what did you guys think of my duel? Asked Akiza. That was one of the best duel I have ever seen, Akiza, said Alexis. Yeah, you did very good winning that duel without using your powers, said Kushina. Thanks Mom and Alexis. I couldn't have held my powers back without the Millennium Necklace, said Akiza. So that means you will face Yusei in the finales? Asked Sakura. Yes, that is true, but I wouldn't prefer to duel nobody else but my brother, said Akiza. Well, I know that you will both give it you all, said Yukina. Yeah, and I can tell it will be a duel with honor and respect, said Tsunade. Well, I do plan not to hold back on Yusei here, said Akiza. Neither am I plan on holding anything back in our duel, Akiza, said Yusei. Looks like this is one duel that will be tough to tell who the winner is, said Hinata. You were right on that one, Hinata. But my bet is on Yusei to win it and face Jack Atlas himself, said Tanner. Well, we just have to wait and see, Tanner, said Yusei. So what do we do now, Yusei? Asked Ino. Well, we should get some rest right now until it's time for the duel. But you have something to talk to Akiza about, Ino, replied Yusei. What would that be? Asked Ino. You know what we talked about earlier, replied Yusei. Now I remember now what you are talking about, said Ino. Well, we should leave you and Akiza alone then so you two can talk, said Yusei. With that, Yusei and the others left the garage, leaving Ino and Akiza alone. So what do you want to talk about, Ino? Asked Akiza, looking at her. Well, it's kind of hard to say this, but I have had a huge crush on you since I saw when I got to New Domino City, replied Ino, getting the words out. Why do you have a crush on a girl like me, Ino, that has injured people as the Black Rose Witch? Asked Akiza. Because it wasn't your fault, you did that, as you had no control over your powers until a while ago. But I can see that you are a kind and caring woman, not to mention you are definitely beautiful. I will understand if you don't feel the same way about me, replied Ino with tears in her eyes. All of a sudden Ino felt Akiza hold her face in her hands and saw Akiza looking her in the eyes. Well, to tell you the truth, Ino, I have had a crush on you since I laid my eyes on you since you got here. So I want to ask if you would consider becoming my girlfriend, asked Akiza. Of course I would like to be your girlfriend, Akiza, replied Ino. With that they kiss each other on the lips and stayed like that for a full minute before breaking apart. Well, I have a duel to prepare for, Ino, so I will you later, said Akiza. Well, good luck, Akiza, and I will see you later, replied Ino, blushing. Meanwhile, in another garage in the arena, Jack Atlas was looking over his deck and his duel runner. Something tells me that Godwin is lying about this whole saving the world crap. So I will find out what his real plan is and stop him once and for all. And when I finally beat Yusei, I will once again be the best duelist in the world, thought Jack, angry. In the garage of the duel arena, Yusei was going over his deck thinking about the match with his sister. Man, I can't believe I have to duel my own sister and beat her in order to get to Jack and Godwin, thought Yusei. What are you thinking about, Yusei? Asked Sakura's voice. Yusei turned around and saw Sakura standing there looking at him. I am just thinking how hard this duel is going to be to win since I have to defeat my own sister, replied Yusei. Well, I know that you will win, Yusei, and besides I think Eliza will want you to go all out on her since she said she wanted a duel with honor, said Sakura. I know you right, Sakura, but it will not make it any easier for me to beat her, said Yusei. Well, you just have to think of Akiza as a fellow duelist and not your sister, as she will not hold back anything, said Sakura. You're right, Sakura, I will think of Akiza as a fellow duelist and not hold back anything in this duel, said Yusei. Well, that the Yusei I know and love, said Sakura. Well, thanks you for reminding me what I have to do, Sakura, said Yusei, giving her a kiss. Well, don't mention it, Yusei, said Sakura. Meanwhile, on the other side of the garage, Akiza was looking over her deck thinking the same thing. I still can't believe I have to face my brother Yusei in the finales. I just hope I don't hold back, as I know Yusei will not, thought Akiza. So you're thinking about the duel with Yusei, aren't you? Said Tsunade's voice. Akiza looked up and saw Tsunade looking at her. Let me guess, you're here to tell me not to hold anything back in this duel, right, Tsunade? Said Akiza. You're right, and Sakura is telling Yusei the same thing too. You know you have to go all out against Yusei even though he is your brother, said Tsunade. I know I will have to, Tsunade. So I do plan to give it my all against him, replied Akiza. Well, I know you will, Akiza. But you know I will be rooting for Yusei since I am in love with him and me and Sakura are carrying his children, said Tsunade. I know you will, Tsunade. But whoever wins this duel, it will not make me think any less of my brother, as I know he is a great duelist, said Akiza. Well, that's the spirit, Akiza. Well, I better get going as I have to meet the others in the stands to watch the duel between you and Yusei, said Tsunade. I know, Tsunade, and thanks for the pet talk, said Akiza. Don't mention it, replied Tsunade as she left. Meanwhile, up Rex Godwin's skybox, Godwin was talking to Lazar and Zigzix. So have you two fools find out who that woman is like I told you two to find out? Asked Godwin. Well, we have had no luck, Mr. Godwin. Replied Zigzix. So you didn't find out the information I told you I wanted? Asked Godwin, angry. Well, unlike Zigzix, I have found some information on the woman you wanted, and it is very interesting, Mr. Godwin. Said Lazar. Well, tell me what you found out right now, Lazar, before you find yourself out of a job and in the facility, said Godwin. Well, according to the files I look up, I found out her name is Kushina Uzumaki from the elemental countries, more importantly the land of fire, in the village H. Hidden in the leaves, said Lazar, bringing up the information on the monitor. So she is from a ninja village. So why is that important, and what does it have to do with Yusei and Akiza? Asked Godwin, getting annoyed at Lazar. Well, according to the files here, she was married to the 4th Hokage Arashi and had given birth to twins, a boy named Naruto and a girl who did not have a name yet, replied Lazar. Well, that good and all. But can you just get to the point, Lazar? Said Godwin. But of course, Mr. Godwin. Do you remember the demon Kyuubi that attacked the Hidden Leaf village 18 years ago? Asked Lazar. Yes, I know about that attack, Lazar. So what does that have to do with anything? Asked Godwin. Well, you see, Mr. Godwin, the 4th Hokage sealed that demon into his son Naruto, and the boy grew up trying to be a ninja until he was exiled from the village for failing to receive Sasuke Uchiha and disappeared without a trace, which is about the same time Yusei Fudo was adopted by Yugi and Alexis Motu when they found him in Ally, and the girl disappeared without a trace after their mother Kushina was kidnapped by Orochimaru. With this information, I believe that the boy Naruto Uzumaki and Yusei Fudo are the one and the same person, since Kyuubi had the power to give someone a new body at the cost of its life, and considering that Akiza is Yusei's sister and that Kushina is their mother, I can safely say that Akiza is the little girl that disappeared from the village without a trace. Replied Lazar. So Yusei Fudo used to be Naruto Uzumaki, the 9-tailed fox container. Who would have believed that 2 of the signers would be from the village hidden in the leaves? Good work, Lazar. Said Godwin. Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Said Lazar, bowing. So what do we do about the match between Yusei and Akiza, Mr. Godwin? Asked Zigzix. We will let it go on as planned, and once those 2 duel, then the scanners will tell us if they are signers. Replied Godwin, smiling. As you wish, Mr. Godwin. Said Zigzix. Meanwhile, in the duel arena, the crowd was getting anxious for the duel between Yusei and Akiza to begin. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the final duel of the tournament to begin. The winner of this duel will be facing off against the king himself, Jack Atlas, in a turbo duel to see who they can overthrow him. Now introducing first the shooting star of the satellite, Yusei, said the announcer. A spotlight then fell on Yusei as the crowd cheered for him to defeat the witch. Now introducing his opponent, the Black Rose Witch herself, Akiza, said the announcer. The spotlight then fell on Akiza and the crowd was shouting at her that she was going to pay for what she done to Jill in her furs. Duel of the tournament. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the others were hearing what the crowd was saying. Can you believe these people? They want Yusei to finish off his own sister without mercy, said Tanner. I know, Tanner, it isn't right. Akiza had no control over her powers in that duel against Jill. But now she does, which means that Akiza does not have to worry about hurting Yusei in this duel, said Alexis. Well, I hope Akiza and Yusei can ignore these people as have a honorable duel, said Kushina. Well, don't worry, Kushina, Yusei and Akiza will be just fine, said Yukina, calming her sister down. Yeah, Yusei and Akiza will be fine in this duel. So don't worry about, said Hinata. Well, knowing Yusei and Akiza, they will not hold anything back after the talk me and Tsunade gave them, said Sakura. You got right, Sakura. Those 2 will go all out in this duel and will do it with honor, said Tsunade. Well, I hope Akiza and Yusei don't go overboard, said Ino. Don't worry, Ino, they will be just fine in this duel. Not to mention we know that you and Akiza are a couple, said Sakura. And how do you know that? Asked Ino, surprised. Because I kind of saw you and her kiss after you had that talk and told the others, replied Luna, looking away. Well, I guess then that it is okay that you guys know that me and Akiza are a couple now, said Ino. Well, knowing you, Ino, I think my daughter made a fine choice choosing you to fell in love with, said Kushina. Well, that is fine and all. But you think we can watch the duel and cheer Yusei and Akiza on, said Tanner, rolling his eyes over. Meanwhile on the duel arena field, Yusei and Akiza were looking at each in the eyes. "So you're ready to duel me, Akiza?" asked Yusei. "Of course I am Yusei and I will not hold anything back," replied Akiza. "Well then neither will I," said Yusei. "All ladies and gentlemen, let's get this duel started," said the announcer. "Let's duel," said Yusei and Akiza at the same time as their duel disc came online and displayed their life points. "I go first and I summon Wall of Ivy in defense mode," said Akiza. A wall of ivy then appeared with 1200 defense points. "Now I set one card face down and end my turn," said Akiza. "It's my turn and I activate the spell card cost down, which lowers the levels of my monsters in my hand by 2. Now I summon Dark Magician Girl Knight in attack mode," said Yusei. A warrior version of Dark Magician Girl appeared in armor holding a sword and shield with 2000 attack points. "Now I attack your Wall of Ivy with Dark Magician Girl Knight," said Yusei. With that, Wall of Ivy was destroyed. "Now I activate the effect of Wall of Ivy, which allows me to summon an Ivy token on your side of the field," said Akiza. "Fine, then I set one card face down and end my turn," said Yusei. "It's my turn and activate my trap card Curse of Ivy to bring back Wall of Ivy to the field," said Akiza. Wall of Ivy then reappeared in defense mode. "Now I release my Wall of Ivy to summon Rose Tentacles in attack mode," said Akiza. A giant rose with vines then appeared with 2200 attack points. "Now I attack your Dark Magician Girl Knight with Rose Tentacles," said Akiza. With that, Dark Magician Girl Knight was destroyed. Yusei 3800 LP, Akiza 4000 LP. "Now thanks to its effect it can attack again since you have a planet monster on your side of the field," said Akiza. With that, Yusei's Ivy token was destroyed. "Now thanks to its other effect you take 300 damage when Rose Tentacles destroys a plant monster in battle," said Akiza. With that, Yusei took 300 points of damage. Yusei 3800 LP, Akiza 4000 LP. "It my turn and I special summon Cyber Dragon from my hand thanks to its effect," said Yusei. Cyber Dragon then appeared with 2100 attack points. "Next I activate the spell card Smashing Ground and destroy your Rose Tentacles," said Yusei. With that, Rose Tentacles was destroyed. "Now I attack you directly with Cyber Dragon," said Yusei. With that, Akiza took 2100 points of damage. Yusei 3800 LP, Akiza 2900 LP. "It's my turn now and I activate the spell card Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards and send 2 to the graveyard. Next I summon the Tuner Monster Copy Planet in attack mode," said Akiza. A planet then appeared on the field. "Now I summon the monster Dark Verger from the graveyard thanks to its effect," said Akiza. A black planet then appeared with eyes and a mouth with 0 attack points. "Now I activate Copy Planet's effect and copy the level of your Cyber Dragon," said Akiza. Copy Planet level went to level 5. "Now I tune my Copy Planet to Dark Verger to synchro summon Black Rose Dragon," said Akiza. Black Rose Dragon then appeared with 2400 attack points. "Now I activate Black Rose Dragon's effect and remove Copy Planet to make the attack of your Cyber Dragon 0, said Akiza. Cyber Dragon attack then went to 0. "Now I attack your Cyber Dragon with Black Rose Dragon," said Akiza. With that, Cyber Dragon was destroyed. Yusei 1400 LP, Akiza 2900 LP. "Now I end my turn," said Akiza. "It my turn and I activate my trap card Call of the Haunted to bring back Cyber Dragon," said Yusei. Cyber Dragon then reappeared on Yusei's side of the field. "Now I summon Counselor Lily in attack mode," said Yusei. Counselor Lily then appeared with 400 attack points. "Now I tune my Counselor Lily with Cyber Dragon to synchro summon Stardust Dragon," said Yusei. Stardust Dragon then appeared with 2500 attack points. As soon as Yusei summoned Stardust Dragon, both Yusei and Akiza dragon marks glowed, as did Luna's up in the stands. Meanwhile, up in Rex Godwin's skybox, Zigzix and Lazar were watching the scanners. "Mr. Godwin, the scanners have picked up Yusei and Akiza marks," said Zigzix. "Well, it is about time," said Godwin. "So what do we do now, Mr. Godwin?" asked Lazar. "Right now we just watch the rest of the duel and see who wins," replied Godwin. Back in the duel arena, Yusei was not done making his move. Now I activate the spell card Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards, said Yusei. Good, I got the cards I need to win this duel right here, thought Yusei, smiling. What are you smiling for, Yusei? Asked Akiza to her brother. Because I am going to win right here, replied Yusei. Then prove it, said Akiza. Okay, Akiza. Now I activate the spell card Polymerization to fuse the legendary knights Critias, Hermos, and Timaeus to fusion summon Knight of Destiny in attack mode, said Yusei. There was a flash of gold light and a knight covered in gold armor with a red cape and holding a sword glowing a gold color appeared with the attack of infinite. Now I attack your Black Rose Dragon with Stardust Dragon and attack you directly with Knight of Destiny, said Yusei. With that, Stardust Dragon destroyed Black Rose Dragon and Knight of Destiny attack Akiza directly and made her lose the rest of her life points. Yusei 1400 LP, Akiza 0 LP. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the duel is Yusei Fudo. Now he will go on to face the Duel Monsters champion Jack Atlas in a turbo duel, said the announcer. Yusei then went over to Akiza and looked at her. Akiza, that was the best duel I ever had. You did pretty good trying to beat me, said Yusei. Thanks, Yusei, and I know you will beat Jack Atlas in that turbo duel and get rid of Rex Godwin once and for all, said Akiza, shaking her brother's hand. At that moment the others had come down to the duel arena floor to congratulate Yusei and Akiza on the duel. Yusei, Akiza, you two were great in that duel, said Tanner. Thanks a lot, Tanner, said Yusei. Yeah, thanks for telling us we had a great duel, added Akiza. Well, I am proud of the both of you for not holding back in that duel and dueling with honor, said Kushina. Yeah, you two made us proud, said Yukina. Well, thank a lot, Ka-san and Aunt Yukina, said Yusei. Yeah, we are proud of ourselves too, said Akiza. So what will you do now, Yusei, since you are going to be dueling Jack in a turbo duel? Asked Sakura. Well, I will defeat Jack in the turbo duel and then I am going to send Rex Godwin on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm for good, replied Yusei. Knowing you, Yusei, you will have no problem defeating Jack Atlas in the duel, said Tsunade. Yeah, and I can tell you, Yusei, your father would be proud of the duelist you have become as I am, said Alexis. Thanks, Mom, said Yusei. So what will you be doing, Akiza? Asked Hinata. I think right now I will just watch Yusei duel Jack Atlas and beat him in the turbo duel and get to spend some time with my girlfriend Ino to get to know her better, replied Akiza, looking at Ino. Well, I would like that very much, Akiza, said Ino, blushing. Well, since that's settled, we should get some rest before your duel with Jack Atlas, Yusei, said Luca. Yeah, you're going to need it, Yusei, added Luna. I think you two are right. I will rest for a while before the duel with Jack, replied Yusei, smiling. With that, they headed to the garage of the duel arena to rest before Yusei's duel with Jack Atlas. Meanwhile, up in Rex Godwin's skybox, Lazar and Zigzix were talking to Godwin. So what do we do about the information we have on Yusei Fudo now? Asked Lazar. We do nothing now, as I want Yusei and Jack to duel and summon the Crimson Dragon. Besides, we still have his friends captive, replied Godwin. Are you sure we can control the powers of the Crimson Dragon once it's summoned? Asked Zigzix, concerned. Yes, I am sure we can, Zigzix. So right now we should get ready for the duel between Yusei Fudo and Jack Atlas, replied Godwin. And once I have the powers of the Crimson Dragon, then the world will be mine to control forever and no one can stop me, thought Godwin, smiling evilly. Meanwhile, in Jack Atlas's garage, Jack had seen the duel between Yusei and Akiza and was pleased about the results. Good, now that Yusei has won his match against Akiza, I can duel him in our rematch and prove to everyone that I am the best duelist in the world. And once I defeat Yusei, then I will put a stop to Godwin's plans for the signers once and for all and prove to everyone that I alone can handle the power of the Crimson Dragon, thought Jack, smiling. Inside Rex Godwin's skybox, Rex Godwin was talking to Lazar. So how is everything going with our plan, Lazar? Asked Godwin. Well, everything is going according to plan, as you predicated. Yusei will duel Jack for the title of Duel King, replied Lazar. That is very good to hear, Lazar, said Godwin. But I am afraid there is a problem concerning Yusei Fudo's friends, said Lazar. Well, what is the problem with them? Asked Godwin, getting angry. Well, you see, they managed to escape from us, Mr. Godwin, replied Lazar, getting nervous. And how did they escape, Lazar? asked Godwin in an angry tone. Well, you see, Seto Kaiba hacked into our computer system with help from Pegasus, and they found out where we were keeping Yusei's friends captive, and well, why? Oh, you see, they sent their best man to rescue them, and now they are now safely with Seto Kaiba and Pegasus in a secure location, replied Lazar, now nervous for his life. So it seems that Seto Kaiba and Pegasus have proven to be more than a pain in my side. But it doesn't matter as long as my plan to summon the Crimson Dragon goes as I plan it. And you better hope for your sake nothing else gets in the way of my plan, Lazar, or you will wish you were never born. Do I make myself clear? Said Godwin. Crystal clear, Mr. Godwin, replied Lazar, bowing. Meanwhile, in the garage of the duel arena, Yusei was resting for his turbo duel against Jack Atlas and was looking at his right arm and saw that the mark had stopped glowing but was now visible on it. Man, I sure hope I can beat Jack in this turbo duel and stop Rex Godwin from summoning the Crimson Dragon before it's too late, thought Yusei. Something on your mind, Yusei? Said Tsunade's voice. Yusei turned around and saw Tsunade and the others standing near him. Yeah, I am just thinking about my turbo duel with Jack and thinking how I am going to stop Godwin from summoning the Crimson Dragon, replied Yusei. Well, knowing you, Yusei, you will find a way to stop Godwin before anything bad happens, said Alexis. Yeah, you have always come through everything all right before this without worrying this much, Yusei, said Sakura. Yeah, I know, but something tells me that something bad is going to happen here if I don't act soon, said Yusei. Yeah, I have the same feeling to Yusei, said Akiza. I also have the same feeling as the both of you that something bad will happen if something is not done soon, said Luna. Well, maybe you three have this feeling as you are all signers and can tell something bad is going to happen. But I also have a feeling something needs to be done about Rex Godwin before he puts his plan into action, said Kushina. Well, I guess then I should pay Godwin a little visit before the duel, said Yusei. Why are you going there right now, Yusei? Asked Tanner. Because I am going to stop whatever Godwin has planned for the signers and the Crimson Dragon by going to his sky box and send him to the Shadow Realm before he has a chance to put his plan into action, replied Yusei. Well, you better be careful then, Yusei, said Yukina. Yeah, you better be careful because who know what Godwin has planned for you if you go see him, said Ino. Well, I promise I will be careful, you too, said Yusei. Well, you better get going before your duel starts, Yusei, as you have only an hour and a half left before it starts, said Hinata. Yeah, you better get going right now, and when you go see Godwin, make sure feels the pain of his soul being sent to the Shadow Realm for trying to harm your friends to make you complete in this tournament, said Akiza. I will do that, Akiza, and when this is over we can all relax and not worry about him or his evil ever again, said Yusei. With that he ran out of the garage and started to run towards Rex Godwin's sky box. After running for a good 20 minutes, Yusei reached the sky box but was stopped by two men in suits. What the hell are you doing here, kid? Asked one of the men. Yeah, aren't you supposed to be getting ready for your duel? Asked the other. Well, I have to see your boss Rex Godwin about something important. So about you two leave here before something happens to you too, replied Yusei. I don't think so, kid, because Rex Godwin is busy right now at the moment, said one of the men. Yeah, and if you don't leave right now then we will force you to, said the other men. Well, I am not going to leave without seeing your booze, replied Yusei in an angry tone. Then suit yourself, kid. Just say we didn't warn you, said the first man. With that the men in suits attempted to grab Yusei and make him leave. Yusei quickly avoided them and then quickly punched them in the guts and kicked them in the head, knocking them out cold. Meanwhile, in the sky box, Godwin was talking to Officer Trudge while Jack was listening to them talk. When all of a sudden the door was burst wide open and a very angry Yusei came storming into the room. Yusei, Fudo, what the hell are you doing here? Shouted Trudge angry. I came here to talk to Godwin, Trudge. So I suggest you leave right now, replied Yusei. Well, I am not leaving without you and send you back to the facility, said Trudge. I think not, Officer Trudge, as I want to know what Yusei wants to talk about, said Godwin. You can't do that, Mr. Godwin, he is satellite scum, said Trudge. I can and I will. Now you may go, replied Godwin. With that two more men in suits came in and took Trudge away, screaming out loud saying he was going to get Yusei one way or the other. Once he was gone, Godwin looked at Yusei. So what do you want to talk about, Yusei? Asked Godwin. Well, I am not here, Godwin, to take you down once and for all and stop you from summoning the Crimson Dragon. Replied Yusei. Why would you want to do that to Godwin for, Yusei? Asked Jack. Because his plan is to summon the Crimson Dragon and take over the world, and he needs the signer in order to do that. Besides, he held Raleigh and the others hostage, so I would enter this tournament. Replied Yusei. Godwin, is Yusei saying about you true? Asked Jack, looking at Godwin. I am afraid what he's saying is true about me holding his friends hostage. But not about me trying to take over the world using the Crimson Dragon. Replied Godwin. You know, Jack, what he's saying is not true, said Yusei. Now that I think about, Godwin has been keeping something from me, and I have the feeling what you saying to be true, Yusei, said Jack. Well, since you feel that way about me, Jack, then I have something to tell you about your friend Yusei here, said Godwin. And what is that? Asked Jack, curious. Well, for one thing, he name used to be Naruto Uzumaki from the village hidden in the leaves, and that he was the container to the nine-tailed fox Kyuubi that attacked the village 18 years ago, replied Godwin. Yusei, is what Godwin saying about you true? Asked Jack, looking at Yusei. Yes, it is true, Jack. But that who I used to be until Kyuubi gave up her life and gave me a new body and sent me here to New Domino City 6 years ago when I was adopted by Yugi and Alexis Motu, replied Yusei. Well, that doesn't matter to me, Yusei. Because I want to duel to prove to everyone that I am the best duelist. So I think we should put a stop to Godwin here before we have our duel and stop his plan once and for all, said Jack. And how do you intend to stop me when my plan is so close to being done and all the signers are here in the arena? Said Godwin, smiling. All of a sudden, Godwin felt his body become frozen and saw the pyramid of light and the millennium ring around Yusei's neck and under his shirt glowed a gold color. What the hell is happening to me? Asked Godwin, scared. Well, you are frozen in place thanks to my millennium items, and I am going to send you on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm for everything you have done and stop your plan right here, as I have figured out you are a signer since you have only one real arm left, and you said all the signers are here in the duel arena. So I hope you like the Shadow Realm, as you will be there forever in pain for what you have done, replied Yusei. With that, the millennium items glowed a brighter gold color, and Rex Godwin screamed as he felt the pain his soul being ripped from him and sent to the Shadow Realm. After he stopped screaming, he fell to the floor lifeless. Alright, what did you do to Godwin, Yusei? Asked Jack. I sent his soul to the Shadow Realm to rest there forever thanks to my millennium items, replied Yusei. Alright, but who is going to be in charge of this tournament now that Godwin is gone for good? Asked Jack, angry. That would be me, Jack Atlas, said a voice. Jack and Yusei turned around and saw Seto Kaiba standing there looking at them. Unelse, Seto, what are you doing here? Asked Yusei, surprised. Well, I came here to watch you duel, Yusei, and to tell you that the government has decided to make me the new Director General of Sector Security, as Godwin has been fired for what he planned on doing with the signers. And I can see from the way Rex Godwin is on the floor that you sent him to the Shadow Realm, replied Kaiba. Yes, I did, Uncle Seto, replied Yusei. So what is going to happen with the turbo duel between me and Yusei, Mr. Kaiba? Asked Jack, concerned. It will go on as planned since Godwin was a signer and that he is now gone. His plan to summon the Crimson Dragon and take over the world can never happen, and that means the world is safe from him, replied Kaiba. That's good to hear, as I wanted my rematch against Yusei to happen, said Jack. I feel the same way to Jack, because I wanted to duel just as bad, said Yusei. Well, you two better head to your garages and prepare your duel runners and decks for the turbo duel, and I will tell the crow Ed what is going on, said Kaiba. With that, Yusei and Jack left the sky box and went back to their garages to prepare for the turbo duel. 45 minutes later, in the duel arena, the crowd was getting anxious for the final duel to begin. The screen in the duel arena then came on and showed Seto Kaiba on the screen. Attention everyone in the duel arena. Due to the fact that Rex Godwin can no longer be Director General as he is out of commission for good, I will now be taking over as Director General of Sector Security. But don't worry, the duel between Yusei Fudo and Jack Atlas will still go on as planned. That is all, said Kaiba, and the screen went blank. You heard the new Director General, let's get this duel started. Introducing first the shooting star of the satellite, Yusei Fudo, said the announcer. With that, Yusei came out on his duel runner, and the crowd was saying the king would beat him. Now introducing the Duel Monsters champion himself. The unbeatable Jack Atlas, said the announcer. With that, Jack Atlas came out on his duel runner. How about we kick this duel into overdrive? Shouted Jack. With that, the crowd cheered out loud for Jack to win. Alright duelist, when the light turns green that will be when the duel starts, said the announcer. Hey Yusei, I hope you don't hold back anything in this duel, because I don't expect anything less from you, said Jack. I will not, Jack, and I expect the same from you, said Yusei. The lights came down and started the countdown. As soon the light turned green, both duel runners took off down the track. I go first, Yusei, and I summon the tuner monster Dark Resonator in defense mode, said Jack. A monster then appear wearing a cloak and holding 2 gold items in its hands with 1300 attack points. Now I set 1 card face down and end my turn, said Jack. It my turn and I activate the spell card Graceful Charity and draw 3 card and discard 2 to the graveyard. Next I activate the spell card Dark Fusion and fuse my elemental heroes Avian and Burstinatrix to summon Evil Hero Inferno Wing in attack mode, said Yusei. Evil Hero Infernal Wing then appeared with 2100 attack points. Now I attack your Dark Resonator with Infernal Wing, said Yusei. Well, thanks to my monster's effect he doesn't get destroyed in battle once per turn, said Jack. Well, you still take damage thanks to my monster effect, said Yusei. With that, Jack took damage. Jack 3100 LP, Yusei 4000 LP. Now I set 1 card face down and end my turn, said Yusei. It my turn and I release my Dark Resonator to summon Big Peace Golem to the field, said Jack. A big gray stone figure then appeared with 2100 attack points. Now I activate the trap card Call of the Haunted to bring back my Dark Resonator, said Jack. Dark Resonator then reappeared on the field. Now I activate the spell card Shrink to cut your monster's attack in half, said Jack. With that, Evil Hero Infernal Wings attack went down to 1050. Now I tune my Dark Resonator to my Big Peace Golem to synchro summon Red Dragon Archfiend to the field, said Jack. Red Dragon Archfiend then appeared with 3000 attack points. Now I attack your Infernal Wing with Red Dragon Archfiend, said Jack. With that, Infernal Wing was destroyed. Jack 3100 LP, Yusei 2050 LP. Well, I activate my trap card Jar of Greed and draw 1 card, said Yusei. Well, it doesn't matter what you do, Yusei. With my dragon on the field you are going to lose, said Jack. It isn't going to happen, Jack. Now it my turn and I activate the spell card Synchro Tuner Summon to summon Cyber Dragon and Counselor Lily to the field, said Yusei. With that, Cyber Dragon and Counselor Lily appeared with attacks of 2100 and 400. Next I activate the spell card Double Synchro Summon, which allows me to synchro summon twice using 1 tuner monster and 1 or more non-tuner monsters. Now I tune my Counselor Lily with Cyber Dragon to synchro summon Stardust Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend to the field, said Yusei. With that, Stardust Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend appeared with attacks of 2500 and 3000. Where the hell did you get a copy of Red Dragon Archfiend, Yusei? Asked Jack, surprise. I got from Sakura, who found it in a card store here in New Domino City, Jack, and gave it to me. Now I activate the spell card Monster Reborn to summon Kyubi, Queen of the Foxes, to the field in attack mode, replied Yusei. Kyubi then appeared with 3500 attack points. Next I activate the spell card Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards. Next I activate the spell card Polymerization to fuse the 3 legendary knights Critias, Hermos, and Timaeus to fusion summon Knight of Destiny in attack mode, said Yusei. A King HT then appeared covered in gold armor and a red cape holding a sword glowing a gold color with the attack of Infinite. Now I attack your Red Dragon Archfiend with Kyubi and attack you directly with the rest of my monsters, said Yusei. With that, Kyubi destroyed Red Dragon Archfiend and the rest of Yusei's monster attacked Jack directly and made him lose the rest of his life points. Jack 0 LP, Yusei 2050 LP. And the winner of this duel and the new Duel Monsters champion, Yusei Fudo, said the announcer. The crowd then started to cheer for Yusei as he won fair and square. Yusei then stopped his duel runner and saw the others coming over to congratulate him on winning the duel again. Saint Jack, Yusei, you won your match against Jack Atlas. That a good duel to watch, said Tanner. Thanks, Tanner, said Yusei. Well, Yusei, you finally beat Jack Atlas in a turbo duel, said Sakura. Yeah, you totally kick his butt all over the track, Yusei, said Tsunade. Well, it was nothing to it, said Yusei. Since you beat Jack, that makes you the new duel king, right, Yusei? Asked Hinata. Yes, it does, Hinata, replied Yusei. Well, you definitely deserve it, Yusei, said Ino. Yeah, you work hard towards winning this, brother, said Akiza. Thanks you too for the support, said Yusei. You know, Yusei, you made me and your father proud by becoming the new duel king, said Alexis. Thanks a lot, Mom, and I know Dad was watching me duel in spirit, said Yusei. So what will you do now that you won, Yusei? Asked Kushina. Yeah, what do you plan on doing now that you won the title of king? Added Yukina. Well, Ka-san and Aunt Yukina, I think I plan on taking a little break from duel and spend time with Sakura and Tsunade and the people I love right here in New Domino City, replied Yusei. Well, knowing you, Yusei, you need the rest after what just happened here, said Luna. Yeah, you definitely deserve a vacation, Yusei, added Luca. I think I do deserve a vacation after what happened with Rex Godwin, said Yusei. Hey, Yusei, said Jack. Everyone turned around and saw Jack Atlas coming towards them. What do you want, Jack? Asked Yusei, looking at Jack. I came here to say I am sorry for everything I done to you and our friends back in the satellite, and hope you can forgive me for being a fool for trusting Godwin all this time. And also to congratulate you on winning our duel. You definitely are the better duelist, Yusei, replied Jack. Well, Jack, I do forgive as Rex Godwin tricked you into betraying me and our friends. And I hope we can be friends again, said Yusei. You got a deal, Yusei, and the next time we duel I will win it, said Jack, shaking Yusei's hand. We will see about that, Jack, replied Yusei. Meanwhile, up in the sky box, Seto Kaiba had seen the duel and was happy Yusei had won it and that he and Jack were once again friends. So Kaiba, what do you plan on doing now that you are the new Director General of Sector Security? Asked Pegasus, who just entered the sky box. Well, the first thing I plan on doing, Pegasus, give the people of the satellite their freedom and rebuild the satellite and make it part of New Domino City so people can live in peace at long last, replied Kaiba. That sound like a great plan, Kaiba, my boy, said Pegasus, smiling. Well, I plan on doing it a long time ago, but since Rex Godwin was Director General that wasn't possible. But now that he is gone I can move forward with it. I owe Yugi that much since he passed away, and I plan to make him proud of me as a friend, Pegasus, replied Kaiba. Well, I think Yugi would be happy to hear that if he was alive today, said Pegasus. Yes, he would be, Pegasus, said Kaiba. Yugi, I know you are watching your son from heaven and that you are proud that he has become the new king of games like you. I know I am proud of him, as is Alexis, thought Kaiba, looking up into the night sky full of stars. 9 months later. It now has been 9 months since Yusei had won the Fortune Cup and became the Duel King and stopped Rex Godwin from carrying out his plan to summon the Crimson Dragon. Now Yusei was in the manor that he lived in with his 2 wives Sakura and Tsunade, along with his mother Alexis, his birth mother Kushina, Aunt Yukina, and his sister Akiza and her finance Ino. Everyone was sitting down to dinner talking about what had happened over the last 9 months. So Yusei, have you, Sakura and Tsunade, come up with any names for your children when they are born? Asked Kushina. We've been trying to think up of a couple of names, Ka-san, if Sakura and Tsunade have either one of them have a boy or a girl, replied Yusei. Well, knowing you, Yusei, you and your 2 wives here will come up with some good names for your children, said Yukina. Well, I for one don't mind having a little girl, said Tsunade. I wouldn't mind having a little girl too, said Sakura. So when do you 2 ladies expect to have the babies? Asked Alexis. Well, the doctor said it should be any day now, Alexis, replied Tsunade. Well, I know my brother here will make a good dad, said Akiza, looking at her brother. Yeah, and my sister Sakura and Tsunade will both make good mothers, added Ino. Well, thanks for the support, you 2. So when will you 2 be tie the knot? Asked Yusei. Well, we plan on getting married sometime in the spring, replied Akiza. Yeah, and after that we plan on adopting a little girl to raise as our daughter, said Ino. Well, that is good to hear, said Alexis. So how is the rebuilding of the satellite coming along, Yusei? Asked Kushina. Well, it is going along fine thanks to Uncle Seto, and it should be done real soon, replied Yusei. Well, knowing him, it will not be too long before the satellite is restored to what it once was. said Alexis. With that they went back to eating their dinner. All of a sudden Sakura and Tsunade clutched their chest as if they were in pain. Sakura, Tsunade, what is the matter? Asked Yusei, concerned for the well-being of the two people he loved. I think my water just broke, Yusei, replied Sakura, and mine too, said Tsunade. Mom, can you call the hospital and tell them that Sakura and Tsunade's waters have broke, said Yusei. Sure thing, Yusei, said Alexis, quickly going to the phone. Ka-san, can you call Jack and Hinata on your cell phone and tell them to meet us at the hospital, said Yusei. Right on it, Yusei, said Kushina, quickly dialing Jack's number. What about us, Yusei? Asked Ino. I want you and Akiza to take Sakura and Tsunade to the car and drive to the hospital with Mom and Ka-san, and I will meet you there on my dual runner, replied Yusei. Sure thing, bro. Me and Ino are right on it, said Akiza. With that, Akiza and Ino quickly took Sakura and Tsunade with them along with Alexis and Kushina to the car and drove away to the hospital in a hurry. Yusei quickly hopped on his dual runner, put on his helmet and drove as fast as possible to the hospital. As soon as Yusei got there, he saw the doctors quickly take Sakura and Tsunade to the delivery room so they could give birth to their babies, and told Yusei to wait in the waiting room with the others. As they were sitting down, Alexis saw Yusei look nervous. Yusei, are you all right? Asked Alexis, looking at her son. Yeah, I am just a little nervous about Tsunade and Sakura and the babies, replied Yusei. Don't worry about it, Yusei. They will be just fine along with the babies, as New Domino City Hospital is more equipped and more advanced than the hospitals be back in the elemental countries, said Kushina. You're right, Ka-san, I should not be that worried. Thanks a lot, said Yusei. Hey Yusei, said a voice. Yusei looked in the direction of the voice and saw his friend and rival Jack Atlas standing there with Hinata. Yusei remembered the day when Jack and Hinata met for the first time. They quickly hit it off when Ino hooked them up, and now they had been a couple for the past 6 months and they were planning on getting married soon. Jack, Hinata, good to see you could make it, said Yusei, looking at them. So how are Tsunade and Sakura doing? Asked Hinata. They're doing just fine, Hinata. We are just waiting for the doctor to come back to tell us how the babies are doing, replied Yusei. Well, I know, Yusei, that everything will be fine with them and the babies, said Jack. Thanks for the support, Jack, said Yusei. Can I speak to a Mr. Yusei Fudo? Said a doctor appearing in the waiting room. That's would be me, doctor, replied Yusei. Well, I came to tell you that your wives Sakura and Tsunade are ready to deliver the babies and would want to know if you would like to be there when they are delivered, asked the doctor. Of course I want to be there when it happens, replied Yusei. Well then follow me, Mr. Fudo, and we will have you change into some smocks and you can enter the delivery room, said the doctor. With that, Yusei followed the doctor into the changing room and put on some smocks and entered the delivery room and saw that Sakura and Tsunade were ready to give birth and walk right over to them. So how are you two holding up? Asked Yusei, looking at them. We're doing just fine, Yusei, replied Tsunade. Yeah, the doctor says that we only need to push a little more and the babies will be delivered, added Sakura. Okay, you two, I want you to push as hard as you can right now, said the doctor. With that, Tsunade and Sakura pushed with all their might, and after 2 more hours of pushing, Sakura and Tsunade ended up each giving birth to 4 baby girls. Well, congratulations, you two, you have each given birth to 4 wonderful baby girls, said the doctor. With that, Yusei went over to Sakura first and saw one girl look just like Sakura. The second girl had ice blue color hair with gold eyes. The third girl had dark violet hair with brown eyes shaped like a cat's, just like his sister Akiza. The fourth girl had snow white hair and pink eyes with what looked like pink Sakura cherry blossom leaves along the right side of her body, with one on her right cheek. Yusei then went over to check on Tsunade and saw the first girl look just like Tsunade. The second girl had golden blonde hair with pink eyes. The third girl had Yusei's black hair with yellow streaks going through it and amethyst eyes. The fourth girl had blood red hair with blood red eyes, and it reminded Yusei of Kyuubi in her human form without the fox ears and tails. You two did great, and our daughters are just perfect, said Yusei. Thanks a lot, Yusei. I am so happy that we have a family now, said Sakura. Yeah, and look at our daughters. They are just the most perfect thing in the world, said Tsunade. Meanwhile in the waiting room the others were waiting to hear anything new about Sakura and Tsunade along with the babies. So you think Sakura and Tsunade are alright along with the children? Asked Kushina worried. I wouldn't worry about it, Kushina. Yusei is with Sakura and Tsunade right now in the delivery room and I am sure that they are alright as are the babies, replied Alexis. Well, I wonder if Sakura and Tsunade had each a girl or a boy, said Yukina. My bet is that they each had a girl, said Ino. I think you were right, Ino, said Akiza. Well, I think they had more than one child, said Jack. How do you know that, Jack? Asked Hinata to her boyfriend. Well, I just have this strange feeling that Tsunade and Sakura had more than one, Hinata, replied Jack. Well, we will see when the doctor comes to give us the news, said Alexis. Excuse are any of you people friends or family of Yusei Fudo? Asked a doctor coming into the waiting room. Well, I am Yusei Fudo's mother, doctor. So what, are Sakura and Tsunade alright along with the babies? Replied Alexis. They are doing just fine and you should be proud. Both of your daughter-in-laws have given birth each to 4 beautiful and healthy baby girls, said the doctor. That is good news, doctor. So when can we see them? Asked Kushina. Well, you can see them right now in the recovery room where Sakura and Tsunade Fudo are resting with Yusei Fudo, replied the doctor. Well, can you take us to them? Asked Akiza. Of course, come this way with me, said the doctor. With that they follow the doctor to the room where Yusei, Sakura and Tsunade were with the babies. As soon as they got there they saw Yusei with Sakura and Tsunade holding the babies. Well, it is about time you guys got here, said Yusei looking at them. Well, we had to wait for the doctor to come get us to come see you, Sakura and Tsunade with the children, said Akiza looking at her brother. So these are me and Alexis' granddaughters? Asked Kushina. Yes, they are, Kushina, replied Tsunade smiling. So what are their names? Asked Alexis curious. Well, me and Yusei have decided to name the one with the ice color blue hair with gold eyes Alexis after you. The girl right here with the dark violet hair and brown eyes Akiza after his sister. The little girl that looks like me we decide to name her Serenity, and the girl right here with snow white hair with pink eyes and the Sakura cherry blossom leaves birthmarks with decide to name Kagura. Replied Sakura. Those are very good names for them, you, Sakura, said Akiza. So what have you and Yusei decide to name you 4 girls? Asked Ino curious. Well, me and Yusei have decided to name the one right here with golden blonde hair and pink eyes Eve. The girl here with Yusei color hair and eyes is named Amber. The girl here with that looks like me is named Kurohime, and the girl right here with the blood red hair and eyes we decide to name Kyubi in honor of Kyubi herself, since she give up her life to send Yusei here to New Domino City, replied Tsunade. Those are very good names for them, Tsunade, said Yukina. So Yusei, when can Sakura and Tsunade come home with the girls? Asked Hinata. The doctor says that Sakura and Tsunade can leave the hospital with the girls within a week from now, replied Yusei. That's good to hear, Yusei, because that gives us time to prepare for when they come home, said Jack. What do you guys have planned for us? Asked Sakura. You will just have to see when you get home, replied Akiza. I guess we can wait a week to find out, said Sakura. Well, then we will see you in a week, said Ino. With that they left the room to get ready for when Sakura and Tsunade came home from the hospital in a week with the children. 1 week later, Yusei, Sakura and Tsunade had come home in the car with their children to the manor. As soon as they opened the door they saw everyone in the house with big sign that said welcome home. So this is what you guys were up to when we were in the hospital, said Sakura. Yes, it was you too, replied Alexis. Well, that is nice of you to have a welcome home party for us, said Tsunade. Well, you're welcome, you too. But we have also built a nursery for the babies so you didn't have to worry about doing it when you got back, said Kushina. Well, that was nice of you guys to go through all that trouble for us, said Yusei. Well, don't mention it, Yusei. Just remember I want to have a turbo duel after you get all settled in here with the babies, said Jack. You got a deal, Jack, said Yusei. With that the party was started and everyone had a good time and talk about how lucky Yusei, Sakura and Tsunade were to have such adorable children, and Jack said that they would probably take after Yusei and become pro duelist. After the party was over and everyone had left and went to bed, Yusei, Sakura and Tsunade put their children down for the night. You know Yusei, I am glad we came to New Domino City and stayed with you. Because we would never have fell in love with you and have such wonderful children to raise, said Sakura. Yeah, I am glad we stayed with you Yusei. Because if we didn't, our children would never have been born and have a peaceful life here in New Domino City, added Tsunade. Well, I am glad you two stayed here with me, as I would never have fell in love with the two most beautiful girls in the world to call my wives and have such beautiful and wonderful children, said Yusei. With that, Yusei kissed Sakura and Tsunade on the lips and they went to bed happy that they finally could live a beautiful and peaceful life without worrying about any evil happening to them. 5 years later, inside the manor, Yusei was busy getting presents under the Christmas tree and getting ready for Jack and Hinata to come over with their children, and he was thinking about everything that happened over the last 5 years. Man, I can't believe it'd been 5 years since Rex Godwin's plan to summon the Crimson Dragon was stopped and I became the Dual King, and that I married Sakura and Tsunade and they gave birth to my 8 beautiful daughters. I mean, it felt only like it was yesterday that they were born and now they are all 5 years old, thought Yusei smiling. At that moment Yusei was tackled to the ground by 2 little girls to the ground, and he saw that it was his daughters Kagura and Amber. Kagura, Amber, what do you two think you're doing in here? Asked Yusei to his 2 daughters. We came to see what you were up to, Daddy, replied Kagura smiling. Yeah, Daddy, we wanted to see what you were up to and wanted to see if Santa Claus had brought us our presents, replied Amber. Well, I was getting ready for your Uncle Jack and Aunt Hinata to come over with Yugi and Hanabi. And besides, you two know that Santa Claus will not come here until you two are asleep with your sisters. So where are your mothers? Said Yusei. They're in the dining room with the others getting ready for the party, Daddy, said Kagura. Well, we better go to them at once to see how everything is coming along for the party. And I want you two to stay out of this room until tomorrow morning with your sisters, because that is when you can get your presents from Santa. Is that understood? Said Yusei. Yes, Daddy, said Amber. With that, they headed into the dining room and Yusei saw Sakura and Tsunade with the other getting ready for the party. So how is everything coming along, you guys? Asked Yusei. Well, everything is almost ready for the party, Yusei, replied Tsunade, and Jack and Hinata should be here very soon with Yugi and Hanbi, added Sakura. Well, that is good to know, said Yusei. Mommy, what time will Santa come here? Asked Serenity to Sakura. He will get here when you and your sisters are in bed, replied Sakura. But why do we have to be in bed when he comes? Asked Kurohime. Because he will not come if you and the others are awake, replied Tsunade to her daughter. But we want to stay up and see him come, said Eve. Well, you can't, and you should listen to your mothers and dad, said Alexis. Yes, Grandma Alexis, we will listen, said little Akiza. That good to hear from you, and now I think all of you should just go play until it's time for the party, said Kushina. Yes, Grandma Kushina, said little Alexis. Well then, go along and play nice, said Kushina. We will, Grandma Kushina, said Kyubi. With that, all the girls went into the next room to play until it was time for the party. So Yusei, what do you plan on doing tomorrow? Asked Yukina. Well, I plan on staying all day here with everyone and enjoy Christmas Day, and then tomorrow I have a duel at the Kaiba Dome against Hunter Pace, replied Yusei. Well, knowing you, Yusei, you have no problem winning that duel, said Alexis. Thanks a lot, Mom, said Yusei. At that moment Yusei felt a body of a child jump on his back. Mana, what do you think you are doing on my back? Asked Yusei to a 5-year-old girl with gold blonde hair with jade green eyes on his back. I just wanted to say hi to you, Uncle Yusei, replied Mana smiling. Well, it's nice to see you to Mana, said Yusei to his niece. Mana, what do you think you're doing to your poor Uncle Yusei? Said Akiza to her daughter. I just wanted to see what Uncle Yusei was doing, Mommy Akiza, replied Mana. Well, you found out what he was doing, Mana. Now I think it's time to go join your cousins in the next room and play until it's time for the party, said Ino. Do I have to, Mommy Ino? Asked Mana. You heard you, Mother Ino. Mana, I think it will be a good idea to go play with the other until it's time for the party, said Yusei. Yes, Uncle Yusei, said Mana. With that, Mana got off Yusei's back and went into the next room to play with the others. Well, it looks like Mana knows better than to disobey you two, said Yusei. Well, you Mana Yusei, She knows when it's time to listen to us, said Akiza to her brother. Well, you two did a good job raising her since you both adopted her, said Sakura. Well, thanks a lot, sis. We did our best to raise her right, said Ino. So what do you two plan on doing after the party? Asked Tsunade. Well, I think after the party is over and Mana is in bed we will go to bed and relax, as you know tomorrow will be a big day since it's Christmas, replied Ino. Well, that sound like a good plan, you two, said Alexis. Well, thanks Alexis, and what will you be doing tonight? Asked Akiza. Well, me and Kushina plan on reading the girls a bedtime story before they go to bed tonight, replied Alexis. So what story do you plan on reading them? Asked Yusei. We plan on reading them It Was the Night Before Christmas, replied Kushina. Well, that sounds like a good bedtime story, Kushina, since it is Christmas Eve, said Yukina. So when will Jack and Hinata get here with Yugi and Hanabi? Asked Sakura. They should be here any minute now, replied Yusei. At that moment the doorbell rang and Yusei went to the door and answered it and was tackled to the floor by a boy and a girl. Yugi, Hanabi, get off your Uncle Yusei right now, said Jack to a 4-year-old girl with blue hair and blue eyes and a 4-year-old boy with blonde hair and Hinata lavender eyes. But we wanted to just hide Uncle Yusei, Daddy, replied Yugi. Yeah, that all we wanted to do, added Hanabi. Well, you two heard your father. Got off your Uncle Yusei and let him up right now, said Hinata. With that they got off of Yusei and let him up. Sorry about making you fall, Uncle Yusei, said Yugi. Yeah, we just wanted to say hi, said Hanabi. Well, it's okay, you two. Now about you join the others in the next room and play some games until it's time for the party, said Yusei. With that Yugi and Hanabi run off into the next room to play with the other kids until it was time for the party. Sorry about them tackling you to the floor, Yusei, said Jack. It's okay, Jack, I don't mind at all, said Yusei. Well, you know Yugi, he just wants to be a pro duelist like his father Jack here one day, said Hinata. Well, can I blame it if our son wants to grow up to be a pro duelist like his old man? Besides, I remember that Hanabi wanted to become a computer whiz like her mother, said Jack to his wife. Well, she is good with computers like me, Jack, and besides I think it is nice that she was to take off after me, said Hinata to her husband. Well, since you two here, how about we go into the dining room where the others are waiting for us, said Yusei. Sure, that sounds like a good idea, Yusei, said Jack. Yeah, and I want to see how the others are doing, said Hinata. With that they all headed into the dining room where the others were getting ready to start the party. Jack, Hinata, it is good you two could make it, said Sakura. Well, we are glad we could come to the party, Sakura, said Jack. So is everything here? Asked Hinata. Everything is good with us and the children, replied Tsunade. So how is everything going at home with the two of you? Asked Akiza. Well, everything is going very good at home with us and Yugi and Hanabi, said Hinata. Well, I remember the day Hinata here gave birth to Yugi and Hanabi and you were so happy, Jack, said Kushina. Well, I was, of course, and of course I felt it was only right that our son be named after the great Yugi Moto and our daughter be named after Hinata's sister Hanabi, replied Jack. Well, I think those were perfect names for them, you two, said Kushina. Well, thank you, Kushina, said Hinata. So what do you two plan on doing after the party? Asked Yukina. Well, we plan on going home and put Yugi and Hanabi to bed and get ready for tomorrow morning when it's time for THM to open their presents, replied Hinata. And knowing those two, they will wake us up early so they can open them up, said Jack. Well, they are kids, Jack, and they will be like that around this time of year, said Alexis. So since you two are here already, how about we get the party started, said Sakura. I think that would be a good idea, Sakura, said Hinata. With that they started the party and talk about everything that happened over the last 5 years to all of them and were looking forward to many more happy years together. Meanwhile, outside, looking into the window at the happy scene inside, were 2 male figures that were transparent as ghosts. One of the men had tricolor hair up in spikes with amethyst eyes and was wearing navy blue pants and jacket with a black t-shirt, and the man had GHTLY spike blonde hair with blues, wearing a blue long sleeve shirt with a light tan jacket with flames on the bottom with black pants and blue ninja sandals with a hidden leaf headband on his forehead. These people were Yugi Moto and the 4th Hokage Arashi that had been given permission to come back as Ghost for one night to check on Yusei and the others. So what do you think the way Yusei has turned out, Arashi? Asked Yugi. I think he has turned out great, Yugi. Better than his old life back in the village as Naruto. So I thank you very much for you and your wife Alexis for taking me son in and raising as your own, because he has turned out to be a better man than I could image. Replied Arashi. Well, you're welcome, Arashi. Because if it wasn't for Kyuubi in the first place, then me and Alexis would have the chance to have raised Yusei as our son, and I am proud of the way he has turned out, said Yugi. I am proud of the way Yusei has turned out, to Yugi. So what do we do now? Asked Arashi. We will continue to watch over Yusei and the others from heaven and be there for him in spirit for whatever happens to them, replied Yugi. I think that is a good idea, Yugi. From this point on we will watch over Yusei and the others until it is time for them to join us up in heaven, said Arashi. With that they walk away from the window and disappeared into golden sparks of light to watch over Yusei and the others for all time. Thanks for watching.